aware of conditions that we thought perhaps should have been controlled or should be controlled, or perhaps happening in certain environments, and yet we get surprised they are rearing their head in areas that are completely surprising. Now, our final plenary presentation will highlight new technologies and innovations in the health sector and the opportunities and threats that exist in the context of adopting the new technologies. And so that is the recipe we have prepared for our participants, in addition to 24 scientific papers covering a significant range of issues related to both training and healthcare delivery.
My name is Felix Mutua. I head the Department of Clinical Medicine and Surgery, which falls under Faculty of Clinical Sciences. Department of Clinical Medicine has higher national diplomas, a diploma in clinical medicine and surgery. We also have a certificate course in emergency medical technician, which falls under the department, and also short courses. We have higher national diplomas, which take 24 months, 18 months in class and practical site, then 6 months in mentorship, which is we assign students together with the clinical. And to qualify to do higher national diploma, you need to have a valid practicing license from the Clinical Officers Council and a 2-year experience. The mode of study is blended. We do face-to-face, we do e-learning, and we also have virtual classes. One of the higher national diploma is anesthesia, and the specialists here work in theater. In theater, they assist to do procedures, surgical procedures. Ear, nose, throat, head and neck surgery. The specialists here treat conditions in the ear, the nose and in the throat, and around the neck and the head. They also do surgical procedures of the head, the neck, throat and ear. Nephrology deals with kidney diseases, treatment of kidney diseases, dialysis, and also the diagnosis of kidney diseases. Speech and language pathology, they deal with people who have issues to do with the speech, maybe the difficulties in speech, and they also diagnose and treat the speech pathologies. Family health deals with communities, families, and the hospital setup, where we have issues to do with the community, issues to do with the family, and also they do treatment in the hospital and also in the community as a whole. Ophthalmology and cataract surgery, these are specialists in the eye. They do eye operations and treatment of eye conditions. Ophthalmology, advanced refraction, low vision, they deal with the sight. Those people who have problems in seeing, so they can be able to correct their sight, maybe by use of spectacles. Orthopedic and trauma surgery, these diagnose issues to do with the bone diseases and bone treatment and operations. Reproductive health deal with maternal diseases, maternal conditions, and also do with emergency operations, maternal operations. Pediatrics and child health, they deal with the children diseases
Yes, as we scientific I see you, Dr. Right, so we
ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
We can see now. I would really take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of us who is here for this 7th biannual scientific conference. And with us, I'd wish to recognize our guest speaker, who is Dr. Joseph Sitine. He's a renowned epidemiologist in the Ministry of Health. He has also been a policymaker. He's very good in that. He has also been involved in monitoring and evaluation in the Ministry of Health. So we are really happy to have him. We will also be having our chief guests who will also be joining us after some time. They'll be coming down with the CEO and also our board chair. But because of time, we have decided that we should continue with the program as we wait for them. So Dr. Sitine, you're very welcome to be with us in this scientific conference, which is the theme reads Enhancing Technology and Innovations in Training Research towards Strengthening the Primary Healthcare. The two of the research training, this is the core business of Kenya Medical Training College, and we are really happy to be with you all here. So I also want to recognize all the people who have been here. I want to recognize the Deputy Director in charge of academics, Dr. Nyawira. I want to recognize the principals and the senior managers who are also here, and also our staff members. We also have our students. We also have people who are viewing us through the YouTube. We also want to welcome them and to ask them to be with us for the remaining 3 days, where we will be talking so much about the research and the theme that has already been explained. And I'm sure Dr. Aswan has already taken us through what we'll be going through for the 3 days. So you're welcome. At this juncture, I would like to welcome Dr. Nyawira to give her remarks, and also now welcome our key guest speaker, Dr. Nyawira. I think we can give her a clap as she comes, yeah? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Registrar, and the team that has gone before me, that has spoken this morning. I want to thank you all who are gathered to this morning. Our keynote speaker today, Dr. Joseph Sitine, Dr. Epidemiologist, and also specialist in health policy, monitoring, and evaluation, among other things. We want to welcome you to our campus today. Our other guests will join us as we go along. So this morning, our invited guests, our conference speakers, presenters, delegates, KMTC fraternity, students and staff, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this meeting. My name is Dr. Nyawira Mwangi. I am Deputy Director, Academics here, but for this particular meeting, I am chair of the conference, and I am delighted that we are holding this conference. So it's my great pleasure to speak to all of us at the opening of the 7th Biennial Scientific Conference of the Kenya Medical Training College around the theme, Embracing Technology and Innovation in Training and Research towards Strengthening Primary Healthcare. This theme is particularly relevant because of three things. Number one, because the speed of technology and innovation has increased greatly. Number two, because we understand the importance of technology and innovation and how it is transforming primary healthcare. And number three, because technology and innovation is indispensable to health and education, in particular to health professions education, which is definitely our core business. So I am glad to note that in this room and also among the virtual audience, we have many people who can understand and deliberate on these issues about embracing technology and innovation. We have many technologists in our audience. We have innovators, we have practitioners, we have professionals, people who are dedicated to understanding and discussing the issues that are of importance to us today. So this is our 7th biennial conference. As you know, the mandate of KMTC includes training, research, and consultancy. As conference chair, I note that each conference is unique and distinct, but the overall voice, the overall character, and even the core values of KMTC permeate each conference. So we are grateful for all the milestones achieved in the previous conferences. It's been quite a while because the biennial conference means you hold it every 2 years. And if this is the 7th, it therefore means at least more than a decade has passed as we do these conferences. Allow me to recognize the conference organizers. The conference committee that is composed of very committed, very dedicated persons, and I will ask them to stand. All the members of the conference organizing committee, please do stand. Or the entire team is led by Dr. Aswani there, Dr. Aweru, all of us, please stand, all members here. Yes, I want to recognize your work. I want to acknowledge your work, your commitment, and your resilience. Thank you. So this is a team that has made these 3 days very successful. Thank you. Let's give a clap to them. Yes, so I chair this committee, ably assisted by Dr. Aweru and Dr. Swan, as well as Deputy Registrar, Research, and the entire team that you have seen standing up. So through this dedicated team, we have been able to maintain continuity over those 7 conferences. And even the 2 years in between, for example, since our last conference, we are able to maintain continuity and also to pass on institutional memory to new members of the committee. This is a very unique aspect of the conference, and therefore I want to really recognize what the committee does. I applaud them for achieving that continuity and also passing on institutional memory to all that join. Another unique aspect of the conference is the way the committee demonstrates the core values of KMTC in all their work. So we have core values that are about 8 of them, and the committee in various ways demonstrates, and this is what we should all aim to do. So our chief guest, one of our core values is equity. So this committee, together we have reached out with information about the conference, and we circulated the call for papers far and wide so that everyone had a chance to submit a paper. We are also having this as a hybrid conference to ensure that people can access it. We remove the geographical barriers to access so that people do not necessarily have to travel here. We also remove physical barriers to access for the purpose of equity. Another core value is integrity. So the committee promotes scientific integrity in the planning for the conference, also in planning research, because they also support various research teams. They promote scientific integrity in the performing, in the reporting, and also in reviewing research. Our other core value is professionalism. The committee works with the speakers, like those who are speaking today, and the presenters of various papers to advance knowledge. The committee supports them through peer review to ensure scientific rigor and professionalism in all the presentations. So in that way, the committee and by extension, their conference, we are promoting professionalism. We also promote teamwork, our other core value, because over the years, as I've said, we've had multiple scientific conferences, but also in between, we have multiple scientific activities like webinars and symposia. And this very team has grown through those steps. There are the steps that are stages of team development. We have the linear steps that we all know about team development, and this team has gone through those stages so that they are now really performing, they are fully performing. They also are able to utilize tools for teamwork, even though some of the members are not based in Nairobi, but they are able to work together through teamwork. The same way to accountability, another core value. So they demonstrate accountability to the institutional processes, and they work and are authorized, and they have approvals for the various things that they do. And similarly to responsiveness, our themes reflect responsiveness to emerging threats. So like currently we are speaking about technology and innovation, because we know the landscape of technology and innovation is changing and we need to embrace it. Finally, we have creativity and innovation, and this committee cultivates creativity and innovation as it is understood in the research, so including supporting originality of the presentations in research, also adapting research methods. So in the presentations, you will see we have papers that have utilized different types of research methodology. We also have many types of studies, like epidemiological studies and non-epidemiological studies. So what you see here before you today, and also in the next 3 days, is testament to their hard work, and also to the commitment of the board of directors and the CEO and management to advancing research. So this conference is an opportunity to learn, and we are happy to have you here, our keynote speaker. The sessions are organized around 6 key areas of reflection. That is health professionals, education, community health, health financing, non-communicable diseases, and infectious diseases. Each session has an invited speaker to give an anchor talk around that area. And thereafter, there are some scientific papers or research papers that are going to be presented. I note that the quality of papers this year is outstanding, and also that the papers explore a wide range of topics that are of importance to both health and education, which is the interface in which we work. So as chair of the conference, it is a tremendous honor for me to see you, our keynote speaker, Dr. Stendai here. I know you are a renowned epidemiologist, and many of the studies here will be epidemiological, but of course some others are educational and so on. I thank you for coming, and I'm looking forward that we will learn from one another in all our interactions. So in conclusion, we affirm the importance of technology and innovation in teaching, research, and primary healthcare, and we will continue with this. In the future conferences, what we are looking to doing is continuing innovation, so that in the next conference, we may have many workshops that are on the sidelines of the conference, We may have public lectures on the sidelines of the conference. We may have a student symposium. We may also have a patient voice in all our deliberations. And we are looking to making it a national and international conference reflecting the direction that really research is going. So it's an important event for us, and we are delighted that you are here to start us off. We take this as a big climax of the event, and therefore we are delighted to have you. May I ask the audience, let us give a clap even for our guests for coming. Thank you very much. So I know that you have a presentation. Could you put up the presentation for the chief guest? So that we are going to have it. So we'll give a few minutes as that is put up on. Yeah, we'll have it.
The chair of this conference. Is Ameko? Yeah, so the deputy director of KMTC and also the chair of the conference, the leadership in KMTC, all the senior managers who are here, senior colleagues, friends, all protocols observed. Good morning. Let me start by first thanking the organizers for picking me to come and give a talk on embracing technology and innovation, because this is the direction to go, and it's a great honor to me. I feel very privileged to be here today. I've been in KMTC before, not as a worker, but partly as a worker because I was in the board of management. But a few years ago, I exited. I see senior colleagues who I've worked with seated here. My former boss, Dr. Nzioka, is here. I think KMTC has a way of making people to look young and fresh and good, partly perhaps because of some of these good things that you're doing. When it comes to primary health care, definitely, as we already know, and as you will see, and I'm sure it will be repeated several times, this institution plays a very, very big role, a major role as it were, because the people who roll out the primary health care or will be rolling out the primary health care are heavily products of this great institution. So for me to be here, it's a great privilege. I don't know who is the one advancing the slides. So when you see me do this, you move. Eh? I don't like to say next, please. Yeah, so today, as we stand here, we remember that at independence, the founders of this great nation made a commitment. And we know the three things that the former president talked about: the addressing poverty, addressing disease, and also addressing ignorance. Do you mind if I remove this? You know, I'm not a politician, so I'm finding these things to be too meticulous for me. I'm used to doing things hands-on. Eh? Yeah, so the issue of poverty, ignorance, and disease were the things that the founding fathers of this great nation said they are going to fight. Many years later, and I think we are at around 60 years later, we are still fighting the same things. Or have we made a positive change to an extent that we no longer have the three things as a problem? The reality is we are still struggling with the three things. Leaving out poverty, as you've seen, I did not highlight that. We seated here are directly involved in fighting ignorance and disease, because this is a training institution. So as we train people to remove ignorance. When I was young, and I think all of us must have gone through this, we were told in school that kuuliza sio, but in reality ni ujinga. Because you don't know. See, that is the truth. So we are here, and this institution is playing a very big role in fighting ignorance. When it comes to disease, the government has reprioritized the primary health care as one of the key strategies to fight disease. And the people seated here are in one way or another going to be involved, if they are not already involved, in fighting of this disease. So today, I decided that we are going to cover a few areas. First, we will define what primary health care is. But I know you already know this, but there is no harm in repeating what you already know. It will be repeated, I'm sure, by other presenters, but mine is really to give an overarching discussion. If it were possible, it should have been an interactive session, but I'm told that is against the protocol. So it has to be something that I just have to speak to the topic all the way until I will reach the conclusion. So what is primary health care? We have different definitions depending on who you are, where you are, and how you are looking at it. But the primary health care that I'm talking about here is the one that was discussed, agreed upon in the Alma Ata Declaration of 1978. I will not ask you where Alma Ata is in the atlas, because I know most of us don't remember where it is, or we don't even know it exists. So according to the WHO, it is essential health care based on practical, scientifically sound. We are here on the 7th Biennial Scientific Conference. That is the scientificness of the whole essence. The practicality is what we teach in our institution. And socially acceptable methods, I believe the methods that we use are socially acceptable. And technology, and this is where the essence of technology comes in, that we must embrace technology, and universally acceptable, now I can't read what is at the end, so that individuals and families in the community, through their full participation at a cost that the community and the country can afford. Can you remove that? Yeah, thank you. Yes, so that is what we are talking about when it comes to primary health care. So my conversation will be centered on the areas that I have highlighted and put them in bold. But the definition is directly lifted from the World Health Organization in 1978, immediately after the Alma Ata Declaration. That is what was declared. So in 1978, this is what we discussed. In 2023, we are back to this, and you will see that as we move ahead. So what do we run? What we are doing, as it were, is that the more things change, the more they remain the same. Why do I say so? Because first, in 1978, we were talking about health for all. That was in 1978. And primary health care was the instrument or the strategy to be used to achieve health for all. So from 1978 to the year 2000, we were
struggling for health for all. Post health for all in 2000 to 2015, we moved to the Millennium Development Goals. I will not ask us what these goals are because I know this is more of history, just looking back. And in the Millennium Development Goals, we had 8 goals. But there are 3 which are very specific, or there were 3 which were very specific for health. And you can see them there. Then, post Millennium Development Goals, we've come to the Sustainable Development Goals from the year 2015 to the year 2030. That is where we are now. And you've seen that what we planned in 1978, as we roll out the Millennium Development Goals, we have to come back to the primary healthcare. And of course, primary healthcare will lead us to achievement of the universal health coverage. And this is where we are. So the cycle is complete. The more things change, the more they remain the same. But then we are now in that era of primary healthcare and also universal health coverage. And we know in the universal health coverage, we have 3 key drivers. The first one being coverage. How many of Kenyans are covered? And in this case, by insurance coverage, because that will affect the third driver. And that is the catastrophic costs that Kenyans fall into when they become sick. The second driver is access. And access not just to the services, but to the quality, to the highest possible to the highest possible standard of care. That is the driver number 2, access. Access to the highest quality care. That is what we mean by universal health coverage. And that is where we are headed right now. So for us to be able to achieve this or to operationalize this, the Kenyan government has prioritized primary health care to be achieved through the community health strategy. And this slide may appear even in subsequent people who are going to talk, because Kenya has a population of about 48 million, depending on which statistics you are using. And that translates to about 12 million households, assuming that each household has 4 people. Some households have less, of course, others have more. And in the community health unit, the population that is covered by 1 unit is about 5,000. So for every 5,000 population, and that is 500 households, we are talking about 1 community health unit. And in 1 community health unit, we have the community health volunteers. Now they are called what? Community health promoters. Thank you for reminding me that. And 1 community health promoter deals with 100 households. So just think about that 1 community health promoter deals with 100 households. They are not on anybody's payroll. They are spending their time, they are spending their resources to go to 100 households. Where possible, they are expected to visit those 100 households in 1 month. So if you divide that by 30 or removing the weekends, you remain with 20, you can see that the fellow is supposed to visit a certain number of households per day. That becomes critical because for this to be operationalized, the community health promoters must be incentivized to do that. The coverage as we speak right now is about 34%, and the aim is to have 95,000 community health promoters to be enrolled. That means by that time, we'll have all the community health units operational in the country. How fast that will go, I don't know. But there are so many things that we have to overcome for us to achieve that. So fast forward, how will this primary healthcare be achieved? Again, this will be achieved through the primary care networks, and the primary care networks are hinged within the strategy of the spoke and hub, so that the hub is the referral facility for the primary healthcare. In this case, we are talking about level 4 facility. The spokes are the facilities below, level 3, level 2. Level 1 will be referring to those facilities, and in the event that those facilities are unable to manage the case, they will refer to level 4. So in this strategy, the level 4 downwards are considered to be primary healthcare. It is important to understand that policy, because it will mean that once you've understood the policy, you also understand how it will be operationalized, because this is primary healthcare. There will be primary care networks through which these teams of experts will be moving from these levels going around. Again, that has its own complications, because it means that, okay, the first advantage is that instead of the patient being referred, the team of the clinicians come to the patient at either level 2, level 1, or even level 3. So they have to be mobilized. And that calls for resources, that these people have to move. So if Moses cannot go to the mountain, and I can see Reverend here, then the mountain will go for Moses. So the team must be operational and move around. So it means transport, it means maybe DSAs, it means lunches, and all those type of allowances. That is the essence of the primary healthcare, and it's good to understand that. So they have the spokes, and the community each has a role to play when it comes to the rollout of the primary healthcare. So you can see the role of the hub, and the hub in this case is level 4. That is the sub-county hospital. Level 2 and 3, I think we know them. That's a dispensary and the health center. And the community is level 1. Each of these levels will have its role to play in rolling out of the primary healthcare. And as we move towards these roles, you start to see the importance of technology. And that is why research comes, because research comes before technology. And innovation comes before technology. So that is the cascade, and that is the reality. So when we move to innovation and technology in training and research, what do we mean? It means that the problems that we have must be addressed in a different way. Remember, the primary healthcare strategy was globally accepted in 1978. Somehow we beat around the bush. In the year 2023, we are going back to where we started in 1978. That means that we have tried anything and everything, and we have realized that the route to be able to give universally acceptable and best care is through the primary healthcare. That means we must do a lot of research, we must do a lot of training, so that we can be able to overcome the challenges that are there. And we cannot use the same thinking to overcome those challenges. We are informed that little thinking brings problems that needs a lot of serious thinking for it to be corrected. That's a reality. The gentleman you see there, I don't know if any of you can recognize him. That is Albert Einstein. That's one of the greatest scientists that the world has ever produced. And that is what we said, that we cannot solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. In fact, he goes ahead to say that doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, is madness. I don't think any of us here is mad, but perhaps we are, because we have now gone back to the full cycle. We are starting to realize that. But where does all this start? Great people it starts with data. So that when you manage data, we know we get information. That's the reality. Those of us who are going to make presentations in this conference will have managed data in one way or another to generate information. And it may end there. Smarter people take it to the next level, and that is the level of knowledge. So you start with the data, you go to information when you manage the data, and when you move to the next level of knowledge, a few of us will ascend to that level. But I want to tell you, none of us will go to the apex, and that is innovation. However, there are people who are smarter than us, who have transcended the whole value chain of data, all the way from data, information, knowledge, and innovation. Unfortunately, they are using our data to do innovations and come up with technologies that they sell to us. That's the unfortunate piece. And I see this happening so many times. And I've worked in different sectors of the Ministry of Health. I've been in the counties before the counties were there. I've been an MOH, I've been a medical officer, and I have seen it happen. That a number of players come to us, they tell you, and I know a few of you will be managers if you're already not managers, they tell you we have the best system here, we want to assist you to give you these few computers and this system to collect the data. We clap our hands off and we are so excited and very happy. But we don't ask the fundamental question, where will the data go? We don't. So our data has found its way to be manipulated and used by other people who understand our disease patterns, understand us much more than we understand our data. They come up with innovations, they come and test on us, and then they sell to us. So the value of data has grown so much in the last 20 years, as you will see. In fact, when you have a full data package of an individual and you want to sell it, it costs $400 in the global market. But we are giving out ours freely and without due reference whatsoever. And that is why, good people, the Kenya government came up with 2 laws to attempt to address that. The first one is the Health Act. And if you read the Health Act from section 102 all the way to section 107, it talks issues around data, databases, and things to do with data. And it goes under section 105 to specifically give the cabinet secretary, and this was passed in 2017. It gives the cabinet secretary the powers to develop a comprehensive integrated health information system so that all the data is captured and stored in a manner that it is not going to be abused and misused. That's the first law that the Kenya government passed. The next one was passed in 2019, and it is called the Data Protection Act. And if you read the Data Protection Act very carefully, it has done several things. One, it has identified who is the owner of data. So if you are sick today and you go to the hospital, and I guess most of us have passed through the hospital, those of you who are affluent like Dr. Nyawira here, perhaps visit our neighboring hospital called Kenyatta Nairobi Hospital. The file is there. If you want to go home, can you go home with your file? So who owns the data? The hospital. The same with Kenyatta Hospital here. Even if you go to the private wing, now I'm having somebody hold, I'll let you know. You will not walk home with your file. Yet the law is very clear that, and that is the Data Protection Act 2019, that the owner of the health data is the data subject, and that is you. It is very clear there. That law has also gone ahead to demonstrate where that data should be stored. And it has basically configured that the data must be stored in this country and not outside. But where do our data find its way? The guess is as good as mine. And all these two laws were passed because of the abuse and the misuse of the health data. Those of you who are old like myself will remember that a few years ago, you would see a lot of very big billboards of beautiful girls, with very nice mafutas, Gina to Ambi, whatever, because that was the way of advertising. Or you go to radios, you would hear a lot of these advertisements. Or even the TV, that was the method of advertisement. But of late, you don't see them. Do you know why? Because advertisements have now been personalized. Somebody is using your data to acquire, one, your telephone number, and I guess all of you seated here have a telephone. Those who don't have a telephone, if you are a student, you will cry to your parent to make sure that you get a phone. All of you have a phone. So they send messages directly to you. They don't need to market it that way, because the other way is very expensive. They can now personalize it. And as we move ahead, you also recognize something else, that the mobile devices that we are using, I'm using the term device with a lot of seriousness, because some of them are not phones, they are actually devices, are also, in terms of technology, silent listeners. So when you're having your conversation, it picks your data. It understands your behavior. It even knows where you have gone. It will even suggest for you where to go next. And the next thing you'll be seeing are messages geared towards your behavior. If you like a particular type of lotion, it also tells you, by the way, there are these others also you can try. You've seen this? That is technology, and it all starts from data. So for us as a country to be able to shake off from the shackles of this confusion that we have put ourselves in, we must train appropriately. We must conduct our research as the foundations. And this is a reality. Kenya Medical Training Institution is a training institution, and you must train people to be prepared for these realities. We must be prepared to do our own internal research so that we can be able to move to the next level. And that is why this great mathematician called Cliff Humbley, is still alive, he's from Britain, has said that data is the new oil. Data is the new oil. And now I want to explain to you why data is the new oil. So if you look at the digital revolution, we've basically had 4 industrial revolutions in the world. 4. And we are in the 4th industrial revolution. Those of you who are good at history will recall that around 1784, that's quite a long time. That was when we had the first industrial revolution, and that is when the steam engine was created. You remember who created the steam engine? Well, you can do your research, I will not tell you. It led to mechanical production, railroads, and steam power. That was the first type of industrial revolution that took place. The second industrial revolution took place about 100 years later. And that was when we were dealing with electric power. So things started to shift from steam engine, ya kutumia coal na kuni, towards electricity. And you recall, there are so many people who did a lot of experiments, but I remember one of the great scientists when it came to discovery of electricity who had attempted so many times to create a bulb, but he kept failing. I will not tell you the name of the guy. Good, I can see there are some people here who still read and read other things, not just the Facebook. So his student asked him, you have tried this so many times and you're still failing. why don't we stop this thing because it's not working? And the guy answers very aptly. And I think this is a message to all of us that yes, we have failed 1,000 times, but we have now learned 1,000 times or 1,000 ways in which it will not work. But there must be other ways in which it will work. So he was looking at the coin from two sides. This side, it has failed. So I cannot repeat what has failed, but I can try other things. So that was the second industrial revolution, when there was mass production, electrical power, and the advent of the assembly line. So those of you also who have read management, you know the principles of management, you know Fayol and those type of guys who talked about these areas of management. This is when the assembly lines began. Then the third revolution, where now we had computers and ICT, which is around which year? 19? 19? It's written there. Yes, 1969. And I guess a number of us here were born. Me, I was born before computers. So you can know it's just before that, maybe around 50s. And I think a few of us are also BBC. But the majority of the people seated here are after. And this is when automated production started. And of course, electronics and computers became widely available or started to be available. And then, of course, the public health was born just after 1950s towards 1960s. And this is the fourth industrial revolution, where we are talking about artificial intelligence, big data, robotics, and of course, there's still more to come. This is the cascade of how digitization has transformed globally. But I just want to pose a question, because we're a training and also a research institution. Where do we fit in all this? What have we done to contribute towards this? Or we are just the consumers? That is a question I want to pose to you, because it is now time that we must be able to participate in this process. I don't know what the fifth industrial revolution will be, but I'll be very happy if it will be African-led. Then let's look at how the future of health and medicine will be unfolding. If you look at the left side of the slide, you will see that there has been an accelerated growth in technology in the last 20 years. Technology has been stagnating somewhere, and then in the last 20 years, there's been an exponential growth. And that has a direct link and is directly related to when artificial intelligence and machine learning has started to take effect. So technology is fast expanding to an extent that a number of us seated here are wearing devices. How many of you are wearing devices? Anybody who is wearing a device? Okay, you may not know that you are wearing a device, but some of the watches that you are wearing are actually devices. And I happen to be one person who is wearing a device. So this watch is able to measure my heart rate, my stress levels, my blood pressure. When I exercise, it even reminds me that I'm seated too long. So you have these things. How many of you have these things? Yes, I can see a few people having them, yes. And if you look at them, they are the people who are BBC. So in reality, things are changing very fast in the health sector and in the medical field. We are now moving towards devices that we wear, some of which we don't even know that they are doing some of these things. But yes, that is the reality. And that also translates to the fact that data is now readily available. Now, if you look at these devices that you are wearing, if you look at them, the data that is being picked, my goodness, oh my God, they say OMG, some of this data goes back to the manufacturer without your knowledge. Did you know that? So these people are able to profile us without you giving consent to be profiled. They are able to profile us. And they are profiling us to understand, for example, this device is in Kenya. The people who are wearing and is such and such a place, and they can see where you're moving and how you're moving. This is their behavior. And the next thing is they'll use that knowledge to innovate other things and then sell the same technology to us. The other day, I was telling some people, if you go to the laboratory, and a number of people seated here work in the lab or are going to work in the lab, the equipment that is in the lab, when you put samples, blood samples, urine, whatever sample you put there, it runs an analysis and gives you a report. And you are very happy we print it out. We go and take it to the clinician, they read it and give you medication. What you don't know is that the same lab report is being shipped to the manufacturer without your knowledge. Did you know that? It is happening. Why do they put this backdoor exit of data? Because of exactly what we are seated here to do. Thinking about science, thinking about research, innovation, and technology. They need data. So the manufacturers have gone round to see a way in which they can capture the same data I told you costs $400 per person in the global market without paying for it. And it is happening in a big way. So as you walk around with your tie, feeling very nice, feeling very educated, there are people who are more educated than you and they are learning from you without you knowing. So the right side is just to show the storage capacity that is now fast picking up, that we are moving away from the analog. In fact, I doubt if there's anybody who is still doing analog storage. Are they there? They are there. Even in this institution, you are still analog. And I'll explain. A lot of your things that you do are paper-based. That is already analog. Advanced people have moved away from anything that is paper-based unless it is very necessary. Everything else is done online. Everything else is done without using papers. So they reduce the amount of trees that they cut. Now let's look at what is happening in the global arena. The tech giants. Now this is the reality again. And remember, it all started with data. If you look at the tech companies, which account for 100% of the top 5 and 80% of the top 10 public operations, all of them are digital. And I put them there, starting from Apple, name it, all the way. The top are all data related. Before 20 years ago, it used to be petrol related. So you could see on top of that range, Texaco, Exxon, Shell, and those type of companies. But this has changed over the last 20 years. And now we are dealing with companies that deal with the data. So the total market capitalization of the top 5 companies is about $9.8 trillion US. Now, these top 5 companies, that $9.8 trillion, they can actually run the whole of African budget for several years. Just 5 companies because of data. This global information technology spending expected to rise to $4.7 trillion by this year. And this exponential growth is fueled by both supply and demand. And that is the reality. We are the consumers. We are the source of the data that these guys are making money from. Let's go to the next and then you see. This is what is the truth, that the world is witnessing an accelerated pace in digitization, as you've said, particularly in the last 20 years. There are more than 10 million mobile phone users in the world in 1990. And today, there are more than 5 billion. So in 1990, there were only 10 million. Let me ask a very weird and stupid question. When was the first mobile in Kenya? Any idea? Which year was it? Okay. As I said, spend more time reading other things, not Facebook. Now you can see. And I will not tell you what it is. But the providers have drastically increased. That time, you'd have a very big phone. And then we went to very small phones, and then it has increased in size and somewhat stagnated. These changes are powered by ourselves as the consumers. Now, I want just to say something that to rattle you. The worst thing that has happened over this, as technology is evolving, is the fact that we in Africa are so cheap that we don't even have standards. When we import cars from Japan and wherever, our standard is 8 years. Is that so? But you know, other countries cannot import cars which are 8 years. Leave alone even cars which are 2 years. You just have to go to the shop and buy a new car. So we are using other people's, what they have dumped is what we are proudly going around. Even my car I imported from somewhere, I don't want to say. But I'm proud about it. But the reality is there are no standards. The other day, I also realized something, that China has even moved ahead. They have developed specific mobile phones for Africa. So if you know you are using techno, nyinyi ndio mnatuleta down. And those type of things. And I have nothing against them, by the way. It's just that the standards are so low to suit our needs, because we don't have any standard. How unfortunate. In Africa, more than 500 million people today connect to mobile networks. That's the truth. In 2020, mobile subscription in Kenya was 61 million. In 2020, that's 2 years ago. Eh? That's old data. But just ask yourself, in 2020, we were at 61 million. Yet our population is only 48. So where do we get this extra 20 million? It is those of you who want to show off. Eh? So you have more than one phone, or 2 or 3. You are giving the giant techs more money. Of course, Kenya, as you will see, has invested significantly in broadband, and you will see later on that the present government is also committed towards ensuring that this even goes further. There are more people today who access mobile phones than electricity. I hope somebody is not against me. You never know, I've talked about standards. Yeah, so there are more people now who access mobile phones than even water. Yet water is a source of life. Is it between 60 and 80% water? But the truth is, we are busy chasing technology, and we are doing even much better in those lines. So the Kenya government has prioritized several things: digitization, and number 2, strengthening the community health system. I don't want to go into the details because I talked about that. But we who are seated here are in Kenya Kwanza government, and we must therefore be able to operationalize what the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza has put in place. So the Kenya Kwanza manifesto has made these commitments. Develop interoperable system. That's what the Kenya government is now doing, to create a system. And I think you've heard His Excellency the President, even in his inaugural speech, when he was being sworn in, he talked about a comprehensive integrated health information system. What is it to do? To capture data. The integration will obviously cover all institutions, including KEMSA, including KMTC, for purposes of having information and knowledge so that we can be able to plan as a country. When COVID struck in 2019, we were left completely, they say in English, with our pants down. We never got to know, and up to today, we don't know how much of what commodity we need in the health sector. We don't know. We don't know how much analgesics we need per year and which type. We don't know the antibiotics we need, the type that we need per year. But it is only through technology that we can be able to do that. And the technology must be integrated so that you pull all this data into one pot. And by so doing, we'll be able now to plan, to know that we consume this much in the country. Failure to do that will still be cropping in the darkness. We must also be able to provide technologies at affordable prices. So where do we get these technologies? From the people seated here, who are going to do research, who are going to be innovative, and who are going to transform their knowledge and innovation towards technology. And I think it is happening, and it should indeed happen. So why must we adopt technology, innovation and technology? It's because Kenyans are demanding for quality services. And our constitution is very clear, Article 43(1)(a), that Kenyans have a right, and our constitution is a right-based constitution. How many rights are there? I don't want to tell you, you can go and find out, but it is a rights-based constitution, and one of the rights is the right to health care, to the highest standard of health services possible. And of course, we've talked about the UHC. The health professionals are mal-distributed. I don't know if you've ever asked yourself, for example, how many radiologists are there in Kenya? There are less than 400 radiologists in Kenya. 50% are in Nairobi. That is 200. The remaining 200 are distributed between Mombasa, Nakuru, and Kisumu and Eldoret, period. How do the other parts of the country access this critical skill? It has to be through technology. And I'll come back to that later on. Technology-enabled healthcare is a reality. That is where telemedicine is coming, telehealth. You'll see some of them slightly later. And of course, we must also be able to use what the Kenya government has laid. For example, the mobile penetration is beyond 100%. And we know why, because a few of us have more than one phone. The healthcare cost is rising and it has to be contained. And it is the third driver of the universal health coverage, that Kenyans have catastrophic costs when you become sick. It is worse when you die. So every time I'm invited to those funerals, and sometimes I'm given opportunities to say, Pole, I tell them, please don't die. Please don't even get sick. Please don't even imagine that you can be sick, because the cost is prohibitive. It will push your family to poverty, the first thing that we talked about at independence. It will make your family poor completely. And also your colleagues, your relatives, and your neighbors, because there will be a lot of harambes. Even now, there is harambe. I've been asked to contribute to 1.5 million of a colleague who passed on, which is very, very bad. There is also change in the disease epidemiology. We all appreciate that there are emerging and re-emerging conditions now, including COVID, and we don't know what next is coming. These are the realities that are there with us. So, if we don't adopt technology, we'll be like the big elephant with 6 blind men, because we'll be cropping in the darkness. The guy who holds the trunk will say, this is a trumpet. The one who holds the tail will say, this is a maybe a wisp or something. That is what we'll be doing. And I encourage us as a country, I encourage us as an institution, that it is time that we must be able to embrace technology and embrace it in a more serious way. So if I ask, I'll come back to my question later. So information age, of course, machine learning and artificial intelligence are here. How many of us know about ChatGPT? All of us seem to know. And I put that specifically because it can do anything and everything. And it does better than a human being. So if you want a resume for yourself for a particular job, as long as you tell it what it is, it will create for you that resume within milliseconds and print it out. You can print it out. And I want to tell you, the reality is such that in the medical field, equipment is doing better than human beings. You know that? So the other day I was privileged to meet one of the great people who is dealing with artificial intelligence. I'll not tell you who that person is. But that person told me something that is very interesting. That clinical work in terms of diagnosis of disease, in terms of even doing minor operations, are already been taken over by machines in developed world. That's a reality. So if you are a clinician, your job is at risk. That is the truth. But the person told me something that is very interesting, that the machines so far cannot replace nursing work. So nurses, you are safe. Nurses, oye. Nurses, oye. But if you are a clinician, your job is at risk. That is the reality. Because the system can run any sort of algorithm and can come up with a diagnosis much faster than an individual, as long as you've given it the right information. But how do these machines learn? How does artificial intelligence work? It starts from data. It starts from data. So the machine looks at data that has already been done by other people. For example, you have a clinician and somebody has come this way. When you examine, these are the things you get. When you take these x-rays, this is what the lab is this, and this is the diagnosis. Millions and millions of that combined together, the system can run through it very, very fast and compare the most closest and give you a diagnosis within milliseconds. So clinicians, we need to up our games. In fact, minor surgeries are now being conducted by machines. That's the truth. And the person went ahead to tell me something again very interesting. The other profession which is at risk when it comes to these new technologies that are coming up is the lawyers and the advocates. Yes, because apparently the system can run through so many cases within a very short time and give a summary of everything, including a ruling. So where are we, Kenya Medical Training College? We must embrace research for technology, and we must train our people in that. Then, again, I asked myself, so what is artificial intelligence in healthcare? But then the fellow who started this issue of artificial intelligence, remember we said that the accelerated use of ICT and computers began sometimes 60s. The fellow who came up with this is just somebody called, the father is called John McCarthy, who in 1956 defined it as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. In other words, machines that can think, machines that can do things. And I think all of us know that we already have, what are they called? These taxis, which are now no longer manned. You know that, eh? Yeah, we have now taxis where you only, the way you call your Uber, it comes outside there and says, Dr. Nyawira, he have arrived. Because you paid where it's going, you enter, it texts you and says you have reached your destination. Please get out. The only problem with that taxi, which is being overcome, which is facing those people who have developed them, is that it is very difficult to predict the human behavior. So the equipment can predict how vehicles will behave. So it will know when to slow down, when to stop, but it cannot predict a human behavior because we are very erratic. Somebody would stop and then rush again. So the Chinese are going ahead of that. They are creating a town or a city. I don't know if you are aware about this. They are creating a city where everything will be digitized, including transport. And they are almost done with the city. So everything in that city will be using artificial intelligence and machine learning. The researchers, where I think some of us sit here are, have also defined artificial intelligence as mimicking human cognitive functions. And this is the most critical thing. It's not very easy to predict how human beings will be or behave. And this is basically powered by availability of healthcare data and the availability of rapid progress of analytic techniques, which are already in place. I'm almost done. Now the guys refused to assign the slides. So there are so many ways in which these technologies can be applicable in healthcare. Starting from, as I said, from the fact that machines can do better to diagnose diseases. They are now better than human beings and they do it very fast. I've given an example of even in this country, I don't know if you're already aware that we have people who are using technology to read X-rays. CAD, computer-assisted diagnostics. You've seen that, it's already available here. So you don't need anybody to be there to read for you the X-ray. You only need to give it the X-ray and then it gives you the results and you can confirm. These are realities that are already here with us. And it is doing that better than human beings. That's the unfortunate piece. It does it very fast and it's very, very accurate. Providing predictions, again, in terms of modeling how diseases will unfold. These technologies are far better. In terms of drug discoveries. Now, it takes one PhD to come up with a molecule of a particular medicine. One PhD that somebody has to read through for 4 years and develop one molecule for medicines. But these machines do it very, very fast. So do we still need to go and read PhD? I don't know, but those are the questions. So discovery of drugs is now very fast. That is why when COVID was all over the place, people are talking about how come we now have the vaccines very fast that we didn't have before. It's because of artificial intelligence and machine learning. So these are some of the things which are already in existence. The mobile devices are already with us. I don't want to go through them because they are reality and you can read for them for yourselves. We also have all these benefits. I hope I'm not extending my time too much, that are related to e-health. Again, you can read them. In other words, we cannot run away from technology. In Kenya, we have now started pioneering and using some of the systems which are already in place, like telemedicine, which is already a project that is taking place between Kenyatta and Isiolo and its lower facilities. This is expected to be expanded to cover the whole country. This is important for us to remember that the Kenya government has invested heavily on the fiber. It's called NOFB, National Optic Fiber Backbone Infrastructure. Presently, it is 10,000 kilometers. The present government is pushing it to 100,000 kilometers, which means all campuses should be able to be connected to this. And that means that you should be able now to use technology even to teach and do other things that perhaps we are unable to do at the moment. Yes, we research, innovate, or we perish. We have to prepare the future healthcare generations, and some of them are seated here, to cope with emerging technologies. That is a reality. And we should always be inquisitive enough to understand that the technologies that are coming our way are also picking information from us. We must be innovative and develop local solutions, as opposed to waiting for other people to use our data and come back with technologies that they used for our data, and then they come and sell it to us. And we must be able to be ready to face more informed clients and patients. I think we already know that. If you're going to treat a patient, sometimes they have read around their condition much more than you. And because it is affecting them directly, they know better than you. And those of you who have gone round in the wards, in the rounds, sometimes unasikia mgonjwa anasema, na huyu daktari ni mjinga, huyu hajui hizi vitu anasema. Yes, because they know better than you. When you are saying this, they are wondering, is this guy really reading? Because there is this guy called Dr. Google who gives them everything and anything. And the future, by the way, is changing even faster, because Google is going to be replaced very soon. It's changing again. Something else much better is coming. In fact, with these technologies now, systems are even able to read what your mind is. When they look at you, they say, this guy is sleeping. Wake him up. They are already doing it in vehicles, that a driver, when they show signs of sleeping, the machine wakes you up. So your car wakes you up, they realize you are sleeping. We must embrace innovations and technology to strengthen primary healthcare through technology hubs and laboratories. And this is where I want to ask the Kenya Medical Training College. Do we train our students in the computer labs? Do we even have computer labs? Or do we have students who graduate? They are very intelligent. And I was telling the CEO, Dr. Okello, what happened? The other day, there were exams for nurses to go to UK, and they failed. Is it that we don't speak English? It's the way the exams are set, eh? But the question is, are we able to use the devices and the gadgets that are there? Or do we have students who come out well-baked as far as the training institution is concerned, but very poor in terms of operations when they go to the field? And we've seen this so many times. When they go to the field, they don't even know how to type the clinical presentations because there was no course to expose them to computers. Yet this is the direction we are going. It is a reality, and we must change. We must conform. Otherwise, we'll have products which will not be very useful in the field. And I want to give you a simple practical example because it was personal. Sometimes I will not say when. I had a problem with my computer in the office. It could not print, and my printer was on. So I asked, because I was lazy anyway, to sort it out. Not that I don't know these things also. I asked my secretary, we have an IT person to come and resolve this. So a few minutes later, there's a young man who walks in and says, oh, I've been sent to you. Are you having a problem with the computer? I say, yes, I can't print. So he comes and looks around, and I noticed that this guy was a bit nervous. So I decided to go to do other things elsewhere. So I left him in the office, came back 1 hour later. This time when I came back, they were two. It was not one. They were now two. So have you resolved the problem? No. Then I looked at them and I said, which institution do you people train? They told me the name of the institution. I'll not tell you the name of the institution. So I was so disappointed with them. I told them, please get out of my office. And in 5 minutes, I was able to figure out where the problem was and fix it. And I'm not IT of any shade. Those are the products we are talking about, where people come out in the training institution's knowledge, they think they are better. But kumbe, this guy was using ChatGPT to pass the exams. You know, that system actually passed the medical examination for America. You remember that? I'm telling you, if you didn't know, it did. It sat for the medical examination and it was certified because it passed. And not just passed, but passed with very high colors. That is the reality. And that's where we are headed. So we must prepare for the disruption in the way we conduct our medical care. Because the reality is we must change the way we do our things. And I think that is my last slide. Thank you very much for giving me this audience. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, the Biennial, for that very interesting talk. I've not had you clap. Hey. Yeah, excellent presentation, excellent keynote, really the climax of this. What did you take home? What did you take home? What stood out for you in this? I'll give you a minute or so to say, I'll take one or two people to comments, what stood out for you or a question you have. I know usually we do not take questions after the keynote speak, but I think because he has also challenged us, he has challenged us a few places, what we would do, maybe you have had some time to think about it. So just prepare your one or two comments. I will take a few. If you could write them down or give you a chance, it would be better if you could write and give to me one or two. But Dr. one of my thoughts, where I said data is the new oil, I quite took that home because just this week I saw somebody else said data is a new vaccine. Where what vaccines have been doing now, data. So it shows really the importance of data. It's fitting in because we are also using the data to develop the vaccines. But it's saying what you have been thinking about vaccines, data is that. So some thoughts. Yes, David, we have, wait for the microphone.
You have actually scared me. I always call myself as a specialist in clinical diagnosis.
Mm-hmm.
I have an interest in diagnosis, and that's why I've been scared. I've been doing some research on diagnosis, and I used to think that probably if you combine a human being and a machine, the diagnosis will be better. However, if the machine is better, then probably, and faster, probably we should do a little bit more research. The challenge is that we should do more research on how best is a human being compared to the machine, in the sense of probably our clients, in the sense of the clients, rather than how fast and how good or how accurate it may be. I've been thinking that probably two people will be better than a machine alone, or a machine will be better than that. So you have actually re-energized my studies, and I should now move and find out a few things on that. That has really strengthened me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So the role of the machine, what are there some ways the human is better, or is there a place for human? Maybe like the counseling. How will maybe the counseling will still be able to need to do the counseling, and somehow there's some thoughts about that. Okay, thank you. Another comment. Do you have other comments? Yes, please give comment. The hand raised right there. Thank you. And you can say your name. Mhm.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is James Mugwe. I am a student of clinical medicine. And the comment I have at this time is to emphasize on the need for training when it comes to the use of technology. And it has been evident even from my own experience, especially when we were doing our research projects, we were having to learn on the job and not from the best of places. So there is a deficit when it comes to training, even just at the most basic of tasks that are to be done using technology. So it is a challenge to the school and to all of us to take it up to learn some of these things. The last thing is that he has described human beings to have erratic behavior. And I think we can use that to our advantage when it comes to figuring out where is this technology going to go to next. We are erratic, we are unpredictable, which means that we can be able to take advantage of this as a nation, as a country, and use it to our advantage so that we can stop buying things that we can make ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Noted some challenges. Yes, a challenge for us as the college to uptake this technology and then train on it. I think we have taken that up. And also as a country, why should we be buying these things? Next person, maybe we can take three first then. Is that that one, that comment? Anybody? Okay.
Thank you so much, our keynote presenter and our DDA. My name is Felicitas from Nairobi campus. My takeaway has been the issue of analog, and I was evaluating as KMTC, our culture on matters of paperwork. And even as we sit here, we are still taking a lot of notes and many other things. So maybe we need now to scale up on that issue. Then on the issue of machines, when we look at our courses and we say most of them are technical based and all that, we need to rethink maybe in the next 20 years to come or 15 years to come, where we need to be if machines can replace maybe the 30 graduates that we have. What is it that we can improve on our training? And even the ones who are outside there, the ones who are practicing, how can we improve ourselves so that we can be better than the upcoming machines? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So yes, another challenge about going paperless. Going paperless, which is in our next strategic plan. We do plan to go paperless. And then maybe the other question is how to prepare for the future. Is it possible that this technology will replace institutions like KMTC? Is it possible that they will replace educators like us? Because we are clinicians, we are nurses, we are technologists, technicians, but we are also educators. To what extent could it replace that? I don't know that we should take one more and then you answer that. I have seen one more there.
Thank you, Dr. Setinai. My name is Dr. Manyara. Thank you for that insightful talk. And I think it's a good challenge to KMTC about training students to know and also to do. I think one time we were looking for a secretary and we were asking them to do the work of a secretary and they couldn't do. So the question for us is it the theory that we give or is it what they are supposed to do? So I think that's a challenge for us. But Dr. Setinai, you talked about the China city, the digital city in China. But I think in this city, maybe you could mention it because we are the digital city as Kwanza. How far are we? And then finally, the digitization, we are in the digitization age and we really want to cut costs in terms of healthcare. Then we have the community health system. How are we empowering the healthcare promoters with digitization, now that we are almost over 100% mobile users, are we able to empower them to use the digital space to promote healthcare? Thank you.
So thank you very much. Yes, continuing to discuss really about what do we really need to move ahead into this technical revolution. You could have the machines, yes, but are there other things that we need besides the infrastructure, the equipment, the technology? Is it the skills? Is it the literacy that we might need? And then about the community health promoters, maybe how we are empowering them. Maybe you might want to talk about the ICHIS system and how else we are empowering them, particularly to use the mobile phone. I don't know whether it's available on mobile phone, since the penetration is so high. Yeah. So maybe I'll invite you to first discuss those, and then we can take another round after.
Allow me to sit here. You know, sometimes this power is nice, eh? It's good, feels nice to sit next to beautiful flowers and beautiful people also. Yes, the question of diagnosis. My presentation was not meant to scare anybody, but really to raise the realities of where we are headed and what is already here with us. Yes, an individual still remains good when it comes to diagnosis. When you have two, that is why in the medical field, we always seek second opinion. It's even better. When it is even three, it's even better. But think about these machines. They are not looking at 3 minds. They are looking at thousands, if not millions of minds, because they are able to scan so many things that different individuals have done, including the best of the best, and come up with a diagnosis. So it is much faster. And the reality is it is doing the right thing. Yes, that may not replace everything. There are some fields which are still going to be retained, maybe counseling, but it is just a matter of time. I think the best thing is we have to change before technology changes us. And we have to be cognizant of these realities because they are here with us and they'll be here for quite a bit of time. So if counseling is still being pending, I know nursing because I was told about nursing, because in nursing, when it comes to cleaning people, providing medication at the right time, injections and things like that, the machines are unable to do that for the moment. But you've seen that in those developed countries right now, we have robots which actually serve people. You only place your order, the robot goes, it brings the food and gives you the food. You've seen that, it's already happening. Even measuring of temperature, I think we've seen these things happening, even in Kenyatta. This is the reality. So in the health space, we must be cognizant of the changing world. Unfortunately, it is changing too fast. We are unable to cope, particularly in our setup, because we imagine things are static. But if you saw my slide, technology uptake is exponential as we speak right now. And that is where we need to prepare ourselves. Yes, we must build Kenya and buy Kenya. Can you imagine when we had COVID, we had to import masks from China? Things anybody can just show in the streets. Just think about it. But Kenya spent millions of shillings to bring masks, things which can be shown by anybody, including myself who has not gone to any television. Naweza hata kushona na kauzi hivi na ningineko na kamaski yangu. How foolish can we be to allow such nonsense to really to happen? It is time that we say we have to stop and think and do what we are able to do. I'm glad the Kenya government is moving fast because even manufacturing of vaccines is now becoming a reality. We are soon moving in that direction because we have the BioVax. You know about BioVax, eh? The institution which has been created. This is the right steps so that we don't keep waiting for people to do simple things. Masks, I know they are being done now all over, but it has stopped. But in the event that we get another outbreak of that similar condition, we must be able to be prepared. Yes, now moving paperless. How many of us know about OTA or have heard of OTA? I'm sure you've heard of that. Nowadays, you don't even need to be in a meeting. OTA will pick for you the meeting. It will go to the meeting on your behalf. It will download all the notes, summarize it for you. And where somebody was emphasizing something, you have the audio. So if Dr. Nyawira here was saying something, you say, Dr. Nyawira said the following, and then it gives you the talk. We don't need secretaries as we go ahead. This is the reality. Because we don't need anybody to take notes for us. So we must be prepared for these realities. The only thing I would like to ask ourselves is, as an institution, because we are here as an institution, not even as a country, are we prepared for these eventualities, or are we preparing for these eventualities? And for me, where I sit, the most critical thing is the product that will come out. That person who is being trained in MTC, who will see me when I'm aging in my village, somewhere very far from here, because that's the person who will see me. Will they be cognizant of what is happening globally? And will they have that knowledge to assist me through those technologies and do what is right? Those are the questions that we need to ask. And this is where the question of the community health promoters come in. Can I challenge KMTC? You've seen that we are only at 34% coverage, and we need to go to 95,000 people to be trained. You are a training institution. You have campuses all over this country. In fact, in almost every county I know you are in present, beyond even the county in some sub-counties. Can't you position yourself well and talk to the government and say, give us this opportunity to train these health promoters? Why can't you do that and capture that money? Why must the government use other third parties to train people? This is just a challenge to us. But yes, the government has developed what we call ECHIS, and I think I'm privileged to have been part of that parcel. In fact, I was the one who was leading the development of the ECHIS. The system is up and about, it's up and running. At my last knowledge, about 2-3 weeks ago, it was now being migrated to be integrated with other systems that will be working at the health facilities. That is the EMRs or the EHRs in the health facilities. But the biggest challenge with ECHIS is how to roll it out. What the government wanted to do was to use tablets, and these tablets, I think a number of them have been identified. I will not tell you from where, but yes, there have been a number which had been identified, so that each health promoter is given a tablet, and the system can be embedded within that system. And because it is a web-based platform, anywhere you walk around, you're able to access ECHIS. So the health promoter, as they move from one household to the next, it guides that person on what should be done. And that is still machine learning, because it tells you, do this, do that, do that. And when this happens, refer. So it alerts the promoter that this one, refer. So these are realities. It's already in place. It's happening. The government has also developed an EHR, which will be deployed in the health facilities, which digitizes everything from the moment a client walks into the facility until they walk out of the facility. Everything else is digitized. Moreover, let me tell you this to demonstrate also that the government is committed. If you type in your phone or in your computer now, if you are in the internet, portal.health.go.ke. Let me repeat. Portal.health.go.ke. You will see what the Kenya government has done in relation to digitization in the health space. One, you'll find that is the point where you interact with Chanjo KE. So you are able to download your certificate, and you can also load yourself there. It is also the second service that is also available there is for blood donation through the system that the government has developed. It's called Blood Management Information System. So if you want to donate blood, you don't need to go to the facility. You can register all your details in advance. And by the time you go to the facility, they'll be expecting you. And the final one is now for you who is going to consume health services, that If you go to Nairobi Hospital today, and this is a reality, and I'm using Nairobi Hospital, it cuts across. It's not just for Nairobi Hospital alone. You'll spend about 1 hour being clerked, being asked, what is your name? Where do you come from? Where is your insurance? Go to the other place, they check that, they do this before you see the clinician. What the government is doing is to cut that so that you log in, put your details. When you go to the facility, you are only going to be seen. So by the time you give your identification, and that is why the unique patient identification has been rolled out or is being rolled out, is for the purpose of exactly to do that. So that when you go, you only give your identification either by number or unique biometrics, and the system pulls all your data. And it doesn't matter which facility you go to. It doesn't matter. Whether you're in Mombasa, you're in Lodwar, it doesn't matter. It will be the same system pulling all your data. And the moment you are seen through in the facility, all your data will be stored in one point. When you walk to any other facility in Kenya, all your data will be pulled. In other words, your file will become virtual. That's where we're headed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, it's very enlightening. So we're very happy. We train the community health promoters here. We have a department of health promotion and community health. That is where the health promoters are trained. And several of our campuses are offering that. We are really happy to actually capture those. It was very much of interest for me to need 95,000 because in that department, we have not been having a lot of applicants and because it's tied to employment. But when we know the government really is planning to employ them, now we will have very many applicants. So we are quite ready to train them. Also for the ECHIS, Electronic Community Health Information System, we are also happy. I think we are part of the steering group in that development, and we are represented by that department since they are the users, so that our data, even at the community level, the community health promoters can use it. So that is excellent. So thank you for the challenge as well. We will take up so that we accelerate our training. We have just developed a new strategic plan, which we will launch later this coming month. And we are helping to increase our students. We have 57,000 students in session at the moment. We are hoping to increase to 70,000. And we can see in the areas of needs because our programs are market driven. So clearly this community health promoters is one of the key areas that we will take up. We'll be running with it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will see if we have additional thoughts. Yes. Can we have the mic? What? Okay. Here, one.
Okay, my name is Apollo Musa from Public Health Department. Apollo Musa from Public Health Department. Thank you very much, Dr. for the info that you've shared. Mine is a request, mostly so to the ministry, to incorporate most of the training institutions, mostly so the KMTC, when it comes to new innovations, let me call them, because these are approaches that are going to be impacted to the students that we are training, so that we are not behind, because it is sounding that we are behind in certain areas where information is coming. And you have asked some very key questions here. How many of us have been trained in these and these packages? It's important that we have these packages or we are incorporated anytime new information is coming, so that you are able to be picked from that point, so that you can now be able to impact the same to the trainees that you are churning out. So otherwise, the other thing I was asking, it is so good that it has come that at the facility level is able to use a lot of machines and the technology. My issues were like issues to do with the pollution and contaminants when it comes to issues of public health. I don't know whether you have any technologies that are existing that can assist us in issues, pollution and contamination as we train in terms of, because there is a lot of time we take a sample, take it to the laboratory, and takes time before you sort out issues of any problem on that line. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So about us not being left behind, being involved. And number two, about public health, especially issues of pollution, maybe soil and others. Maybe I'll also add about climate change. It's an area we wouldn't want to be left behind since it's a really emerging area and of interest to public health. Additional comment. I know we have a comment online. Before I give online additional comment here, team members here.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Jackson Kimeu from ICT Department, KMTC, and from Dr. Joseph. That was quite insightful presentation. I liked it. I'll be having a similar presentation to that tomorrow, and that is the adoption of telemedicine in Kenya, a systematic review of barriers and facilitators. But my input today is that the healthcare sector is expected to grow at a compound rate of 15.8% by the year 2030. And therefore, due to demand of growth of populations and high rates of patients with the chronic complications, these smart health technologies from telemedicine and the others, it is extremely very crucial and expected to be implemented in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the comment and also for your presentation on telemedicine. Can we have the person online? They can say your name and then go ahead to make the comment of the question. We can hear. They've lowered the hand. Okay. Okay. You can type there on the chat. We will be able to answer. Any last one? Then I move on. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So maybe Dr. Okay. Please, principal. Please give him.
Thank you so much. My name is Ezekiel Kandagor. I'm the principal KMTC Katanguria campus. My concern is about creating an enabling environment so that we move with the same speed in adopting the technology. What does the government do to ensure that people in Kenya, especially now the training institutions, get access to the gadgets that will move on with new changing technology, and at the same time, budget which has been put in place so that at least we get access in terms of networks and also the equipment that can enable all of us to move in the same speed, the way the technology is changing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal. So I will add to that and say, seeing the pathway that you put in, from the data until we end up with technology, that pathway. And I know you said many people do not reach the apex of technology, but we would be interested in reaching there. What is it between innovation? Maybe we are seeing some innovations. What is it that is required between innovation and technology? Just like we talk about creativity and innovation, what is it between creativity and innovation that we need to jump so that we reach innovation, we reach technology? Because so what can we do to progress along that pathway? What is it that can be a catalyst to that so that we can do it here? Thank you. Thank you. So I believe I can answer those.
Thank you for the questions and the comments. I realized that there is something I missed to answer for Dr. Minara about Konza City and the Chinese city. there is a difference. Konza City is more of a place where data will be stored. The city that the Chinese are putting is a city that everything will be digitized. The railway system, the cars that you are going to use, the doors that you'll be passing through to go to your office, and all that. So the other one is more advanced than our case. So Konza City is a place where anybody and everybody can actually go. It is a parastatal within the Ministry of ICT. 2, it provides storage services for any data. So even KMTC can actually go there and say, we want to store our data here. And we can be, of course, you'll agree on the payments modalities because it is generating income for the government. So you run away from this problem where sometimes you hear people talk about cloud computing, where you want to store your data in Amazon or those other big places. Instead of doing that, go to Konza City. It provides exactly the same thing. So as opposed to having your own server or your own database or your own data center, you can actually hire the same space from Konza City. What it does is that it assists you because you will not be bothered about the security of the data. That is their problem. How they secure the data that nobody accesses it, the issues of power outages, the issues of hacking, all that is not your problem. Yours is only to access your data when you want it, in a manner that you want it, and they'll provide for you that, but of course at a cost. So prepare for that. And instead of going to Amazon, think about doing it locally. There was a question on pollution and contaminants in the public health. That one I cannot comment because I'm not in the directorate that is responsible for climate change or public health. So I cannot really give a proper position about that. But in terms of involvement, which was the same thing that you asked at the same breath, is that KMTC is a Ministry of Health parastatal. I think you have to remember that. If you look at the board of management, there are 2 representatives from the Ministry of Health, representing the PS and the DMS. They are there. That means you are part and parcel of the government. But what I want to say is that you must push to be involved in the initiatives that the ministry is undertaking. So you have to be strategically thinking. You have the department responsible for health promotions. Let them look at, in fact, the health promotion department is just here. So it's just a walk away distance. Let the guy who is in charge of health promotions be walking there. Create a rapport with the guy there. You also have another person who is dealing with family health. They are also here. Create a rapport with them so that you know what they are doing. Let them involve you in their meetings, in their policy decisions when they are making those things. Then the other departments do the same. NCDs, because you train people here, what are the policies saying? You should be involved in the development of those policies. But you will not be part of that if you don't actively and proactively search out and reach out. Because I know how the ministry operates. When it comes to meetings and things of that, when you are inviting people, some people will always be forgotten. One of them is MTC, because you are no longer remembered every other time. So if you are always participating, they'll always say, where is this person of MTC? Bring somebody from MTC. And I want to give you an example. When we were working on this digitization space, because we wanted to involve the private sector and the faith-based, we identified somebody from Kijabe Mission Hospital. And in all our meetings, that person was always invited. And he always also wrote emails. When is the next meeting? What are you discussing next? We want to be part and parcel of that. So you really have to be strategic in the way you think. Don't be passive, be proactive. Because being passive, I can tell you, you'll be forgotten. But being proactive, you'll always be there in that table. So there was a question of what the government is doing in terms of technology to assist perhaps MTC. One, MTC is a parastatal. So you run your own affairs. You develop your own policies. You only need to know what the government is doing in terms of policies. When it comes to ICT policies, there are policies which are already available in the web. For example, the Ministry of ICT has put a lot of policies in the web. Even when it comes to issues to do with data protection, if you go to the data protection website, you will also see that the government has put a lot of tools to be used by institutions, including even how to audit yourself internally. You don't need to start these things afresh, but you must engage with the web. So instead of reading Facebook, go and search these things because they are there. But I want to tell you this, the government has put in place policies, the legal environment. Remember, the president the other day said that there'll be telephones which will be locally manufactured. Remember, he said that is to reduce the cost of telephones. The government is rolling out the fiber. It's called NOFB. I talked about it, National Optic Fiber Backbone Infrastructure, from 10,000 kilometers to 100,000. KMTC should strategically position itself. Go to the Ministry of ICT. Discuss with the CEO of Communication Authority. In fact, they are Communication Authority. Your CEO can walk there and say, I want to meet the CEO. As you pull this fiber, make sure that our campuses are in your list. But if you sit here, Dr. Nyawira, eating in nyama choma ya Kenyatta Market, ama squeeze ya mwende Kenyatta Market, you must be proactive. That is what I'm trying to say. So that Ministry of ICT, when they are rolling out the fiber, you are also getting the fiber in your campus. And I want to tell you this, some of your campuses already have the fiber, but they don't even know that they have the fiber because it has been terminated in the hospital. And most of your campuses are also attached to the hospital. It's just to say, how do we benefit from this? And the thing is, when you get the fiber, it is free internet, completely free. You pay nothing. Have you even wired your institutions in terms of local area network like here? Is the local area network here wired? Is it complete? Is it complete? That all offices have that local area network? Do you have computers in all offices? I don't know. I know we were planning in this financial year, which is coming to an end, to put money to pull the fiber to come to this campus here and to go to the other campuses. You are part of the government. You should also benefit from that. But if you sit, you'll be forgotten. That is the only thing I would say about that. So try to become active. Now, the final question was, how do you transition from this knowledge towards innovation and eventually technology? I was privileged 2 years ago to sit in the board that was created by the government when COVID was at the peak. And the government came up with a board to look at technologies that were coming to Kenya so that we could advise the government on which technologies to adopt. And I want to tell you, there's a lot of support out there. Anything to do with technology, go to the Ministry of ICT. The Communication Authority will even provide you what they call sandboxes. In other words, a place where you can test your technology. They will provide you linkages towards people who will give you support in terms of money so that you can advance your technology to become actualized. That is available in the Ministry of ICT. So if you come up with a very good innovation, just walk to the Ministry of ICT, say we are broke, or I am broke, I don't have the money to move this. One, they will review the technology for you. They will work with you to improve the technology. They will link you up to financials. That one I can assure you, because I participated in it and I know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Yes, I can confirm we are working closely with the Ministry of ICT. I can also confirm that many of our campuses now have the NOFIP through ICT. So like Principal Kapeguria would confirm, in Kapeguria campus, we have the NOFIP from ICT. No, he has it. Maybe what we mean is we still feel, okay, though we have, it's one thing to have maybe the network. It's one thing to have the computers, but I'm feeling that we need more. The technology is more, including medical technology, including laboratory infrastructure. So the broad sense, infrastructure in the broad sense is really what we mean. But we will continue working together. I quite agree. We have to be proactive. So we have to be visible. Our voice has to be heard. We have to be present and to push our way to be on. So we will definitely move on to do that. So I thank you. That's been a very good discussion. Thank you it's quite provoking. The main thing is we want to go taking away action points, which I think have come forth. And we have the chair of this session, the registrar. I'll be inviting her back so that she's able to give a vote of thanks. Thank you for that presentation. We are quite happy, and then take us the next step. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyawira, for that. And our keynote speaker, Dr. Sitene, it has been really, for me, it was enlightening and also threatening and frightening. All those words I felt when he was talking, there are many things telling us about the future where we have not even reached. And we were thinking about when are we going to get there? I also thought about our students, the product that we are giving out. How are we preparing them for that? Those things were going in my mind. And I hope all of us were challenged. And as a team, we are really going to work towards that. So Dr. Sitene, we really appreciate. It was really, when I looked around, I saw everybody was very alert. It is going to be issues of innovation, technology. When you're sometimes talking about those technical things, people get sleepy or they don't follow. But this one, everybody was very alert. And we have taken some points home, and we promise you we're going to work that. For me, I just thought, and I saw you giving us a webinar, which I think we will be welcome inviting you to give us more of what you have started today. So thank you so much for that. I really would want us to give Dr. Sitene a factorial 5. Don't you agree? So I'll ask Lucy Kuria to show us how to clap for those factorials. The 5. He's really given, I see everybody, we all agree he has really enlightened all of us, yeah? Yes, so give the factorial 5 factorials. So we start, okay, demonstrate, yeah. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's go. Descending fast. 1 from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So 1, 3. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lucy, for that. We are coming towards the end of this session for this morning. And what we're having, we'll now have a gift session where we will present something to our guests. Our guests will be granted that gift or will be given that gift by Dr. Nyawira. And I request Egla to be here to Egla. So we request them to our guests. We request you to come ahead here in front so that Dr. Nyawira will give you the gift. Thank you so much. Thank you. It can be a digital one, but it's power. Yeah. And when you have the book, you will place it here. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Nyawira, for presenting that gift. Now we are coming to the end of this session, so we'll welcome each and every one of us to go for a cup of tea, and we'll give ourselves about 30 minutes so that we can come back for the next session. Thank you and enjoy your tea. Thank you. Excuse me, please. I've been reminded we have a photo session with the Daktari, with our guests and the managers. Kindly, the managers present, let's take a photo with our guests. Thank you.
My name's Dr. George Gedhu, the head of Department, Community Oral Health, Nairobi campus. Community Oral Health belongs to the Faculty of Public Health Sciences. It trains students in Community Oral Health. It's a 3-year program. The requirements for admission to Community Oral Health program, one must have an aggregate of C. And for the cluster subjects, one must have a minimum of C in either English or Kiswahili. And then he also must have C in biology. And also, he also must have a C minus in any 2 of the science subjects, which include physics, maths, and chemistry. And we normally use face-to-face learning, and also is spreaded with e-learning, online teaching. In the first year of the program, we normally teach students the basic sciences, and then in second year and third year, we teach them clinical dentistry. These students, once they graduate, they are meant to provide preventive dentistry to the community, and also curative dentistry in the society. The students also do oral health education to the society. They also provide school oral health education. They also do research, and in this they collect data in terms of oral health services from the community, and this guides in decision making within the counties and within the country. They are also involved in management and administration of the clinics that they run, and this includes ordering of dental materials, simple equipment, and instruments for use within the community. They are also involved in clinical oral health services. Those are services like diagnosis of oral health diseases, extraction of teeth, temporary fillings, and also diagnosis of oral cancer. In terms of job opportunities, it is widespread, and these students are employed by the county government in public hospitals. They also do work in mission and private hospitals. They also work in training institutions. They're involved in training and also in a governmental organization. And they are also employed in pharmaceutical industries like Colgate Palmolive and many other pharmaceutical industries. The course started in 1984, and our graduates have been increasing. Initially, we used to graduate about 8 to 10 students. As of last year, the total number of graduates were about 50, and the total number of graduates since inception are about 900. The total population currently, we normally have a March intake and a September intake. Each class has an average of 50 students, giving a total population of about 300 students currently. In terms of training, I must say we are very much endowed with good facilities. We have good classes for students. We have a good administration of KMTC, which is very responsive to students and staff needs. I must admit that we have a very good dental clinic, which we used for training. We are also adjacent to Kenyatta National Hospital, which we use for training our students. And the county of Nairobi provides us with the facilities for training. That includes hospitals like Mama Lucy Hospital, Bagathi Hospital, Mathare Referral Hospital, and also we also extend to Kiambu, where we use the Kiambu County Referral Hospital as our training facility, among other facilities. In terms of human resource, I must say we have a very highly qualified academic staff. The minimum that we have in this department, everybody at least has a minimum qualification of master's qualification, either in the line of dentistry, or in the line of management, or in the line of research. And therefore, they are very, very, very qualified. In terms of applications, I must say we have moved to online. And if anyone goes to the KMTC website, he will be able to find all these details. He will be able to find the minimum requirements, and he will be able to apply for the course. And it has become very marketable. We are one of the few institutions that train this course in Kenya. And we are the pioneers of community health training.
My name is Mary Wairumo Maina. I'm a student at Nairobi KMTC, pursuing diploma in community or health. After the completion of 3 years course, I'll be a community oral health officer, in which I'm looking forward to educate the community on issues about oral health hygiene and also the preventive measures. My experience in KMTC has been the best thing for the last 3 years, as the college has facilitated about the practicals, and also we used to go for practicals on the neighboring hospital, where we have been equipped very well. I would highly recommend everyone who want to do the course on oral health. It is the best course and also the best place to learn in KMTC. To apply for KMTC is very easy. Just log into the KMTC website and apply for your favorable course.
My name is Joseph Wainaina, the head of department of the Department of Dental Technology. The Department of Dental Technology is in the Faculty of Rehabilitative Sciences here at Kenya Medical Training College. Here in the Department of Dental Technology, we offer a 3-year diploma course called Diploma in Dental Technology. For one to get into this program, they need to have met minimum requirements, which are a mean grade of C, a C in languages, that is English or Kiswahili, and a C in physical science or chemistry or physics. You must also have a C minus in biology. Then you are supposed to have a C minus in any other science, like metalwork, mathematics, chemistry, physics, and any other science. So once a student is qualified from the department, they become dental technologists. The nature of their work includes providing prosthesis for the oral cavity, that is the mouth, and other appliances that are used in the mouth. We work hand in hand with other clinicians to be able to offer those services. The students, or rather the graduates, work in many places, including national and county hospitals, private hospitals, private dental laboratories, and also they can become marketers for health products companies. Our students also work in other places, such as opportunities abroad, including places like Uganda, Rwanda. We also have Botswana, UK, USA, Australia, among others. This course is offered in only 2 institutions here in Kenya. We pride ourselves as the pioneers of this course, having started way back in 1968. For that reason, we are the people who have the best experience and the best equipment, well-trained teachers, and the state-of-art equipment for this course. So if you or the people known to you money to get a vacancy to train with us, you may apply through the admissions portal found in our website at www.kmtc.ac.ke, or you may visit any KMTC campus near you for assistance.
My name is Belta Hinga, a student at Kenya Medical Training College, Nairobi campus, pursuing dental technology. So after I graduate, I will become a dental technologist. That entails solving problems to do with aesthetics, whereby a patient missing 1, 2, or several, but not all of the natural teeth, a given teeth. I'll also solve the problem of giving patients with total edentulism, that is total lack of teeth, their aesthetics back and the ability to eat, that is feeding or mastication, and also maintaining the integrity of their alveolar bone. I'll also solve the problem of malocclusion, that is abnormal growth of teeth, whereby malocclusions can be corrected from a very early age, and also at a tender age or youth age, malocclusions can also be corrected. I will also solve the problem of lack of teeth by putting fixed teeth in my patients for better aesthetics, whereby the teeth will match their teeth shed and also occlude well in their mouth. My learning experience at KMTC Nairobi campus as a dental technologist has been amazing. The lecturers here are amazing. They cooperate well with students. The environment is amazing. Every instrument or every equipment needed is well provided here. We also go for attachments, where we have Kenyatta National Hospital here next to us, and also various hospitals. So I'd recommend KMTC Nairobi campus, dental technology, or any other course to all of you out there, because there are so many patients or people losing teeth out there, and there are so many decays out there. Dental technology is a universally recognized profession. Joining KMTC is easy because all the applications are done online. You can just move to the cyber next to you, check the requirements and everything needed, and apply.
Health, which falls under the Faculty of Public Health. In this department, we have got 6 programs. We've got a certificate program, an upgrading program, 2 diplomas, and 2 higher diploma programs. We offer a certificate in community health, which is a 2-year program. And upon graduation, these students work with county governments, they work with the national government. They also work with NGOs as community health assistants, where they engage in preventive, promotive, and basic curative services in the community, just to see to it that health is brought nearer to the people, and thus adding impetus to a universal health coverage. So upon completion, when our students have graduated with that certificate in community health, for purposes of career progression, we do offer an upgrading program in community health where they come back for another 2 years. And upon successful completion, they graduate with a diploma in community health. Now, these students are employed by the government and county governments. Now, when they are employed at that level, they are called assistant community health officers, and they also engage in preventive, promotive, and basic curative services at the community level. So we do offer a diploma in community health, and in this diploma, we target fresh entrants from high school, and we teach them on a face-to-face basis for 3 years. Upon graduation, these students are presented with a diploma in community health, and they are employed by county governments, the national government, the private sector, including NGOs, and they also have got the ability to form community-based organization and source for funds, where now they are able now to help their communities achieve their health aspirations. So we do have 2 higher diplomas in the Department of Health Promotion and Community Health. The first higher diploma is a higher diploma in health education and promotion. Now, for this higher diploma, we target graduates of all health diplomas. So we've got nurses, nutritionists, health promoters, and even pharmacists who are willing to become health promoters applying for this particular higher diploma. We teach them for 1 year on a blended basis. We've got the e-learning part and the face-to-face part. And upon graduation, they are employed as health promotion officers at that level. And most of them end up as county focal persons for health promotion. They also have got an opportunity to work abroad with the certificate that we offer. The second higher diploma that we offer in the Department of Health Promotion and Community Health is a higher diploma in community health and HIV/AIDS care. Now, this is a higher diploma that is open to all cadres. We target people with health-related diplomas. So they come here, we teach them for 1 year, and upon graduation, we present them with a certificate in community health and HIV care at higher diploma level, and they work as specialists in HIV care. They also offer guidance at that level in community health services, where they offer preventive, promotive,
and curative services at the community level. Now, at that level, that officer is also able to source for funds through mobilization of funds, and they are also able to register NGOs and therefore help any community that be to achieve their health aspirations. Yes, health promotion and community health courses are very important in the sense that no one aspires to be hospitalized. No one aspires to visit the hospital for medical assistance. People are victims of circumstances, and that is why they visit hospitals. Now, as a health promoter or as a community health officer, you work towards preventing those diseases from starting in any given body. You also have got the opportunity to educate people on how to remain healthy. And therefore, by doing so, you improve the health of populations. And the net effect is that we will have a healthy population and we will decongest the hospitals. And money that could have been used in medication could now be channeled elsewhere. Prevention is better than cure. In the Department of Health Promotion and Community Health, we offer courses aimed at prevention of diseases and promoting health so that we can have a healthy citizenry and a healthy nation. For application to any of our courses in the Department of Health Promotion and Community Health, you just need to visit our website and all our courses will be displayed there. Just select the course that you qualify for and that is it.
My name is Umi Gabo. I'm a student at Kenya Medical Training College, Nairobi campus. I'm pursuing diploma in health promotion.
Thank you.
After graduating from this program, I'll become a health promotion officer. I'll be educating people on how to control their own health in terms of living a healthy life. My learning experience has been nice. I've gotten to get many skills. Kenya Medical Training College offers orienting skills in pursuing medical training courses. And as Kenya Medical Training College is a model institution for training and development of health competent professionals. So I've gained many skills in promoting health as well as educating people on the ways of improving their health. I would recommend KMTC to someone because, as you know, most of the health organization and most of the health workers professionals have undergone their training courses in Kenya Medical Training College. So 80% to 85% of the professional workers of health have undertaken their course in health in KMTC. So I'll recommend someone to study in KMTC because it is a model institution for development and training of health professionals. If you're out there and you want to pursue a medical course, especially health promotion, you visit our website and apply.
An upgrading program, 2 diplomas and 2 higher diploma programs. We offer a certificate in community health, which is a 2-year program. And upon graduation, these students work with county governments, they work with the national government. They also work with NGOs as community health assistants, where they engage in preventive, promotive, and basic curative services in the community, just to see to it that health is brought nearer to the people and thus adding impetus to a universal health coverage. So upon completion, when our students have graduated with that certificate in community health, For purposes of career progression, we do offer an upgrading program in community health where they come back for another 2 years. And upon successful completion, they graduate with a diploma in community health. Now, these students are employed by the government and county governments. Now, when they are employed at that level, they are called assistant community health officers, and they also engage in preventive, promotive, and basic curative services at the community level. So we do offer a diploma in community health, and in this diploma we target fresh entrants from high school, and we teach them on a face-to-face basis for 3 years. Upon graduation, these students are presented with a diploma in community health, and they are employed by county governments, the national government, the private sector, including NGOs, and they also have got the ability to form community-based organization and source for funds, where now they are able now to help their communities achieve their health aspirations. So we do have 2 higher diplomas in the Department of Health Promotion and Community Health. The first higher diploma is a higher diploma in health education and promotion. Now, for this higher diploma, we target graduates of all health diplomas. So we've got nurses, nutritionists, health promoters, and even pharmacists who are willing to become health promoters applying for this particular higher diploma. We teach them for 1 year on a blended basis. We've got the e-learning part and the face-to-face part. And upon graduation, they are employed as health promotion officers at that level. And most of them end up as county focal persons for health promotion. They also have got an opportunity to work abroad with the certificate that we offer. The second higher diploma that we offer in the Department of Health Promotion and Community Health is a higher diploma in community health and HIV/AIDS care. Now, this is a higher diploma that is open to all cadres. We target people with health-related diplomas. So they come here, we teach them for 1 year, and upon graduation, we present them with a certificate in community health and HIV care at higher diploma level, and they work as specialists in HIV care. They also offer guidance at that level in community health services, where they offer preventive, promotive, and curative services at the community level. Now, at that level, that officer is also able to source for funds through mobilization of funds, and they are also able to register NGOs and therefore help any community that be to achieve their health aspirations. Yes, health promotion and community health courses are very important in the sense that no one aspires to be hospitalized. No one aspires to visit the hospital for medical assistance. People are victims of circumstances, and that is why they visit hospitals. Now, as a health promoter or as a community health officer, you work towards preventing those diseases from starting in any given body. You also have got the opportunity to educate people on how to remain healthy. And therefore, by doing so, you improve the health of populations. And the net effect is that we will have a healthy population, and we will decongest the hospitals. And money that could have been used in medication could now be channeled elsewhere. Prevention is better than cure. In the Department of Health Promotion and Community Health, we offer courses aimed at prevention of diseases and promoting health so that we can have a healthy citizenry and a healthy nation. For application to any of our courses in the Department of Health Promotion and Community Health, you just need to visit our website, and all our courses will be displayed there. Just select the course that you qualify for, and that is it.
My name is Umi Gabo. I'm a student at Kenya Medical Training College, Nairobi campus. I'm pursuing diploma in health promotion.
Thank you.
After graduating from this program, I'll become a health promotion officer. I'll be educating people on how to control their own health in terms of living a healthy life. My learning experience has been nice. I've gotten to get many skills. Kenya Medical Training College offers orienting skills in pursuing medical training courses. And as Kenya Medical Training College is a model institution for training and development of health competent professionals. So I've gained many skills in promoting health as well as educating people on the ways of improving their health. I would recommend KMTC to someone because, as you know, most of the health organization and most of the health workers professionals have undergone their training courses in Kenya Medical Training College. So 80% to 85% of the professional workers of health have undertaken their course in health in KMTC. So I'll recommend someone to study in KMTC because it is a model institution for development and training of health professionals. If you're out there and you want to pursue a medical course, especially health promotion, you visit our website and apply.
My name is Richard Rob. I'm the head of Department for Health Records and Information Technology. This department falls under the Faculty of Information Technology and Medical Education. This department has two main programs, that is diploma program and certificate program. We have a diploma in Health Records and Information, pre-service diploma, duration is 3 years, and qualification that is meant for Form 4 graduates with the qualification of C plain, mean grade, C plain in either English or Kiswahili, and then C minus in mathematics, and D plus in biology or biological sciences, and C minus in either physics, physical science, chemistry, computer studies, agriculture, home science, economics, or geography. Certificate program is a 2-year program, and the minimum requirements is a C minus, mean grade, C minus in one of the languages, that is English or Kiswahili, D in biology or biological sciences, D minus in mathematics, and D in any one of the following subjects, that is physics or physical sciences, chemistry, general science, computer studies, agriculture, home science, economics, geography, commerce, and business studies. We have diploma, upgrading diploma in health records and information. This upgrading from certificate to diploma. It's a 2-year course, and the requirement is somebody must have had a certificate in health records and information, then they are coming back to upgrade for diploma. We have 2 modes of studies, that is full-time and e-learning, and carried out in Nairobi campus only. All the other campuses do face-to-face, or that we call full-time upgrading. Diploma pre-service is full-time, and it is carried in 31 campuses. Also, pre-service diploma is full-time. Certificate program is a 2-year program that is carried out full-time. It is full-time program. After graduation, our graduates have several opportunities, both inside the country and outside the country. And the greatest employer is the Ministry of Health at the national level, county level, and they are based at the facility level or sub-county level, where they handle data management and collection. Our other employers are the NGO sector, where they work as monitoring and evaluation officers, data clerks, and data managers. Other employers also available for our graduates are the private sectors. That means private facilities and faith-based healthcare facilities. We have also have our graduates in government parastatals like NHIF, and research bodies like KMRI and others. We have also our graduates who have gone far as and being employed by the WHO and other international bodies, working inside and outside the countries. Some work in the countries like US as medical scribes and others as health information managers. We take our students through vigorous trainings, and our campuses have well-equipped computer labs, classrooms, internet connection, and also we have MOUs with different health facilities across the country. We send our students for attachment at the sub-county level, and then county and national hospitals. So our students get a lot of experience during their training and release them when they are ready for the market. We welcome prospective applicants. Just log in to KMTC website and apply and choose health records and information, either certificate or diploma. And we offer this course in 31 campuses across the country.
My name is Hadija Witete. I'm a student at Kenya Medical Training College at Nairobi campus. I'm taking diploma in health records and information technology. After my graduation, I will become a health records and information officer. My work is to first registering the patients, then collecting, analyzing, organizing data for health information management systems. I have enjoyed the learning experiences. There are more resources for us students to learn, and there is also partnership between the college and health facilities. Then there is placement of students, which we are going to have our practical training at the health facilities. For example, my first placement was at a level 5 hospital, that is Vihiga County Referral Hospital. Then my second placement was at a level 4 hospital, that was Defense Forces Memorial at Nairobi. I would recommend KMTC to anyone who would want to apply for a medical course. You just visit the website online and apply.
My name is Richard Rob. I'm the head of Department for Health Records and Information Technology. This department falls under the Faculty of Information Technology and Medical Education. This department has two main programs, that is Diploma Program and Certificate Program. We have Diploma in Health Records and Information, Preserves Diploma, duration is 3 years, and qualification, that is meant for Form 4 graduates with the qualification of C plain, mean grade, C plain in either English or Kiswahili, and then C minus in mathematics, and D plus in biology or biological sciences, and C minus in either physics, physical science, chemistry, computer studies, agriculture, home science, economics, or geography. Certificate program is a 2-year program, and the minimum requirements is a C minus, mean grade, C minus in one of the languages, that is English or Kiswahili, D in biology or biological sciences, D minus in mathematics, and D in any one of the following subjects, that is physics or physical sciences, chemistry, general science, computer studies, agriculture, home science, economics, geography, commerce, and business studies. We have upgrading diploma in health records and information. This upgrading from certificate to diploma. It's a 2-year course, and the requirement is somebody must have had a certificate in health records and information, then they are coming back to upgrade for diploma. We have 2 modes of studies, that is full-time and e-learning. And e-learning is normally carried out in Nairobi campus only. All the other campuses do face-to-face, or that we call full-time upgrading. Diploma pre-service is full-time, and it is carried in 31 campuses. Also, pre-service diploma is full-time. Certificate program is a 2-year program that is carried out full-time. It is full-time program. After graduation, our graduates have several opportunities, both inside the country and outside the country. And the greatest employer is the Ministry of Health at the national level, county level, and they are based at the facility level or sub-county level where they handle data management and collection. Our other employers are the NGO sector, where they work as monitoring and evaluation officers, data clerks, and data managers. Other employers also available for our graduates are the private sectors. That means private facilities and faith-based healthcare facilities. We have also have our graduates in government parastatals like NHIF and research bodies like KMTC.
Catherine, Waura.
Mic test for Victor. Yes, you can. Mic test, mic test.
Okay, we want to begin this session. Kindly take your seats, those who are still coming in. Now, I want to remind ourselves that this session will be purely virtual. We are going to have virtual presentations. And to begin with, we shall have a plenary presenter, after which we shall have a few minutes of discussion. If we have any questions, we can ask. We engage with the presenter. And after that, we are going to have paper presentations. They'll just follow each other in sequence without any breaks. And at the end of the last paper presentation, we shall have discussion for all or concerning all the papers. So our first presenter, who is going to give us a plenary presentation, entitled Enhancing Quality in the Training of Health Professionals, the Role of Quality Management Systems. We are going to have Mr. Charles Maru. Mr. Charles Maru is the acting head of National Quality Institute, that is at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS. He is a management systems practitioner with over 20 years experience in the conformity assessment. He is a lead auditor in ISO 9001, also in the integrated management system, that is IMS, a lead auditor also in the ISO 13485, that is concerning medical devices. And he's also a lead auditor in ISO IEC 27001, among other standards. He has received extensive trainings in various management system standards from the British Standards Institute, that is BSI, and the Kenya Bureau of Standards, that is KEBS. And he has also audited extensively in the public and private sector within East African region. Mr. Maru holds a Green Belt Lean Six Sigma certificate and a master's in business administration, that is MBA, specializing in strategic management from the Management University of Africa. And he also holds a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Nairobi. Mr. Charles Maru is a member of the National Quality Institute and a registered lead auditor. Let us put our hands together to welcome Mr. Charles Maru.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lucy. I don't know whether I can be heard. I need confirmation that we are okay in terms of. Are we okay? Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you again for giving me this opportunity to do this particular presentation on the role of QMS in enhancing quality in meaning of health professionals. I know on a daily basis we normally talk about quality. Therefore, it is very, very important that we know what quality is. There are areas that I will cover because I was only given 30 minutes and it was supposed to have started at 11. But I believe I will be able to share a few things about issues about quality and also why it is very, very important that you implement a quality management system in order to satisfy your customers. So these are the areas that I'll be able to cover in my presentation. I will just be reminding us about what quality is all about. Then we'll talk about the system that you people you are implementing, a quality management system. And for us to have an effective quality management system, I know I will just discuss about one tool that you people use for the purpose of monitoring your system. That is what we call the management system audits. And then, of course, whenever you're talking about a system, there could be some challenges which we will need to discuss. And I will be able to share a few. And of course, maybe confirm whether you people you're able to circumvent some of these barriers that organizations normally have. And then lastly, I will be able to just to discuss with you about the benefits of actually implementing an effective management system. You can see I'm just talking about an effective management system. because there are so many other organizations today who are implementing a quality management system, but at the end of the day, it is not effective. So to start us with, I just want us to remind ourselves, I know you people, you're not new to what quality is all about, but for the rest of the people, I think it will be very, very important that we remind ourselves about what quality is. So if you have to go back to the standards, because that is what you're implementing, quality is defined as the degree to which a set of inherent characteristics of an object or a service fulfills requirements. So whenever you are delivering a service and that particular service fulfills the requirements of the person that you are serving, then that one can be said to be quality. But what is, then there are a few things that we need also to understand. You can see from the definition we are talking about inherent. So what is inherent? So inherent means existing in something, especially as a permanent characteristics. Like now when you talk about KMTC today, you are offering a service by training students. So we are just saying, whenever you're talking about the training that you are conducting, there must be some inherent characteristics that the training that you are offering has, that at the end of the day, it will be able to fulfill the requirements of your customers. So there are quite a number of things that maybe these things you need to be aware of, that is about characteristics, the requirements, because whenever we talk about the requirements, most of the time people normally ask, what are these requirements? Do we know what our customer requirements are? So a requirement is normally defined as a need or an expectation that is stated and generally implied, or it is obligatory. And that is the definition that we've gotten from ISO 9001 of 2015, clause 3.62. So it is very, very important that before even we talk about delivering services or delivering even a product, it is very paramount that we know what our customers need. So for you people, you really need to know who your customers are and what are their requirements, so that when you are now serving or when you are designing your product or services, you will be able to design those products and services that will be able to fulfill those requirements so that you can meet the definition of quality. But who defines quality? You know, there is what you call a quality lens. There is what you call a quality lens. And this quality lens exists from the organization. It can be defined from the organization point of view, or it can also be defined from the customer's point of view. So if you are to look at quality from the organization point of view, you know, we are talking about the services or the products that that particular organization is offering. We are talking about the processes. You remember in your organization today, you've got departments, and these departments have processes. You remember what a process is? A process is a set of interrelated activities that will be able to convert what you're calling inputs into desired output. So for you to be able to deliver quality, you really need to manage these processes. You really need to manage these processes. And you really need to make sure that these processes are really working so that they will be able to deliver what you're calling quality. The other aspect, which is also very, very important, is about people. You know, we cannot have an organization today without the people. So it is the responsibility of the organization to make sure that the people within the organization who are going to deliver these services are competent, you know, where they have the necessary trainings, they have the necessary skills, so that now it will be very, very easy for them to deliver quality. So there are those three things which are very, very important in the organization. We're talking about quality. It is about the itself, the processes, and the people. But from the customer's perspective, you can see a customer who, in your case, maybe it could be a student. They are just interested in the results. They are just interested in the outcomes. And then lastly, you find that the students will be interested in the benefits of the service from this great institution called KMTC. So for us to be able to address quality issues, it is very, very important that we understand what our customers really want. And then, from there now you'll be able to set the organization in such a way that it will be able to deliver that quality service. There is this thing called the organizational quality chain. So basically what I'm just saying is when you're looking at the processes today, we are just saying these processes within the organization, they should work together. We are just talking about people working as a team so that you will be able to deliver that quality service to a customer who is outside the organization. So you can just see it says that in order for you to achieve what you call the customer satisfaction, there is need to identify and strengthen the supply chains within the organization. So you see within the organization itself, we have what we call customers and suppliers. Like now when you talk about teaching as a process today, they normally deliver the service to the students. But for them to be able to deliver the services to the students, they need a lot of support from the other departments. And that is why we are just talking about customers as well as suppliers within the organization. So that if the chain was to break within the organization, then you find a situation whereby the training as a process now will not be able to deliver to the customers. So as an organization today, we really need to identify these processes and then we make sure that we really strengthen the chain. And we really need to make sure that the people understand clearly that if you don't work as a team, then there is a likelihood that your customers will not be satisfied. I'm very sure you people, you must have addressed these issues. In fact, if you look at ISO 9001, it really talks about the establishment of the processes and how they interact. And then you make sure that they are strengthened so that they don't break. Because whenever they break, then it is the customer who will actually suffer by not getting that quality service. So there are some dimensions of quality which I thought maybe I need to mention to you as an organization today. For KMTC, you have the responsibility of delivering a service. But there are some things now that we are saying, whenever you are delivering, it has got a quality dimension. And there are quite a number. In fact, in terms of numbers, when you talk about the dimensions of quality in a service organization, we are looking at around 8 dimensions of quality in a service organization. And the first one is normally about time and timeliness. This is actually a quality dimension. Like in an organization like yours, even when you're talking about admitting students during the admission process, how long does it take? Do you have a situation whereby the students will come and wait there the whole day before they receive their letters? So you see, these are now the things that you really need to manage in order to make sure that these students will be satisfied by your services. The other one is about completeness. You've seen situations whereby instead of giving it full, you give it in bits, and then you tell the customer, come another time and have the remaining part of it. That one is a quality issue, and most of the time it can lead to a lot of dissatisfaction. Courtesy. This is actually a people's dimension. How courteous are your people in dealing with your customers? Because let me just tell you, if you are not courteous, if you cannot even smile whenever you are seeing these customers, then there is a likelihood that these people, of course, will get whatever you are giving them, but when they go back, they will be complaining. And the moment they start complaining about your people not being courteous, and then it will actually decrease the level of customer satisfaction. The other dimension is about consistency. KMTC operates quite a number of colleges. I know the headquarters is here in Nairobi, but there are colleges all over. So, and they're offering kind of the same kind of programs. So now what we need to ask ourselves, what is this that we've done to make sure that whatever programs that you're offering are consistent across? So this is actually a quality issue that needs to be addressed if you are to serve your customers well. You know, we don't want a situation whereby customers will be saying, instead of being in Siaya, KMTC, they'll want to come to Nairobi because they'll be feeling that, no, if you want to really get some quality service, you go to Nairobi, because in Siaya, there are issues. So this is, that is one of them. The other one is about accessibility and convenience. Of course, this idea that you people, you've gone to quite a number of counties opening. I think this, you are trying to address this particular dimension of quality. What about responsiveness? Whenever something is raised, how long does it actually take for you to respond? The other quality dimension is about accuracy. Accuracy is also very, very important, because you don't want a situation whereby whatever you are giving is not accurate. It has errors. You know, that will lead to a lot of dissatisfaction. And then, of course, communicating the milestones is also a quality issue. So if you are to address this in a service organization, then you will be able to see that you are delivering quality. You are delivering quality. So what is actually a quality management system? I know you people, you are implementing a quality management system, and there are reasons why you decided to do that. And so whenever we talk about quality management system, we are looking at quality management and then the management system itself. You remember, there are quite a number of things when we are talking about quality management or management system. There are those ones that have the responsibility of defining the policies of the organization, setting up objectives, and now identifying the processes. So whenever we combine all these things, then we will be able to have what you call a quality management system. I know I was asked maybe to discuss about the importance of a quality management system in training the health professionals. So I can tell you it is very, very important, because one of the things that this requires, even if you look at ISO 9000, it requires that you really need to identify those processes and make sure that you establish the processes that will be able to deliver quality. And where does it say that you do that? It is in ISO 9001. The other one is about even setting objectives, coming up with the policies and the direction that you need to take as an organization. So the moment we are doing all these things, we are actually putting a quality management system in place. We are putting a quality management system in place. So what is ISO 9000? I'm very sure you people, you are aware about this, maybe for the sake of maybe the people who have not interacted with ISO 9000. We are just saying there are five primary standards in ISO 9001. The first one is about ISO 9000 of 2015, and this is a quality management system. This particular standard is about the fundamentals and the vocabulary. You remember we've been saying that we need to be very, very consistent in the way we define terms. So if there is anything that we need to define, then this is the standard that we need to make reference to. So when you are setting up our systems, in order to make sure that we are consistent, then this is a standard that will really be able to assist us. Then the other one is ISO 9001 of 2015. I'm very sure you people, you are familiar, because this is the standard that you are implementing. And this standard gives us now the requirements, and it gives us the requirements in forms of shalls, the kind of things that we really need to do. It has got some 10 clauses. Maybe I know you've been trained on the same. The other standard that is also very, very important is ISO 9002 of 2016. This standard came about when ISO released ISO 9001 of 2015. So they decided actually to give us the guidelines well, now we can apply ISO 9001 of 2015. So this one has a lot of guidelines. As an organization which is implementing ISO 9001, and you really want to serve your customers well, you need to be making reference to this standard because it will really assist you in guiding or now you're going to address the requirements which are in ISO 9001. The other standard which is very, very important, and I don't know whether we have started implementing, is ISO 9004 of 2018. And this is a standard on what we are calling sustained success of an organization. We are talking about sustained. So you see, when you start implementing ISO 9001, you know, after implementing for quite a while, most organizations normally ask, so what next? So the thing that you need to be looking at is ISO 9001, ISO 9004 of 2018, because this is the standard that will be able to give you a lot of guidance on how you can sustain the successes that you've made in serving your customers. And then the last one is ISO 19011 of 2018. And this is also a standard that gives us the guidelines on how you carry out audits. I know you people, you normally do a lot of carry out audits across the colleges, within the headquarters. And I just want to believe that you are using the guidelines which are in this particular standard. And I will just be talking briefly about the same. So these are the 5 primary standards that an organization needs to look at if you really want to implement an effective management system that will be able to serve your customers. Okay. Then, so what are the features of these standards? We know we are looking at ISO 9000. So one of the things that we are just saying about ISO 9000 is consistent in terminology. You remember I said if you want anything to be defined, you refer to ISO 9001, ISO 9000. This standard is actually based on 7 quality management principles as a philosophy. You know, you cannot implement one and say that you are okay. So there are 7 in total, and it will be able to assist you in addressing the many shalls that are in ISO 9001. This standard again emphasizes on processes. You know, if you look at most organizations, even including KMTC, the way they are set up, we are talking about departments, but you can see now the emphasis of this standard is about a process, because processes normally cut across departments. If you look at procurement, you look at teaching, they normally cut across the departments where they are domiciled. Then the other thing is it employs a plan, do, check, act, that is the PDCA cycle. For any quality practitioner, I'm very sure you are aware about this. And then the other thing about this standard, it actually embraces the spirit of improvement. You know, this standard is not about perfection. It says that when you start implementing, the most important thing is that you must have a system where you check so that you can identify weaknesses. And in the process, when those weaknesses are addressed, then the system will be better. So it is very, very important that you understand about that. It is also based on risk-based approach, especially this standard ISO 9001 of 2015. And then the most important thing is that it focuses on what you call the customer satisfaction. Because as KMTC today, why do we exist? I'm very sure we exist because of the customers that we need to serve. So it is very, very important that we understand the basis of setting up this. And they are very, very important because the moment you know about that, then it will be very, very easy now to train your professionals better. You'll be able to churn out professionals that will be able to compete. Because the most important thing about these professionals that you are talking about is that they should be able to compete with other professionals outside there. And the other thing is they can even go out of the country, because if you look at ISO 9001 or generally this family of standards, it is not only, they are not localized. These are international standards. And we expect when we train people over here, they should be able to compete with people from other countries. So in brief, this is about the quality management principles. And you remember I said, these principles normally assist us in addressing the many shalls that are in the standard. I remember when we started maybe training, people used to ask themselves, how shall we address the 103 shalls that are in ISO 9001? Then later on, we were telling them now, if you can really implement the quality management principles as a philosophy, then most of those shalls shall be addressed. So there are 7 in number, and you can see the first one is, of course, about customer focus. There is another principle on leadership, engagement of people, process approach, improvement. Whatever you do should be based on evidences. And then lastly, there is a principle on relationship management. So what I'll do for this particular forum, maybe I'll just pick a few, maybe 1 or 2 principles, which I thought they were very, very important for this particular forum. But I'm not saying the other principles are not important. All of them are. But just for an example, I just decided to pick on around 1 or 2 because of time. So the first principle, as you have seen, is about customer focus. And it says the primary focus of a quality management is to meet customer requirements. So I believe now we understand why we are implementing a quality management system in order to train the students who have applied to do the courses at KMTC, because we really want to make sure that the system that we are implementing will be able to meet customer requirements. And it's not only about requirement, because the other thing that we really need to do is we really need to go out of our way so that we will be able to exceed customer expectations. You know, you need to surprise your students so that when they go outside there, they'll be saying, yeah, we went to KMTC, we were thinking it was only about this, but we realized that kumbe there is more. Okay, so this is about principle number 1 on customer focus. And you know, it says, if we don't take care of our customers, then there's a likelihood that someone else will. You know, they will be able to run to maybe Nairobi Hospital because they also have a college there. So it is very, very important that we learn to take care of our customers. We need to learn to take care of our customers. So one of the things that we really need to know is, as KMTC, we exist because of these customers, because if they were not there, then of course, you will not be there. Principle number 2, which is also very, very critical, is about leadership. And you know, when you talk about leadership, we are not only talking about the director of KMTC. We are just saying leaders at all levels establish a unity of purpose and direction and create conditions in which people are engaged in achieving the objectives of the organization. So it is very, very important that we know leadership is at various levels. And for people to be able to serve the customers better, we need leadership. So who are these leaders, by the way? You're just saying a leader is somebody who can influence others to follow them. So if you are not in that position, if you know for sure you cannot even inspire anybody to learn from you or even to follow from you, then of course, then you are not a leader. And you can see, we are not talking about managers, we are talking about leadership. So we really need to ask ourselves, are we leaders? When you talk about the registrar, is that person a leader? So we really need to put a lot of emphasis. And in fact, this principle is normally very, very, very critical in the implementation of a quality management system. And then the other one that I thought was also very, very important is this one of evidence-based decision-making. So the principle says that decisions based on the analysis and evaluation of data and information are more likely to produce desired results. How do you normally make decisions at KMTC? How do you normally make decisions? Is it normally based on data that we've collected? Because most of the time, if you rely on making decisions based on rumors, then there will be a very serious problem. You know, that can reach our customers, and our customers will be so dissatisfied. So for this particular principle, I decided to pick on this because of the fact that you people, you normally carry out internal audits just to monitor the system itself. And most of the time we use the results of the audits to do what? To make decisions. We use the results of the audits to make decisions. So, and that is now very, very important for us, because we are just saying for you to be able to improve the delivery of service within the institution, you need to monitor. You need to carry out what you call effective internal audits. Most of the time you find organizations, maybe they just do audits for the sake, because that is a requirement of the standard, but they are not effective in nature. So you're saying internal audits in an organization is a very important tool. It is a very, very important tool. I know we've been training your auditors for quite a while, but now we need to be asking ourselves, how effective is this particular tool? Is it able to give us the results that we can use to make decisions? So an excellent audit planning is actually essential to ensuring that we have an effective audit. I know Madam Lucy, she's so concerned about this. Maybe you have got auditors, but I'm very sure you've got mechanisms of ensuring that effective internal audits are carried out. So we really need to understand why it is very important, because we're just saying most of the time, the management will be able to use the results to make decisions. And you remember these decisions are very, very important, because we really need to serve our customers well. So one of the things that we need to be asking ourselves is whenever we are carrying out internal audits within the organization, are we doing what we call the quantity audits or the quality audits? There are some definitions about what the quantity audits are and also what the quality audits are. Like now, if you are in an organization which is just interested in the number of audits that were carried out at a particular time, then you are looking at quantity. You are interested in the number of processes that were covered, then that one, you're also looking at quantity. The number of sites, the volume of reports, the non-conformities, the auditors, now we'll be looking at the quantity. But if you are interested in looking at problems which, if resolved, will enhance the performance of the organization, then that is what you call a quality audit. If you are looking at the ability to meet the strategic objectives, you find auditors carrying out audits to see whether this particular process has the ability to meet the strategic objectives. That is what we call a quality audit. Improvement opportunities and possible areas of risks, that is also a quality audit. Enhancing the organization's ability to provide conforming products or services. Remember now you are saying for you are serving. So if you find auditors auditing to see whether we are able to serve our customers better and giving out reports, then that is what we call a quality audit. Improving the credibility of the third-party certification, of course, that one, we normally say that even internally, you carry out audits on behalf of the third-party certification body. And it is very, very important that you do what you call a quality audit. So it's not about numbers, it is about the kind of work that you are doing. So I'm still talking about the quantity audits. Most of the time you find that in some organizations, which I believe it is, KMTC is not one of them, they have created a document that is easy for them to follow. Very easy. A generic document that people just go there. Maybe set an organizational goal where they even say that we should not raise non-conformities. We know what a non-conformity is, non-fulfillment of a requirement. But you find you are sending auditors there, and one of the things that you are telling auditors, don't raise non-conformities. How will you improve? How will you serve? That is a quantity audit. Spend time on conformances. You find people there and they're preaching how good that they are doing, and they're not so much interested in identifying those areas that needs to be improved. That is a quantity audit. But now when it comes to quality audits, we're just saying that they must be relevant, they're adequate to meet the requirements of the management system standard, ISO 9001. They should be able to report the system is whether the system is suitable in complexity for the organization processes and personnel. And then the other thing that we normally say about quantity audits is that it is effective in meeting KMTC needs. So it is very important that we define what we really want, and we encourage our auditors to do what we call the quality audits, because that is what we are really interested in. It's not about numbers. It is about the quality that is in it, because the moment we do that, then the system will be better. It will be able to improve. And at the end of the day, our customers will continue getting satisfied. There are some potential barriers to implementing an effective system that will be able to serve and deliver the services that we are talking about. One of them, of course, is about the internal costs. Most of the time you find that some people will tell you that, yeah, audits are very, very expensive. I remember when KMTC, because I've been with you for quite a while, you remember how you came on board. I'm very sure you came on board because it was a requirement in the PC. It was a requirement in the PC for all the governmental organizations to be certified to ISO 9001 when it started those days. And this actually applied across the many organizations who came on board. And I remember when this requirement was removed from the PC, quite a number of organizations took off, including quite a number of universities. We are very, very lucky that you people, you stayed behind. But the most interesting is after 1 year being outside, most of those people who took off came back. They came back on their own after realizing that Kumbe, this system was there to deliver quality, So you can see this system is very, very important so long as, of course, your agenda is not to have a certificate on the wall, but you are there to serve your customers. So you find most of the time, internal cost can be a barrier. Maybe it's a bit expensive considering your organization, you are a multi-site organization. Lack of management or employee time, people are too busy. And then they start telling you, now this other thing called quality management is a side issue. That should not be the case because ISO 9001 is a vehicle. QMS is a vehicle that is supposed to assist you in achieving your objectives. So you can imagine saying today that you don't need a vehicle. How will you be able to go to work? So the moment we tie whatever we are doing with the standard itself, and we know it is our vehicle, then we'll be able to support. We will not be talking about time. There are cases whereby maybe the employees will really feel they are overburdened. True. In some cases, I know you train, when people have gotten that knowledge, they use that and they take off to other places. This can be a barrier. Lack of skills and also training, because nowadays even training is a problem. So that can also be, it can be a potential barrier. The other barrier, which is also very, very, very serious, is about the attitude. But I have not seen this. I think now it is dying out. This idea of resisting change. I'm very sure the people who started, who were with us when we started the process at KMTC, there was a lot of resistance initially because people now are wondering, what is this? Is it going to sack the people? Is it going to make sure that maybe we are monitored? Those kind of things. So that was there, but there's a way that organizations normally go about dealing with that. Inconsistent management support. You find today you have got a director who is really supporting. When his term is over and another person comes in, you find the person who has come in started asking, what is this thing called ISO, which is requiring a lot of support. So that is why we are saying inconsistent, or maybe the priorities change. That also is a very serious potential barrier. Discrepancies between perceived benefits and costs involved. Remember, when you're implementing this thing, for those organizations who are implementing just for having a paper on the wall, then most of the time they will be complaining about costs. But you need to be asking yourselves, look at even a company like Safaricom today. why are they implementing 6 management system? There is a reason. They know there are quite a number of benefits. And most of these top organizations, private, you find that they are implementing this. They don't even talk about the cost because they know the cost of correcting things can be even be more expensive. Insufficient empowerment, where people are not trained, maybe the people that you appoint to run the system are too junior, and therefore they will be assumed by the senior most. So we're just saying this is very, very important when you're appointing people to be in charge of the system. And sometimes you might find that due to bad experiences elsewhere in another management systems, this can also lead to a potential barrier. So lastly, I would like us to look at the benefits of actually implementing an effective management system. You can see I still talk about effectiveness. So one of the benefits that I know and I've been able to see, and I'm very sure if you've been implementing a quality management system that is effective, is continual improvement. You remember that idea of continually improving. You identify mistakes, you correct, the system improves. Improved financial returns. You remember by implementing a quality management system, one of the things that you do is you become more efficient. And efficiency has something to do with cutting down costs. So you see, the moment you cut down costs, most of the time you will now have money that is available that can be used in improving the delivery of service to your customers. So this is very, very important. And the moment you deliver quality services to your customers and you exceed even their expectation, then the next thing that you'll be able to see is what we call enhanced customer satisfaction. Customers will be satisfied. They want to be associated with KMTC. What about the other stakeholders? I know when you talk about KMTC today, the other stakeholders, like even the government. I know for quite a while, the government is putting a lot of emphasis and supporting KMTC in expansion because they know the kind of role that you are playing. Sustainability, maybe at this particular time, you could be getting support from government on behalf of the customers that you are serving. But at the end of the day, for people who have implemented an effective quality management system, they are able to sustain themselves, because one of the things that you do is, you look at the customers and you tell yourself, what do they require? And it is not about the requirements at this particular time. The standard requires that you really need also to focus and ask yourself, what kind of requirements will these students require in future? So even that is one of the things that you really need to do. You remember what happened to the telecommunication company that we had before, KMTC, where they were not even caring about customers. You remember the moment these other ones came on board, they have never come up again. They went under, and it is because of that. The other one is about international recognition. If you are keen enough and you look at the standard, the certificate that we issued you, it has what you call an accreditation mark. So one of the things that we've done is that the certification body at the Kenya Bureau of Standards is accredited by an organization from the Netherlands. And out of that, the certificates that we are issuing are recognized. So you can even imagine now when you are training these people and they want to go and work elsewhere. Like now, we are getting this story that a number of our professionals from KMTC are going to Australia. You find that those people nowadays, they know that this particular institution which trained these students had a system in place, and therefore you have that recognition from whatever you are churning out. And then lastly, what you call operational efficiency. You remember we said when you're implementing this, there are two key things that you really need to take care of. One is about effectiveness, and then the other one is about efficiency. So maybe just for historical purposes, I was able to see that KMTC was initially certified to ISO 9001 of 2008 on the 17th June 2009. So you've been in this system for quite a while. And then because of the level of commitment that you've had, you were able to transit to the current standard, this one of 2015 on the 6th November of 2018, which is on itself is a milestone. It is a milestone. And that is one of the things that you need to be telling the people, though that history can also be found in your certificate. And the current certificate that you have will be expiring on the 15th June in the course of next year. So you can see, you people, you've had continuous certification from the year 2009, so many cycles, because we normally issue a certificate that is valid for 3 years. So I think there's a lot that has happened, and I just want to believe from what I have seen that there have been a lot of changes. Even look at the way you do your things, the way your buildings are. Those days when you used to even audit your hostels, they were not very good, but eventually I think you've really taken care of that by recognizing the requirements of your customers, by recognizing the requirements of the customers. So this is your history. You have done well, and you are just saying there is a direct relationship between implementing a quality management system that is effective and the level of customer satisfaction, the level of customer satisfaction. So for you to be able to maintain your quality management system, we're just saying we at the National Quality Institute support the implementation and maintenance of a management system by actually providing relevant trainings in form of implementation courses. Like now, I know you people, you keep on maybe having new staff. So it is very, very important that they are taken through this so that they will be able to understand that there is a system in place that requires that they really take care of their customers. We also do a lot of auditor courses. We have auditor, lead auditor courses. The other one, which is very, very important, is risks and opportunities. You remember this standard is actually based on risk-based thinking. And this is something that has not been understood very well. So the thing is, we have design modules which we use to make sure that we share. And then, of course, root cause analysis and also objective setting. So these are some of the trainings that are offered at the National Quality Institute as a way of supporting the implementation of the system. So now I was asking myself, after going through all this, I was asking myself, for you at KMTC, what will be the best thing for you now, considering that you have been certified from the year 2009. And one of the things that I was thinking is that you need now to consider implementing ISO 9004 of 2018. And this is the one that I was actually telling you that it gives us guidance on the in achieving sustained success. Sustained success. You know, this is a standard that it is now able to guide you, or now you're going to sustain whatever you have already, and maybe even make sure that you improve in some areas so that your customers will continue being happy with the kind of services that you are providing. So this particular standard addresses the systematic improvement of the organization's overall performance. So this is what I'm really thinking that we really need to look at, so that we don't just bore people. People will be saying, oh, you know, we know this standard very well. What next? So this is a standard that maybe Lucy and I, we can discuss and see with your management, because we are really interested in making sure that you continue delivering quality service so that your customers will be happy and they'll be able to get the right knowledge that they will be able to use when they go to the market. Thank you very much for listening. I know I have taken slightly more than 30 minutes, but I just want to believe that I've been able to communicate on some of these issues. Thank you.
Let us put our hands together to appreciate Mr. Maru. Thank you for taking us through that plenary presentation. And while you are still there, I know you are also running out of time. Maybe we can take a few comments, one or two. But thank you for reminding us about the quality lens and how it impacts both from the organizational view and also from the customer view, which is very, very important. And also the issue of the quality chain from the organization perspective. How do we look at how to strengthen the chain to avoid the chain breaking? And of course, you have emphasized so much about the teamwork in the processes that we undertake. And because Mr. Maru, we have amongst us, among the audience, we have our students who are undertaking the courses. Then I'm sure they have also been able to identify that as they learn the issue of quality, which goes hand in hand with our mission statement, because what we do is we produce competent health professionals. So the aspect of competence can only be measured in terms of the quality. And so that linkage should come out very, very well. And also when they go to give service to their customers, in that case, will be the clients and the patients, what kind of service do they give? So we should all be able to link the issues of quality management to the work we do as health professionals, and for us as KMTC, as we continue producing the health professionals through the training. And so at this juncture, I want to pick a few questions or comments from the audience, both those physically here and the online, so that Mr. Maru can respond to them. Audience, any comment, any question? Yes, there's one.
Okay, thank you once more. Thank you, the presenter. I think on issues of ISO, I've taken it that it really makes us sell very well in the market. And when it comes to the presenter, he's talked about one thing which I wanted to echo and also follow up, that most of us are not yet trained to understand the issues of PMS, and I echo the sentiment that there's need, because you've had many people coming on board who are not yet trained, so that they can also appreciate the need for quality management systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. We can pick another one if there is any before Mr. Maru. Yes, from one of our students there.
I'm Florence Zawadi Mutua from Department of Health Records and Information Technology. Thank you so much, presenter. I've learned about the mentions of quality of service, which are accuracy, courtesy, responsiveness, and it was so nice. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that comment. This learning that has taken place. Yes, another one from Dr. Swani.
Yes. Sorry if what I may be asking may have been touched on when I may have stepped out. I've always looked at many of the audits that are done to focus on compliance. And sometimes we wonder whether that compliance in itself does impact quality, or do we need then to have another evaluation to say yes, now that you have been complying, there is this much change in the quality of our products. Do we leave our evaluation at the point of compliance or at the point of the end product which we are trying to impact on?
Thank you very much, Dr. Swani, for that question. Is our evaluation on the compliance level or stage or at the end product? Yes, another one there from Madam Mweha.
Thank you very much for that elaborate presentation. It's a question I'm asking. Is ISO certification mandatory? And if it is not mandatory, what are you people doing? Because you're talking of auditing. I'm interested because there is a certain facility. I took a patient whom I did not know, but I was just being a good Samaritan. And I'm really surprised because it's one of the hospitals in Nairobi. And I just looked at the care that was being given to this patient in terms of infection prevention. They do not have the instruments, but they used some juakali thing to dress a patient in terms of not the instruments, but maybe I would rather say it here. For dressing the patient, they took the solution to clean the wound and poured it into a party cup. The cups we buy from supermarkets for parties, they poured into, did not use sterile gloves, but just used clean gloves. And the way it was done, it's really shocking. So I'm wondering whether you people have a role to go and just check some of these facilities. How are they operating? Are they creating complications in patients? Are they adhering to what is supposed to be done in terms of quality care? Because it's really shocking. So this could just be a tip of the iceberg.
Thank you, Madam Mweha. So the question is, does KEBS audit or inspect the quality of care that is given by health facilities? Mr. Mwembe, and then we shall have another one here.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Now, I want to ask one question about this ISO. Are there specific organizations or institutions that maybe you are interested in because they are performing? And are there institutions that you don't have anything to do with ISO? Now, I'm looking at our country where we have KEBS, which is in charge of standards. But you find that we have so many illicit products on the market which are being produced by established companies. Now, is this ISO having a role there? Or it is looking at those that are performing, na zile zinaoperate chini ya meza, you don't care?
Wow.
Okay. Maybe I think we could pause there so that he can respond to those ones.
Okay.
And then we can take another round. So Mr. Maru, the first one is the need for training.
Okay. Maybe then I can start with the last one because I found that to be very, very interesting. I just wanted to say this. You know, these standards that we are talking about, the quality management system standards are voluntary. Nobody forces you to go for these standards. You are the one who will decide as an organization. In fact, if you are to read ISO 9001, it normally says that it is a strategic decision of the organization. So this is not a mandatory standard. It is a voluntary standard. And for you to go for this standard, you know, you need to be telling yourself, you've seen that there is a likelihood that you'll get some benefits. You'll get some benefits. And one of the things, so just know first that ISO 9000 is a voluntary standard. Nobody forces you. The only thing that had happened, by the way, was that in the year 2008, or maybe around 2008, during the presidency of Kibaki, you know, we really wanted organizations to deliver. So one of the things that the government did at that particular time was to make it mandatory for public institutions to have a quality management system. In fact, that was the only time that this standard was made mandatory. But after running it for some years, I think some 10 years, it was removed from the PC. So this one tells you it is a voluntary standard. For the other standards that you've talked about, you know, when you talk about KEBS today, we have got the KEBS, which has got some regulatory aspects, like now the quality assurance and surveillances. That one now is a regulator. And that part of KEBS has the responsibility of ensuring that the products which are now being released to the market meet the Kenyan standards. So you see, if you look at the Kenyan standards are normally mandatory, and it is the responsibility of those specific departments within KEBS to make sure that the products are meeting requirements. But when you talk about management system standards, Lucy will confirm to you that they are voluntary, and we don't have any decision as to whether it is those who are performing better or those who are not performing. It is up to the organization. So let that one be very, very clear. It is up to the organization. These are voluntary standards. The other one that I got, and it is also tied to this now that I've said this standard is voluntary, then we don't have any role in inspecting those institutions that Madam was talking about. I think that responsibility is with another organization. I'm very sure if you were to ask about that particular organization, the only thing that I will be interested in, are they certified to any of these standards? Are they certified? So if they are certified, then we have got mechanisms in which you can now raise complaints for us now to go there and say, and investigate and find out what was the problem. Because it is very true, during the audits, we check on the processes that will ensure that there is safety to the people that you are serving. So if you're talking about a hospital, which is not actually caring about even cross-contamination, then that is a different thing. But we really needed to find out whether that particular hospital is implementing a quality management system. I can tell you for free, there are so many hospitals in this country which are not implementing a quality management system. They have not been certified, but their operations have been sanctioned by the relevant regulator, which is not KEBS. So today, just know that these standards are voluntary. You go in, it is just like when you talk about Christianity today. When you talk about Christianity today, you know, most of the time the pastors are preaching to us, but the moment you get saved, then you start realizing that there are those requirements that you need to meet. So it is the same. You find that outside there, before you come on board, you will not be knowing about the requirements. But when you come on board now, you start realizing that there are around 140 requirements that you need to fulfill so that you get the certification. There was somebody who asked about, was it about auditing compliance? One of the things that we've realized is that there's a lot of confusion between compliance and conformity. Compliance and conformity. You remember when the requirements of the standard, we are looking at conformity. You find that most of the time, when the auditors have audited you, they'll be telling you that, yes, we have found your system to be conforming. Because it's about compliance, they are associated with maybe a requirement in law, the requirement in law. So what normally happens is that, like now when you talk about auditing your system, we are saying auditors normally audit conformity, but they will also want to see whether the system that you are implementing is really complying with the requirements, the statutory and regulatory requirements. And one of the things that we need also to know is that when we are talking about the services that we are delivering, you know, some of these services are also guided by law. So the auditors normally want to check whether this service that you are talking about, does it on itself meet the requirements that have been stated in law? Because if they're not meeting requirements that have been stated in law, then there will be a very serious problem. Look at the Nursing Council of Kenya today. they have got some stated requirements. They will be able to tell you that for you to be able to teach a class of nursing, they have set some legal and regulatory requirements in terms of the competences of the people, the infrastructure that needs to be there. So you see, for auditors now, when you're auditing, we check on those things, and then we also check the end products. If you're talking about a student who has not attended class, and yet we are being told this student needed to have attended this number of prerequisite lessons for them to qualify. So it is our responsibility as auditors now to be checking on that. So in the process, when you are doing that, we are establishing conformity, but we are also checking whether they are really meeting the requirements that have been stated in law. And then lastly, I think there is this thing about training, which I thought it is very, very important. One of the principles of quality management system, maybe I need to go back, is about engaging the people, engagement of the people. So when you talk about engagement, and you can see it is principle number 3, engagement. And you know, engagement now will mean that you really need to make sure that these people are competent, because the moment they are not competent, then they will not be able to deliver. So I think it is the responsibility of the leadership of the organization to make sure that the people who are going to deliver. We remember when I was talking about the issue of quality from the organization perspective, I said one of the things that they need to consider is the people. So for people now to make sure that we are working as a team and we are supporting each other, please, let's make sure that we provide the requisite trainings so that people now will not be asking, what is this ISO? You know, I've seen in some organization, you go and ask somebody and I say, well, what is that, by the way? Will you expect that person to support it? I'm very sure not. So please, training as part of enhancing competence is one of the ways of ensuring that we address quality issues. Let's hope have I covered everything, or there is something else that I've left loose?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maru. I think you have covered what had been asked so far, and especially that part of evaluating compliance during maybe the implementation versus at the end, that is the end product. I think you have brought it out very well, that auditors will look at conformity to the requirements, but some of those requirements are guided by the statutory and regulatory requirements, which is maybe other bodies. And also when we release our graduates from KMTC, to the market, then they become subject to those other regulations and statutory requirements. And so at that point, if we refer to us as an end product, then they'll be subject to compliance with the regulators' requirements, which include all the regulatory bodies that we have. We can take another round of questions. So we'll start with Mr. Minor. And then as he comes, maybe I can also read one or two, which is online. One person, Consolata, is saying congratulations to KMTC for sustaining the standards, and kudos. So that is a compliment. Thank you, Mr. Maina, you can come on board.
Yes, from KMTC Mombasa. My question to my presenter is that QMS is a very good, way of monitoring how institutions work, but I think it has a lot of paperwork. And my question is, as KEBS have got digital, and when talking about digitalizing of water, KEBS have recommendations, digital platform can actually use. And I want to give an example like a student attendance register. It's just a manual. It gives us the lecturers a lot of work in terms of analyzing them. We have a system that we can be able to use in terms of maintaining our data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other about digitization of operations or processes and even auditing? I know Mr. Maru will respond to that. Any other question before we go to the online audience? Okay, maybe we can go to the ones from the online audience. There is somebody, Jackie Musioka. who has a burning question. Maybe if they could raise their hand and then we can hear them. Meanwhile, we have Jane Achola who is asking Mr. Maru to kindly elaborate on what has necessitated the move to the now 9004 2018 standard. So maybe Mr. Maru will take that. And then there's James Sakwa who is saying he cannot be able to access the chat. It is disabled. The technical team is working on that. So maybe Mr. Maru, you can respond to the issue of digitization and then what has necessitated the move to the ISO 9004 2018 standard.
Okay, thank you very much, Lucy. And thank you very much, Mwalimu from Mombasa. If you look at ISO 9001 of 2015, in terms of documentation, what has happened is that the requirements of that standard in terms of documentation is very, very minimal. If you look at even the number of documents that the standard requires, it is the mandatory ones, they are around 4. We are just talking about the scope, the policy, the objectives. In fact, I think those are the 3 which the standard requires, Compared to the one of 2008, that one now was a standard full of documentation. So one of the things that they did in this current standard was to reduce issues about documentation, which is very, very, very good for institutions, because for quite a while, people were really complaining and saying, why are we implementing a standard that requires a lot of documentation? So what has happened is that this particular standard, ISO 9001, has given us a lot of flexibility in terms of the kind of documents that we can have within the institution. But the same standard in clause 7.552 tells us that it is now upon the organization to decide the kind of documents that they need to have in order to have an effective system. So it is you who is deciding. It is not even the standard. And even as guys at KEPS, we cannot prescribe for you. I will never come to your place and tell you you need to have this document, unless if I see that there is a problem. So one of the things that is happening is it gives you flexibility. So it is you to even say, instead of having an attendant register, which is so hard to maintain within an institution like yours, why can we just have a digitalized kind of register? Nobody will say no, because that is part of the improvements. In fact, if I were you and I'm auditing your campus next time when I come to Mombasa, and you tell me now you no longer have paperwork in terms of hard copies, and you are able to monitor the attendance of your students by people just putting their finger, let me just tell you, I will report that as an improvement, because that is the direction that people are going. If you go to the universities today, maybe KMTC even is far much better. The universities, you go to main campus, University of Nairobi, the School of Social whatever, you find the number of students there are around 500. Maintaining a register is a problem. So there are quite a number of institutions now who have decided to digitalize, and it is the responsibility of your management. It is you people now to work out on that and see the best way of making sure that you reduce paperwork. So this system is not about paperwork. It is about yourself and how you want to manage yourself. You know, if I was to come to your house and you're saying, before I enter your house, I need to record my name, it is your requirement. So the only thing that we'll do as auditors now, will confirm whether people are recording. The other one, which is very, very interesting, is what I've been asked about ISO 9004. You remember I said, we are talking about a family. What is a family? You know, each and every member, you know, if you talk about a family in the context of human beings, we normally say that there is a father, there is a mother, and there are kids. So you find that each and every person in the family plays a role. So one of the things that has happened is that in the family of standards, where I talked about the primary standards, I said the first one is 9,000, which will be able to assist us in defining the terms. The requirements are in 9,001. There is another one, 9,002, which is giving us the guidelines on how we can implement the requirements in 9,001. But there is another critical standard, 9,004. Let's say when you reach a certain level of maturity, you can never be at the same level always. How shall we know about improvements? How will you sustain? So we are saying in ISO 9004, that is where now it is even defining issues about maturity level. So if you are in maturity level number 1, there are quite a number of things that you need now to put in place. And I normally like giving an example. When a baby is growing up, initially when they are born, you are being instructed that the only food that kid can have is the breast milk. But you cannot give the kid breast milk forever. They need to grow. So even as guys, now that we understand the requirements in ISO 9001, then there is need for us now to look up and say that we need to up our game. So this thing is about upping our game so that we even become better. Let's hope I've addressed that. Oh, you're muted, Lucy.
Responses. The last one, we have 2 online questions, and we can let James Sakwa to ask his question, after which we shall have Jackies Musioka, who have raised their hands. James, please.
Very much, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. My name is James Sakwa from Masinde Muliro University. Mr. Maru, thank you very much for bringing on board the issue of 9004, which is about sustenance. But as a quality assessor, I'm wondering why an institution of the caliber of MTC should not pursue the standard for people who certify people. Because at the end of the institutions that certify people, because at the end of the day, they graduate students with diploma, higher diploma. How about them trying that standard that deals with certification of persons? It would be better than sustenance because now they have actualized. It's like self-actualization. Once they get 9004, so what? They should go for the one that deals with certification of persons. Number 2, there are also specific standards, like in my profession, which is medical lab science. We have ISO 15189.
Yes.
It has gone 3 cycles. It was mooted in 2002. 2012, it was reviewed to accommodate new aspects according to how the profession and the industry is growing. The latest version 3 was reviewed last year, 2022.
Yeah.
I think it's important that now we also institute this, the training of these cadre-specific standards in the curricula, so that our students don't have to come back for training when they've been in a training institution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So do I take on that?
I mean, Jackie's ask, then you can respond to both. Go ahead.
Okay, it seems Jackie is not there. So can I be responding to the gentleman from Masinde Muliro as we wait for Jack to sort ourselves? Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Maru.
Okay, thank you very much for that very interesting question. You said you are from Masinde Muliro. I don't know whether you are from the university or one of the
university.
University.
And I'm a student I'm an alumni of MTC.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Masinde was one of our clients, and I believe it is still our clients in terms of certification. So you remember, I have said, this thing is about a system. You are implementing a management system. When the system reaches maturity, then you might find people now relaxing and saying, so what? They understand ISO 9000 very well. So what has happened in ISO is that they were able to identify ISO 9004 as a standard that can be taken for those organizations which have reached maturity. You know, if you have been implementing ISO 9001 from the year 2004, you know, you will start asking yourself, what is next? So one of the things that we're just saying is that this particular standard it's not a requirement standard, but it is a guidance standard. It will be able to tell you in maturity one, you need to do this so that you sustain your success. You remember we normally even, I'm very sure even you people, when you are teaching students, you are normally interested in sustenance. You don't want a student today will get an A and then tomorrow they are in D. So one of the things that you do is that you normally tell the students, okay, as we continue now progressing to the other years, we really need to maintain or improve your performance. I think that is what you do. So what has happened is that we are just saying this standard is very, very important for you to manage those successes that you already have. You talked about a personnel certification standard. It is very true. One of the things that we've done at the certification body is that our certification body is accredited to ISO 17024 on personnel. So what happens is that there are those personnel who have graduated on some specific sectors. And one of the things that maybe if they really want to demonstrate their level of competence, then now that is the time now that the certification body can certify those personnel. Look at the welders. I'm not very, very sure about maybe people from KMTC, but I know currently there are quite a number of professions which require people to go through certification. I think for you, what has been happening is that if you graduate today as a nurse, the next thing that you will want is for you to be given an operational license. And that one now is normally the responsibility of the Nursing Council of Kenya, using their own procedures so that at the end of the day, they make sure that you are doing the right thing. So there's no problem. You know, when you talk about standards today, they are very dynamic. I talked about 5 primary standards, but there are also secondary standards that support the implementation of this standard. There are those standards that are also specific. So even for you, you find that there could be other standards that have been developed by ISO that will be able to assist us in making sure that we produce professionals who are competent and who will be able to face the challenges that are outside there.
Thank you very much. And yes, I know KMTC, currently we have applied to be considered or to be accredited as a CPD awarding center. So maybe that is one thing towards the same direction that one of the participants has asked. Now, maybe the last one from our Deputy Director Academics, Dr. Nyawera. She has 2 to 3 questions. One, does KEBS have a research agenda relating to ISO? And what are the areas of fears? Oh, sorry, the areas of focus. Which are the areas of focus in regard to research relating to ISO? That is the question number 1. Number 2, how important is it to have individual departments or units or areas certified? For example, having laboratories which are certified rather than certifying the health facility or institution. So certifying a particular process or department or unit versus certifying a whole institution. And then the research agenda regarding ISO. Mr. Maru?
Okay. Thank you very much, Director. I'm not very sure whether I'll be able to answer satisfactorily, but I'll try. Okay, the thing is, maybe I want to start with the last one when you talk about individual. You remember when you look at ISO, what they have done is that they have got various standards that are so specific to some areas. So you find that within an organization, like now, we audit hospitals. There are quite a number of hospitals that we have certified, and within those hospitals, what they have done is that they can seek, not now for certification, but for a slightly higher standard, which is now maybe what we call accreditation. You remember certification, you are certified to a management system, but there could be some specific areas where now where maybe issues about competence is so important that we don't even look at now the issue of certification. You look at accreditation. Maybe even I can give an example about KEBS. What is happening in KEBS is that we are certified to ISO 9001 by BSI. But within KEBS, there are quite a number of departments who have been accredited to some specific ISO standards. Like now, if you are to go to our labs, you find that the laboratories, that is the testing laboratories as well as metrology, have been accredited to ISO 17025, which is so specific to the labs. And it is just looking at the competences of the people who are working in the labs. You go to the certification body, which has certified you, you find that they are not implementing ISO 9001. But what has happened is that they have been accredited to another ISO standard called 17021, which is so specific to. So within the organization like KMTC today, let's say if you have got laboratories within the institution, and these laboratories are normally used to provide results. Maybe you have got customers who normally come to use your laboratories for the purpose of testing. Then it will make sense to do what? To seek for accreditation to those laboratory. It will make a lot of sense. But now if you're just using those labs for the purpose of training, then of course ISO 9001 will be able to take care of that. Because whenever we talk about certification and accreditation, there is a lot of costs involved. So one of the things that, if you look at ISO, it is actually telling you, it is you to sit and ask yourself, what is this that I really want to achieve? What are the objectives? Like you need to ask yourself, what will be the objectives of just going for an individual department and not looking at the organization in totality? You remember I started by talking about working as a team. You remember I talked about the customer supplier chain within the organization. Because if you just pick one department and you leave the rest, then you might find a situation whereby the chain can easily break. And the moment the chain breaks, then even the one which is certified now will not be able to deliver. Let's hope I've tried answering that. The other thing that you asked is, you talked about whether at KEBS we have got a research facility that carries out research on ISO issues. I can tell you we don't actually have that, but ISO as an organization normally carries out a lot of research, and we use a lot of the information that we receive from that organization to improve and to change the way maybe we are operating. So they normally do a lot of research in terms of the uptake of standards, the challenges. You remember, Madam, I said when I was talking about the primary standards, I said there are 2 or 3 standards which were not there before, but they were developed by ISO in order to assist organization to implement. So it was as a result of the research. You know, when they did a lot of research, they realized that people do not understand some requirements. So what do? One of the things that they did even in ISO 9001 was to introduce the issue of notes. You remember there is a note 1, note 2, but even they realized that that was not enough, and that is why now they decided to come up with more standards to support the implementation of the primary standard, which is ISO 9001 of 2015. Thank you.
Maru, once again, let us applaud Mr. Maru. Thank you, Mr. Maru, the acting head of National Quality Institute at KEBS, for your very, very insightful presentation. We are very, very grateful, and you may remain on so that maybe you could also follow our next round of presentations. or you could leave at your own pleasure individually to convey the rest of the appreciation from the Kenya Medical Training College. Thank you so much, Mr. Maru.
Thank you. Thank you. I will just leave shortly because I have another presentation.
We are moving on well, though behind time a bit, but we shall be able to catch up. Next on the program, we are going to have 4 papers being presented. They will just follow each other sequentially. And the first paper that we are going to have is on assessing the content validity of the Clinical Officers Council licensure examination for the diploma and bachelor's degree programs by Nduru M. et al. The next paper, because we won't have a break in between, will be challenges of blended learning among students in Kenya Medical Training College. And this is by TBG et al. That paper will be the level of utilization of e-learning among faculty and students during COVID-19 period at the Kenya Medical Training College campuses by Kaloki L. et al. And the 4th paper, which will be our last today, will be on factors influencing the utilization of the nursing process as perceived by the 3rd-year nursing students in Kenya Medical Training College by Kurui KD et al. Kindly let us listen to the 4 papers. But before that, I want to recognize the arrival of our CEO, and once he joins us, then I'm going to give an opportunity to our DDA. Welcome our CEO. Thank you for joining us in this scientific conference. As you are coming in, we had just concluded on the first plenary presentation by Mr. Maru from the National Quality Institute at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. He has taken us through a plenary presentation on enhancing quality in the training of health professionals, the role of QMS. So, So our audience will proceed with the presentations after this. So I now want to invite our thank you. I'm advised that we have the first paper presentation, and after that, we shall hand over to our DDA so that we can have a session where we are going to engage our CEO also. So like I said, the first paper is on assessing the content validity of the Clinical Officers Council licensure examinations for the diploma and bachelor's degree programs. And this is by Nduru M. et al. Kindly let us have that paper with its discussions immediately before we usher in our CEO through the DDA.
Hi and welcome. My name is Nduru Julius Maina. I work at Kenya Medical Training College as a lecturer. I also chair the COC Examination Board. Welcome to this particular presentation on a study done by the Clinical Officers Council Examination Board on assessing content validity of Clinical Officers Council licensure examination for diploma and bachelor degree program. Now, we have a list of my co-authors that we work as a team to be able to carry out this particular study. Now, we'll be looking at the background information of the study, the problem statement, the purpose of the study, the objective, definition of key concept, conceptual framework, methodology, findings, conclusion, and recommendation. Now, the COC Act number 20 of 2017 and its mandate, to make provision of training and registration and licensing of clinical science, mandate, the COC to be able to administer licensure or what we call pre-internship examination before, candidates are sent for internship. They also provided with practicing licensing during this particular internship, and thereafter they are registered and licensed to practice without further examination. Now, when it comes to the problem statement, the council had noted a downward trend in the performance of the candidates over the years, and the students who have passed their final qualifying examination in the respective colleges were found to fail in the COC licensure examination. And in order to establish the reason why they failed, then the council commission has started to assess content validity of the licensure examination. And we know very well that the licensure examination is supposed to be of high stake and of highest, quality. And the purpose of the study was then to generate validity evidence in the context of a licensure examination. And the question we were asking ourselves, is the licensure examination administered by the COC fit for its purpose? Now, we had 4 specific objectives to look at. One was to establish how practitioners from different sectors of clinical practice relate to the relevance of, test items. And number 2 was to determine the dimension of professional competence assessed by the licensure examination. And 3, to assess the cognitive level of the test item in the licensure examination. And lastly, to determine the judge's opinion on inclusion of the test item in the licensure examination. Now, for us to be able to understand this particular study, we need to understand a few key concepts, and one is validity. And validity, as all of us we know, it refers to how accurate a method measures what it is intended to measure. The other one is content validity, and the content validity is the extent to which the test item in the COC licensure examination cover what they are supposed to cover, and this is stipulated in the practice of clinical, in the scope of practice of clinical science. And it is based on this premise that a candidate who then passes a license examination is now knowledgeable in the required content of the job. Now, the other key concept that we used, or key one that we used, was a judge. And who is a judge in this particular context? It's a healthcare practitioner carefully selected to evaluate the test items. And we had 3 categories. One, the post-intern, who was a newly qualified clinical officer who sat the licensure examination within the last 3 years. Then number 2 was a trainer, who was a judge drawn from the training institution offering clinical medicine with medical education background and with more than 5 years of experience. And then we had the practitioner, who was a judge drawn from various specialization clinical practice in the 8 regions in our country. Now, we had our conceptual framework where we had the valid examination as our dependent variable, and then independent variables, which were the item relevance, dimension, professional competence, cognitive level, and inclusion of items. Now, the study was conducted in Kenya within COC, and it was a descriptive study design using both the quantitative and qualitative method. We had a stratified and a purposive sampling method, which was actually employed. We looked at the structure of the COC examination, where it had paper 1 and paper 2, which was taking 3 years, and paper 1 contained SAQ, which were all in the 6 thematic areas, that is medicine, pediatric, surgery, reproductive health, community health, and HSM, and MCQ, which was paper 2, which contained 100 MCQ in all the 6 thematic areas. We did a pilot study of the study, which was again conducted, where we involved judges, and we gave them questions to evaluate. Now, when it came to the main study, we sampled 5 examination series, or we sampled the test item from 5 examination series conducted between September 2015 and all the way to May 2021. A total of 300 test items are sampled for evaluation for each program. That means 300 for diploma and 300 for BSc. All the SAQ 60 were sampled for evaluation, and 240 MCQ out of 500 MCQ were actually sampled. And when you look at and the way MCQs were sampled is that they were listed in order in which they appeared in the actual examination, and every second MCQ were actually selected. And when you look at this step, it demonstrates how the thematic areas where we have SAQ in paper 1 and MCQ in paper 2 were sampled, so that every program 60 SAQ and 240 MCQ were actually sampled. And in every program then 60 plus 240 gave us 300 test items that were actually evaluated in every program. Now, we had 72 judges who were selected from different sectors of practice from 8 regions, and out of these, 68 participated in the study, representing a 94% response rate. Now, the judges, as I had indicated, were actually in 3 categories. We had the trainers, post-intern, and practitioners. The trainers were to evaluate cognitive level and the inclusion of the test items in the residential examination. We had selected 10 and 9 were able to participate. Post-intern, 20, all of them participated, 10 from diploma and 10 from degree, and they were able to evaluate item relevance and inclusion. Then we had practitioners who were selected 42, but that 9 were able to participate, and they looked at the item relevance, dimension, professional competence, and inclusion of the test items. When it comes to data collection, data was collected using electronic system, and where all the judges were contacted and informed about the standard, and they were willing to participate. They provided their email, and then after that they were oriented through a virtual meeting. After that, then they were sent a link with the login credentials and password, which they used again to log into the system. Now, all the judges were required, to consent to participate in the study before proceeding, and this was actually done within the platform. And then all the judges were required to provide their social demographic information before proceeding to carry out the study. Now, each judge carried out the evaluation depending on the category, and that only the aspect being evaluated was actually visible to each category of the judge, and they were actually facilitated within internet access. Data was analyzed using descriptive and inferential statistics, as demonstrated in this particular slide. Now, when it comes to findings and discussion on item relevance, overall, a majority, 78% and 82% of the test items were found to be relevant both in degree and diploma respectively, with what we call, item content validity index, ICVI, of 0.78. And this is demonstrated by this particular, figure, which shows how the practitioner evaluated the SAQ and the MCQ. And you can actually see that majority of all the test items, whether in MCQ or in degree, were actually found to be relevant. The same thing with actually post-intern, who are also evaluating the item relevance, that 95% of them evaluated the degree test items as relevant, and in diploma, 79% of the judges evaluated the test item as relevant. Now, this shows that most of the test items are considered to assess areas critical for professional practice. And by judging a majority of items as relevant, then the examination was considered acceptable to the stakeholders. And when you look at the dimension of professional competence, a majority, 78%, and 72% degree and diploma test items respectively assessed the practical dimension of competence. And at the same time, the practical and the scholar dimensions were more in degree than actually in diploma program. And there was also evidence that there was significant association between the program and the dimensions of professional competence. And this can be evidenced, by the figure, below, that is demonstrating that when it comes to the degree in terms of professional competence, majority of the test items were able to evaluate practical area, and then we have others that were evaluating the scholar, 17%. The same way also with the diploma, 72% of the test items were more of practical, and around 11% scholar and 4% interpersonal. Now, when you look at the cognitive level of the test items, now a minority, 15% of the test item assessed, high level cognitive, with ICVI of 0.77%, while a majority of those test items that we can actually see in both the degree and in diploma were actually of low cognitive. And this can be demonstrated even then they compared the SAQ and the MCQ in both degree and diploma. Still, the SAQ in degree and the SAQ in diploma, majority of them again were also found to be of low cognitive, while minority were actually found to be of high cognitive. Now, when it comes to inclusion of the test item, a majority, 75% of the test items were recommended for inclusion in the licensure examination with an ICVI of 0.7, 8. This demonstrates the level of agreement among judges, because this was one of the areas that was assessed by all the judges. And when look at the figure, it was able to demonstrate that overall, like in terms of practitioner, the degree, 78% of all those were actually recommended for inclusion. The same thing again in diploma, 82% of them of the test items are actually also recommended for inclusion. Still by the post-intern, majority of the test items again were also recommended for inclusion. When it comes to the trainers, again, majority of the test items were also recommended for inclusion. And this showed that most of the diploma and degree test items were recommended for inclusion. And this meant that they reached a good reliability, and this showed that all items appeared to be worthy of retention. In conclusion, what are we saying? That the licensure examination adequately reflects professional practice and is consistent with the scope of practice, and that the licensure examination focused more on the practical dimension of competence, and that the test items were generally acceptable to the judges for inclusion in the licensure examination, and that the licensure examination was not effective in assessing a high order cognitive level as we have seen. The standard then recommend the following. One, that there is need to develop an examination blueprint to guide the proportion of the test items in the licensure examination in terms of dimension of professional competence and cognitive as stipulated in the core curriculum. Number two, that there is need to carry out capacity building for COC examiners and trainers in assessment with a view of improving, the setting of the test items. And three, the standard recommend that there is need to make it a requirement for training institution to assess cognitive validity of their formative and summative examination. And lastly, that if further study need to be done to determine why many candidates fail the COC licensure examination after passing the final qualifying examination administered by the training institution. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge the COC board for funding this particular research. I want to appreciate all my co-authors that worked as a team to ensure that this study was actually done. And lastly, I want to appreciate all the judges who participated in this particular study and the Kenya Medical Training, Research Committee for granting us the opportunity to share this particular study finding. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Let us applaud the presenter. Thank you very much for that paper presentation. And maybe at this juncture, we want to take a few questions or concerns to, is Nduru with us? Yeah, maybe you can move here so that you can take the questions. Yes, we have listened to that paper on the content validity. It is dealing with the examination, the test items, and how reliable, how relevant they were, and we have seen the results and the recommendations to the COC and to the trainers. So audience and participants who are following us virtually, you may raise any questions or comments that you have to the presenter who is here with us.
I have the first question. Hello.
Hello, is there?
Yes, I have the first question, please.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I cannot get you, please. Can I ask? Can I proceed? Hello?
Kindly proceed, we can hear you. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Yes, my name is Ngumbao, and I'm a staff from Wajir. Number one, I would like to thank Mr. Maina for the information about the content validity.
I have two concerns, some questions. Number one, maybe you can tell us which criteria method did you use to choose the 72 judges? Number two question is about on your results on cognitive level. You said diploma under the cognitive level was very low. Maybe you can expound to us and tell us, how did you test this null hypothesis? And on that cognitive, my concern is about why for the diploma was low in regards to the curricula, because when you check curricula between the diploma in clinical medicine and the BSc has many more variance in terms of content. Or do you want to like to tell me, if I'm a diploma in clinical medicine, I'm conducting a delivery to this mother, and I'm a BSc in clinical medicine, I'm doing the same procedure. Does it have any much variance? Back to you.
Thank you for those two questions about the criteria method that was used to choose the 72 judges, and then the issue of the cognitive level, especially for the diploma, which was found to be low. How was the null hypothesis tested? Any other question? We can pick two more. Yes, Mr. Oruko.
Thank you, the presenter. In the methodology, I'm not sure if I captured it right, that used both quantitative and qualitative, but the results, there is nothing touching on qualitative outcome, unless I missed it. Then my concern is on the 95% worth of inclusion of the questions, and then where does the 5% go to? And if so, what will be the recommendation to the council? Because if 95% of the questions are worth to be included, and let me say someone who sat for the exam scored 48%, and I'm assuming the pass mark is 50, and yet 5% of the questions are not worth for inclusion in the council exam, what will be your recommendation to the council? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The methodology, we only had maybe about the quantitative. What about the qualitative? And then the 5% difference of the worth of the questions. What is the recommendation? Any other question? Yes, from our DDA, Dr. Nyawira.
Thank you very much for this very good day that can be used to inform practice and also policy. I am concerned about the risk of bias in this study. Seeing the judges, they may have social desirability bias. They may want it to look good. So what they were the people who were involved in the sample. How sure are we that they did not give responses that would suit them because they have an interest in this process? Thank you.
Thank you. The question about bias, the research bias, especially for the judges. Any other before? Yeah, maybe the last one. We have Dr. Chalo at the back.
Thank you for that, let me say, informative presentation. Because I have a question on that. Let me not talk of a question. Let me put it as a comment. The moment you discuss of different groups in this same study, when you have the diploma students, probably bachelor's degree students, for the policy information, you need to show us that part of the inferential statistics. That works very well when you're talking about implementing policies. So that's just for your own take. Let me not put it as a question, because I didn't see that part. What I saw was most of descriptives, 80%, 40%. We need to know more that can inform policy. Just for your own take. Thank you.
Yes, maybe inclusion of some inferential statistics as opposed to purely descriptive statistics. I think we can ask Mr. Ndura to respond to those. And then if need be, we can go to another round. Karibu.
Thank you so much, Sessions Chair. Thank you so much. Also, I want to appreciate our CEO who is with us. I'll go straight to try and respond to the question the way they were asked in order. And the first one was the criteria that we used to get to alive to 72 judges. And as I said, that 68 participated. We had 3 categories of judges. Those were post-intern. And I said that these were actually people or students, or let me call them already clinical officers practicing, but they had already sat for this particular exam in the last 3 years, and they had gone through the internship. And so we wanted to find out from them whether they found the exam relevant to exactly what they practice. Number 2, we had the judges also from the training institutions. And the training institutions are the only training institution that usually teach clinical medicine. And I say that the judges in this particular category were only looking at the cognitive level. Reason being, these were medical education experts. That was the criteria of choosing them. They had medical education expert with them, and they had 5 years experience in teaching. And they were looking at the cognitive level of the test item, and also in their own opinion, whether they feel that this test item should be included in the licensure examination. Now, the other category of judges are actually practitioners, people who interact with clinical officers in various settings of clinical practice. These were doctors, these were managers, these were very senior clinicians, wherever the clinical officers work. When they look at those particular test items, do they think that they are relevant? Do they meet the dimensions of their practice? Can they be included also in the licensure examination? And that is the criteria we used. We looked at our 8 regions in the country to try and avoid the biasness that our DDA may be asked. And then the other thing is that we had already a tool which was uniform for all these judges that they were actually using when they were analyzing this particular test item. And I want to respond by saying that yes, majority of the test item were actually of low cognitive level. That does not mean that this person is not competent to go and maybe conduct maybe delivery compared to a diploma and a degree. What we were looking at, the test item, yeah, because we know very well cognitive level is about what? Our mental capability of trying to solve problems. So the question that we test and the question that we set, being a licensure examination, which we said is supposed to be of high quality, high stake. Is it able to test the high cognitive level? And we only found that only a minority, 15% of them, of those test items, just test low or high cognitive level, but not low cognitive level as demonstrated. Now, the other question about whether qualitative, quantitative, I think from the video, I think we have a lot of data in this particular research, and I think on that, I would just request maybe this person can see us because we have a lot of information that we could not put in 10 minutes video presentation. So there's so much on this particular information which we still would like to share. Now, when it comes to the inclusion of the test item, now the question was whether these test items, yes, they were recommended for inclusion, but there was that percentage we are saying that was not included. Then what does it mean? And that's why we are recommending that the trainers, the COC examiners need to be capacity built. Not only the COC examiners, because I also know when we test those test items, actually we call trainers. We don't call other people, we call trainers. And these trainers are actually from Kenya Medical Training College. They are from public universities, private universities, other private colleges and faith-based institutions. So it means there's a gap with the trainers when it comes to setting of the test item. So the 15% that the judges felt they should not be included, then it means it is us as the trainers that need to improve on how to set good test items. And the other one on the issue of judges to avoid the biasness. I think this was one of the standards that maybe biasness would not be there because they were independent. We had a very good tool, and all the judges, for example, if I give an example, like when it comes to inclusion of the test item, it was judges' opinion. And all the judges, if they were evaluating the diploma, 300 questions, all of them evaluated the diploma. And then we are looking at the degree of agreement, and that is what we were calling the ICVI, the item content validity index. How many judges said this question, for example, question 5, should be included or it is relevant? So that really avoided the biasness. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I hope he has exhaustively responded to those questions. Do we have any other question? Online, do we have any questions from the online audience? Yeah, meanwhile, we have another question at the back there, Romina. Go ahead, Romina.
Thank you. Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. My concern is that you have said you had 300 diplomas and 300 degrees. How many among the degree holders were from public universities, and how many were from the private universities? Because I did not see that coming out clear. And number 2, how did you collect the data? The data collection tools you used. Thank you.
Okay, a question on how many of the participants, the ones who are doing degree work from the public versus the private universities, and then the data collection tools that were used. Any other question? Online audience, any?
Maybe to add on that what my colleague has asked. Is it also very important the researcher to tell us which sampling method did he choose? If he can be able to tell us out of 600 diploma and degree from public and the private sector, which sampling method did he choose?
Private, so what sampling method was used? Maybe you can respond to that as we wait for any other.
Thank you so much. Maybe a correction. The 300 were not students. These were test items. We were looking at the test items, the questions from the COC examination bank. And we looked at the test items or the questions, all the papers that had been done between the year 2018 up to May 2021. And I say that the papers that we were looking at, we have paper 1 that constitutes 12 SAQ, short answer question, in 6 thematic areas. And all the 60 SAQ, all the SAQ that were done, but within that particular period were actually included in the research we did. Now they do one paper, paper 2, which has got 100 MCQ. We sampled 240 MCQs. And how did we arrive at that? We took every second question in every paper to be evaluated by the judges. And that's how we arrived to 300 test items or question in both the diploma and also degree. 300 in diploma and 300 in degree. 60 plus 240. Now, the other thing is, how did we collect the data? We used an electronic platform. The judges were from the 8 regions, as I had indicated. This platform was developed to extract this data from the COC examination bank. And when the judges were contacted and they gave consent and they're willing to participate in the study, they were taken through virtual training on how to use the system. And after that, then they were given logging in credentials and password to access the data for every category of the judges. As I say, the trainers, what were they looking for? Cognitive level, they were evaluating cognitive level and inclusion criteria. So for every category of the judges, that is what they were able to access. For the 300 test items, those are the questions, but not the students. For the 2 programs, both the diploma and a degree. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that clarification. We have a comment from one of our online audience participants, Jenna Chala, who is saying, thank you for this wonderful presentation. From the last training we did on setting of questions, it came out clearly that we need to relook at the level of our teaching. So I think that's a comment related to that. Another comment is that COC is giving licensure to many upcoming colleges which do not have standards. So that's another second comment. And a third one is kindly due to shortage of lecturers, some students fail due to limitations. So I think in regard to the examinations that maybe students are disadvantaged because of the shortage of the faculty, and sometimes they fail because of that. So those are comments which can be tied to that presentation. I think if there's no other comment or question, we could end it there. And once again, let us put our hearts together for that team of Ndura M. et al. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is now my pleasure to welcome our DDA to take us forward to the next session. Welcome, Madam DDA.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Thank you also for that presentation, very important. I'm very happy for that kind of research. Well done to that team. Our CEO, Dr. Kelly Oluoch, thank you for joining us. In this hall, we are a full house of let me call it a congregation attending this scientific conference. But in addition, we have a congregation that is online, a virtual congregation, because this is a hybrid conference. We began in the morning, we've had the keynote address and also another a speaker, invited guest, as well as one paper, and we will be continuing. But first, I would like to introduce those who are in the hall and to recognize their presence. And as I mentioned I'd like you to stand in any category that I mentioned, and you fall in that category, I would like you to stand up. So here I thank senior managers that are present here. I also want to thank the principals that are present. Principals, could we see you? Principals who are in the hall, could we see you? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for attending. Heads of departments present. Heads of departments, thank you. Thank you very much. All staff of KMTC, would you stand up? Thank you. Thank you. Can have a seat. All speakers, all conference speakers, all persons who you have a paper that is being presented here. Could you stand up? You have a paper. Okay, very well. Well done. All moderators, you are moderating the conference in some way. You are participating as a moderator or another lead in the conference. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. Have a seat. All students, could you stand up? All students. Okay, welcome. Have a seat. Thank you very much. And additional invited guests, you are most welcome. I want to particularly recognize the conference committee. So I will ask the conference committee members to stand up. Thank you, conference committee. I see you. This is a team that has made this conference possible. They've put in many hours of work, arranging, planning, and we are very happy that they have made this possible. So it is my great pleasure to recognize that today is our first day of the 7th Biennial Scientific Conference of the Kenya Medical Training College. Our theme is embracing technology and innovation in training and research towards strengthening primary healthcare. I had mentioned this, but allow me to say it again in this place that this theme is very important. The issue of technology and innovation in training and research is very important because the speed of technology is increasing. And as you are shown in the keynote speaker showed us, it's exponentially increasing over the last 2 decades. We understand the importance of technology and innovation. This morning, we were told innovation, it is research first, then innovation, and then technology. So we understand that, and we understand how it is transforming primary healthcare. We also understand it is indispensable to our training, as well as to the health service delivery that occurs after training, because as we always emphasize, training is a means. It is not an end in itself. It is a means, it's a means. And for us, particularly in health professions, education, we are particularly interested in ensuring that our students and our staff have fully adopted the technology that can enhance equality as well as efficiency in service. So in this room, we have our students, we have our staff and other people, many of whom even the name of their program itself has the word technology. So we must adopt technology in all its ways because we are technologists. We have in our curricula, and we have been having the word innovation as a buzzword to us, but we are innovators, we are clinicians, we are professionals, we are practitioners, and the issues that are going to be discussed in this meeting, are issues of really big interest to us. I also want to again emphasize that this conference is our 7th one, meaning that over time, we have learned every 2 years we hold a conference, and in this year, we are having this physical opening session. Last year, it was fully online, but it is important to have a hybrid conference because we encourage participation even from those who are not able to come, because not everybody is able to come to this place. The other important thing is that the committee has grown over time. They have grown through their ways of working because many of them have been on this committee over several conferences. But we also have new members, and we have seen that they have helped to build institutional memory to the new members, but also to ensure that we have continuity and we are building on what was learned in the previous conference, including the feedback that we get from our participants. We learn from it and improve the conference. We are also keen to ensure we work according to our core values, or the core values. We have been keen to demonstrate them going forward. Now, so in this conference, we want to learn, and we have 6 key areas around where our talks are organized. So health education is a session we are on. We began with an anchor talk on quality management systems. And we have had a very, very interactive discussion around that. We will then have additional scientific papers presented in addition to the one we have just listened to. And then the other session is on community health, another health financing, non-communicable diseases, infectious diseases, and epidemics. For all of them, we have an anchor talk and followed by some papers. In future, we are looking to having additional aspects on each of the sessions. So like a student symposium along the sidelines of the main plenary session, workshops where actual skills are taught, actual skills, let's say in education, actual skills in the clinical disciplines, or even simulations in the laboratories. We are hoping we can have wet labs in our upcoming conferences. We also need to have patients participating in these patients and communities. So we are looking in our next conference to have more of that. It is going to be an international conference, seeing that the direction the institution is taking is going global. So we expect the next time to be highly international. So we'll be having participants, presenters from outside our borders, and we can do that really online, quite helpful. So the quality of the papers in this year, if you look through the abstract booklet, you will notice that they are very interesting papers across a wide range of topics. And the quality of the papers, at least the abstracts, from what you've seen in the abstracts, is really good. So I would like to commend the presenters, but also the scientific committee that helps with peer review, goes through the abstracts and helps the presenters prepare the abstracts as well as prepare the presentations to ensure quality. So I'm really happy that we are having good papers being presented, different methodologies, but also different aspects. They're not just clinical papers. They're also not just management papers. Some are programmatic papers. So a wide range of papers. All of these things are important for health. So I'm glad to see that. So we are looking to learning from one another. We had good discussions after the keynote speech, and also good discussions after the next speaker on quality management systems, and even after the first scientific paper. So we are looking to a lot of discussions and a lot of learning. But in all, we really are affirming the importance of technology and innovation in training, in research, and public health. And these are all things that you support very deliberately. So we want to join you in advancing the institution, in supporting the progression, the uptake of technology. I know this is in your heart, so we want to join together and celebrate. And for that reason, I'm really happy to welcome you to speak to this congregation. Welcome. Thank you.
The Deputy Director in charge of academics, the registrar, senior managers who are here today, principals, staff, students, and our online viewers. Good afternoon to you. First, let me say that I'm glad that in this meeting we have our students. I'm very glad that research in KMTC is recognizing that our students actually need to be part of the process. And I'm very glad that I'm able to see students not only doing diploma certificate, but also those who are doing higher diploma. I'm also glad that our staff are actively taking part in research, and that the quality of papers that I have seen reflects a growth in terms of maturity of this organization when it comes to research. So let me go to my speech, then I will make a few more comments. So let me welcome you to the 7th Biennial Scientific Conference, which has the theme Embracing Technology and Innovation in Training and Research Towards Strengthening Primary Healthcare. We are thrilled to delve into the transformative potential of these advancements and their vital role in fortifying the health field. This year, just like in the last conference, we have embraced a hybrid conference format to ensure accessibility and inclusivity for all. Through the utilization of Zoom platform and our official KMTC YouTube channel, participants can engage actively in the conference from the comfort of their locations. This hybrid approach opens doors for widespread participation and collaboration, connecting members across the 74 campuses that we have. I just briefly looked at our online platform and I was able to see that despite the fact that it was lunchtime, over 60 participants were online. And I'm also glad that the online participants have been able to engage the presenters here very actively. Ladies and gentlemen, the diverse range of topics chosen for the conference reflects our commitment to the fundamental principles of universal health coverage. Our sub-themes include health professions education, community health, healthcare financing, technologies and innovations in healthcare, non-communicable diseases, and infectious diseases. By addressing the crucial topics, we aim not only to cater to the KMTC community and the broad healthcare sector, but also to prioritize the needs of the marginalized communities, including the poor and the underserved. Our goal is to explore innovative solutions and approaches that can positively impact the health and well-being of these communities, ensuring equitable access to healthcare for all. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to report that KMTC has developed a comprehensive science, technology, and innovation strategy, which will guide our institution in advancing research, innovation, and commercialization of products. This strategy will enhance our capacity building efforts among both our students and staff, and fostering the culture of scientific inquiry and technological advancement within our college. Further, by implementing this strategy, we aim to empower our community to actively contribute to groundbreaking research and successfully bring innovative products to the market. The science, technology, and innovation strategy is now available in our website, providing valuable guidance and resources to all members of our staff. To ensure the comprehensiveness and relevance to our scientific conference, we extended invitation to esteemed keynote speakers and plenary presenters. These distinguished individuals will provide valuable insights into the future direction and the key areas of focus in our field. I am honored to acknowledge some of the presenters who have presented before you, like Dr. Joseph Sitiene from the Ministry of Health, who has delivered a keynote address. Additionally, we have the privilege of hearing from Mr. Charles Maru, the acting head of National Quality Institute, Dr. Muhammad Mohammed, the head of Division of Primary Healthcare Services and Family Health, Dr. Isabella Maina from the Ministry of Health, Mr. Joseph Kiptanui from the Aga Khan Hospital, Dr. John Gigi from
Renal Services at Kenyatta National Hospital, and Dr. Rose Jalango from the Ministry of Health, Vaccines and Immunization Department. The expertise and contribution will shape the discussions and provide valuable insights into various aspects of research. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, it is important to recognize the pivotal role that research plays in shaping the future of health education and practice. For the healthcare training institutions like Kenya Medical Training College, research plays a multifaceted role. It enhances the learning experience of our students as well as staff by exposing them to the latest advancements and discoveries in the field of healthcare. Research cultivates critical thinking, problem solving, and analytical skills, empowering our students to become lifelong learners and active contributors to the advancement of healthcare knowledge. Moreover, ladies and gentlemen, research fosters a culture of inquiry and innovation within our institution. It encourages faculty, staff, and students to explore new ideas, critique existing practices, and seek novel solutions to healthcare challenges. I'm very glad today that most of the presentations that have been done here have also included contributions and inquiry from participants. I'm very glad that the quality of inquiry and the quality of questions that come from participants show maturity and progress when it comes to understanding research. By integrating research in our training programs, we equip our graduates with the necessary tools to critically evaluate scientific literature, apply research findings to their practice, and contribute to the growth of medical knowledge. To my colleagues in the college and fellow industry players, as we move forward in our healthcare training journey, let us recognize the importance of research and its inherent value in shaping the future of healthcare education and practice. Let us embrace the culture of research where curiosity, inquiry, and innovation thrives. By prioritizing research, we can ensure that our healthcare professionals are equipped with knowledge, skills, and mindset necessary to address the evolving healthcare needs of our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition to the wealth of knowledge and expertise offered by our esteemed speakers, this conference provides an exceptional opportunity for networking and collaboration. Despite the virtual setting, participants will have the chance to connect, share ideas, and foster valuable relationships. The importance of this conference cannot be overstated. It plays a pivotal role in enhancing capacity of our staff, including both teaching and non-teaching personnel, in conducting research and effectively disseminating information. By actively participating in this event, our staff members can gain valuable knowledge, expand their skill sets, and contribute to the advancement of research and knowledge dissemination within our organization and beyond. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the dedicated organizers of this conference, led by our College Research Committee, for their unwavering commitment and tireless effort in making this event a reality. To all participants attending this conference, I extend my best wishes for fruitful discussions and successful deliberation over the next 3 days. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Ministry of Health, to the Board of Directors, to management team, to our principals, to our dedicated staff, to our dear students, and all contributors in this research journey, and to all our valuable stakeholders for their invaluable support in helping the college fulfill its mission and vision. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I want to say that research is a journey. In our next strategic plan, we have prioritized research, consultancy, and innovation. Beyond that, ladies and gentlemen, we have policies that support research in the organization. I want to also reiterate here that the college has put a lot of emphasis in terms of financing research. We have put a lot of budget in terms of ensuring that our students and staff are able to be facilitated to do objective research. I want to encourage our staff and students to be inquiring, to have an inquiry mindset, to be able to put a lot of effort in learning and questioning how things happen. Let us cultivate the culture of research in this organization. After the recategorization of KMTC into a research organization in 2017, it is expected by the ministry that this organization is going to contribute to increasing the skills, the knowledge, the policy direction, and contributing to the practice in the medical field. The ministry expects that this institution not only will churn out competent health professionals, but will also contribute into the policy direction the ministry is taking. That this institution will also contribute into the practice to advance the level of practice and make itself relevant in the research field. With that, I want to declare this research conference officially open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our CEO, for those remarks and for opening the conference. It's really an important aspect, and we are happy to proceed. I'm first going to ask the registrar to come and give a vote of thanks to our CEO, even as we prepare for the next presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Nyawira. Mine is a very brief one, just to give a vote of thanks to our CEO. He's really given us very important points, referring to our values in Kenya Medical Training College, and we are happy. CEO, whatever you have told us, we'll work towards that to ensuring that our institution actually delivers only competent health professionals. And you have done it so well by providing an environment that make our students and our faculty members deliver that. So once again, we really want to thank you for finding time to be with us this afternoon and to give us those very, very valuable information and advice. Thank you so much. And I would request that we all stand up and give him, I know the CEO is he a BCC or post or after? Is the post or the, what about those are the born before computers, or he's after computers? He's after computers. So after computer people, they get what kind of appreciation? The Victorias or what? The Obama style. Thank you so much. Can you come and show us the Obama style? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Asio, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our registrar. Thank you, our DDA. And most importantly, thank you, our CEO, for performing that opening ceremony for us. And we know that we are officially blessed to continue with the conference. We know that time is not with us, but guided, we'll proceed with the remaining 3 presentations or until otherwise advised. So we'll have the 3 remaining presentations for today so that we can catch up with time. So the next presentation, like I had mentioned, is on challenges of blended learning among students in Kenya Medical Training College by TB et al. It will be followed by a presentation on the level of utilization of e-learning among faculty and students during the COVID-19 period at Kenya Medical Training College by Kaloki L. et al. And finally, we shall have factors influencing the utilization of the nursing processes as perceived by third-year nursing students in Kenya Medical Training College by Kurui KD et al. So we shall have those 3 presentations in succession, after which we shall have a brief session of discussion, at which time I'll request the presenters to move to the seats in front. So we'll start with the presentations. Later on, we can have brief discussions. So let's welcome the first presenter, that is TB G et al. With the challenges of blended learning. Let's listen to the presentation.
My name is James Masovia, and I am presenting this in this 7th Biennial Scientific Conference, KMTC, on behalf of the Makindo Campus Research Team. The title of our research is
Welcome to this presentation. My name is Winston Chachi Lokumu, a lecturer from KMTC Sigowet campus. The principal investigator for this research paper is Mr. who is the principal KMTC Sigowet campus, and we have co-authors to this paper who are Mrs. Bonareri Regina, a librarian from KMTC's Nyamira campus. We also have Madam Kainde Musyoka, a lecturer from KMTC Sigowet campus. Ms. Carol Kandi Anyango, librarian, KMTC Sigowet campus. And Mr. Ben Mutiria, who is also a lecturer from KMTC Sigowet campus. Actually, the study was done in terms of teamwork, and the title for the topic for the study is challenges of blended learning among students in Kenya Medical Training College. So welcome to the presentation. For this presentation, the outline is as follows. We have introduction, we have objectives, we have methodology for the study, and then we have conclusion and recommendations. So following the global spread of COVID-19 in many countries in the world, and Kenya included, there was an immediate suspension of learning in most schools, colleges, universities, and other government institutions as a strategy to contain the pandemic. So for institutions of learning, then blended learning became the norm to most learning institutions, KMTC included. And this came with lots of challenges, as blended learning existed but not widespread in most institutions, and therefore most colleges had to adopt the same to ensure that learning continues in all the institutions. So this study went out to establish the challenges that that happen with the blended learning, and therefore we had 3 objectives to the study. One being to determine the individual factors influencing blended learning among students in Kenya Medical Training College. The second objective was to determine the socioeconomic factors influencing blended learning among students in Kenya Medical Training College. And the third objective was to determine institutional factors affecting uptake of blended learning in Kenya among students in Kenya Medical Training College. So with the 3 objectives, then we had a methodology to go about establishing this, and this study adopted a cross-sectional descriptive study design, and the study took place in Kenya Medical Training College campuses. By the time of the study, we had 71 campuses which were spread across the country, with a student population of 52,000 students. The campuses were sampled as per regions, and depending on how the student population of the various campuses, so they were grouped into larger campuses and smaller campuses, and therefore random sampling was done, and we came up with the following campuses, which included Eldoret campus, Garissa campus, Gatundu campus, Kisumu campus, Kitui, Mathare, Portris, and Vihiga campus. The study was able to interview 396 students who were sampled proportionately as per the student population in the various campuses. So after conducting the study and observing all the ethical considerations, we were able to obtain the following results. That is, 58% of the respondents had attended the virtual classes, out of which 62 of them had attended virtual classes for at least 70% of their time. Majority of the students felt that blended learning was expensive, that is 59% of the respondents, and 63.6% of the surveyed students indicated that they are able to do examinations on the college e-learning platform, while 36.4% said they could not be able to do such examinations on the e-learning platform. Among the surveyed students, then we also noted that 71.5% reported that they do not get any support when using the e-learning platform of the college. And the study showed that there exists a strong association between the student's department and his or her attendance of the virtual classes, that is at p-value of 0.01%. Similarly, there exists a strong association between the campus of the student and the attendance of the virtual classes. We also noted that 51% of the respondents stated that there is Wi-Fi in college, but the Wi-Fi was unable to support the virtual classes. There was no association between availability of the Wi-Fi in college and attendance of the virtual classes. However, there exists an association of possession of a smartphone or a smart device and class attendance. Then that would mean that maybe a student who is having a smart phone or a smart device or a laptop is more likely to attend the virtual classes. So in our conclusion, then we came to a conclusion that proficiency in the use of learning device and costs are major challenges that hinder the success of blended learning among students. Most respondents feel that blended learning is very expensive. And thirdly, then institutional support is a challenge when it comes to achievement of blended learning. So with that conclusion, then we came up with two major recommendations. That the study recommended that Kenya Medical Training College should strengthen academic departments to offer both virtual and face-to-face sessions, and lecturers and ICT officers should support students on accessing the available e-learning platform. The second recommendation is that the study recommended that KMTC should ensure that all students being admitted in KMTC must have a smartphone or a smart device to enable them access the e-learning platform. So those are our recommendations, and I thank you so much for listening to my presentation. And now I can now welcome comments and questions, and thank you so much.
On the level of utilization of e-learning among faculty and students.
Behalf of the Makindo campus research team. The title of our research is the level. My name is James Masovia, and I am presenting this in this 7th Biennial Scientific Conference, KMTC, on behalf of the Makindo campus research team. The title of our research is the level of utilization of e-learning among faculty and students during COVID-19 period at Kenya Medical Training College campuses. The principal investigator for our research is Luciana Kaloki, and this is the list of the contributors from faculty from the nursing department and the clinical medicine department of the campus. COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by coronavirus, and where patients experience mild to moderate respiratory illness and recover without requiring special treatment. Severity and case fatality is higher in old people and those with underlying health conditions. Globally, as at 2020, this disease had spread to 215 countries with over 40 million confirmed cases and death toll of over 1 million. Prevention of spread require physical distancing and avoidance of crowded places, which necessitated closure of schools and institutions indefinitely. This unplanned closure prompted learning institutions to revert to remote teaching to ensure continuity, replacing conventional methods with online teaching. Learning in developed world faces challenges such as poor internet connectivity, inadequate knowledge on the use of the ICT, and weakness of content development. Availability of better technology and educators changing their workplace culture and attitude towards e-learning, as well as learners' readiness, determine success in online environment. So the statement of the problem. Globally, due to COVID-19 pandemic, most learning institutions, KMTC included, closed down to limit the spread of the infection, causing a serious disruption in student teaching and learning processes. Despite this being a new area for both teachers and students, KMTC management requested a shift to utilize online teaching and learning methods. This research, therefore, sought to get feedback from faculty and students regarding their experience and implementation of e-learning in the institution. Justification. The technology has changed the traditional methods of education to the present day way of teaching and learning, like artificial intelligence. E-learning could help ensure continuous learning during pandemics like this coronavirus pandemic. This study would inform policy development and academia while seeking to add yet another approach to teaching and learning for both learners and faculty. The research questions were, what is the level of implementation of e-learning among faculty and students during COVID-19 pandemic at selected KMTC campuses? What type of e-learning platforms were utilized by faculty and students during COVID-19 pandemic at selected KMTC campuses? And what challenges were faced by faculty and students in the implementation of e-learning during COVID-19 pandemic at selected KMTC campuses? The broad objective was to assess the level of implementation of e-learning among faculty and students during COVID-19 pandemic at selected KMTC campuses. Specific objectives were to determine the level of implementation of e-learning among faculty and students during COVID-19 pandemic at selected KMTC campuses. 2, to identify types of e-learning platforms utilized by faculty and students during COVID-19 pandemic at selected KMTC campuses. And 3, to determine the challenges faced by faculty and students in the implementation of e-learning during COVID-19 pandemic at selected KMTC campuses. In the research design, this study used descriptive cross-sectional design that utilized both quantitative and qualitative inquiries. Dependent variables was implementation of e-learning in KMTC, while the dependent variables were the level of utilization, the type of e-learning platforms, and the challenges faced by staff and students. The study setting, this research was carried out in selected KMTC campuses, that is Mombasa, Port Reitz and Kwale in Coast Region, and Nairobi, Machakos and Loitoktok campuses in Nairobi region. And the target population was KMTC students and faculty in those sampled campuses. The inclusion criteria for the study population was bona fide KMTC students, basic students who were in session between March 2020 and January 2021, and full-time faculty. Exclusion criteria was those students and faculty who did not consent to the study and those who were absent during data collection. The sample size was determined using the Fisher's et al. Formula for the students, and this formula, we arrived at 1075 students. Key to consider, or key considerations in this formula, is that the researcher considered the p-value to be 50%, and the Solovian design effect multiplier factor, we took 2 because of the proportionate sampling, and also due to the non-response rate for online studies, we applied 40%, and that gave us the population of sample size of 1075. Sampling technique. Study area were sampled using computerized simple random sampling, where 2 KMTC regions, as we had said, Nairobi and Coast regions, were sampled, while individual campuses were sampled using simple random, where we arrived at 3 campuses for each of the 2 regions, as outlined above. For the respondents, the faculty were sampled using the consecutive sampling method, where we ended up interviewing 41 respondents, while for the learners, we did proportionate sampling, which was used to distribute the sampled students across the campuses. Then we went forward and ahead and stratified, or used stratified random sampling basing on the courses offered to get students in each campus. Projected is a sampling frame where we got students from the campuses as shown there, the population of the campus versus the representative sample, giving a total of 10.5. In terms of data collection tools and techniques, online questionnaire and interview guides were the main research tools. Pre-test was done where 108 students participated in the pre-test drawn from KMTC Makindu. Validity and reliability of the tool, we asked relevant questions. We trained our research assistants, and expert review of the tools, including pre-testing, are part of things we did in terms of testing validity and reliability of the tools. Data collection techniques for quantitative data, standardized online self-administered questionnaire where links were provided to the students, while for the qualitative data, we used the research-administered interview guide. In terms of data management, our transcriptions were kept under lock while our e-data was password protected. In terms of data management, coding, cleaning, entry, we used SPSS version 23, Microsoft Excel 2013, and MS Word 2010. Quantitative data was analyzed using descriptive statistics, while thematic content analysis was applied for qualitative data. And our data was presented in tables, bar graphs, and pie charts. Ethical consideration. We obtained an ethical approval from Kenya Medical Training College Research and Ethics Review Committee. We also got permits from campus principals in various selected campuses. Informed consent was signed by the participants, and confidentiality was ensured through questionnaire coding. Finding. This table shows the quantitative factors which were studied, and they were associated with the online uptake of online teaching and learning by the students. So you can see factors like the age of the learner, the course of the study, the year of the study, the campus of the study, and even the sharing or not of digital textbooks were factors which were found to be not significantly associated with uptake or attendance of online classes by the students. While other factors under study like the gender of the learner, platform preference, information share on WhatsApp platform, giving of assignment, issuance of course outlines, and even perceived quality of technical support and perceived quality of how online classes are conducted were factors which came out strongly to be significantly associated with uptake of online teaching. This other table shows us the qualitative data in terms of the themes that we were able to single out. And among the themes we got were a theme around conducting of online classes, where all the sampled campuses conducted online classes, the predominant platform being WhatsApp, Google Meet, Knet, KMTC e-learning platform, and Zoom meeting. There's a narration there to support that. Another theme revolved around preparedness for the online teaching, where faculty across the 6 campuses did not have any prior preparation for online teaching. There's a narration for the same. Then another theme was on technical support for faculty on online teaching, where initially there was minimal technical support for faculty online teaching, but with the time, the Department of E-Learning came in handy. There's a narration. Then the fourth theme was around the support given to students on online learning, where majority of the respondents felt that across the department, the students were not adequately supported in e-learning. So in discussion, majority of the respondents, students, 89.2%, and all the faculty members participated in e-learning, which could be attributed to the involvement of the faculty and support from KMTC management. And this finding corroborates with Cox 2010, who asserts that for e-learning to be successfully adopted in a school, the faculty needs to be fully involved in decision-making process. This also aligns with the findings of Brown et al. 2010, who alluded that leadership and support from administration is critical in successful implementation of e-learning. Majority of the students rated how the online classes were conducted and the quality of technical support for online classes as fair and poor. This is contrary to a research by Zahir and others, who in their study found out that many students were satisfied with online teaching whenever it was applied. The faculty also felt that the students were not offered good technical support, and this could be attributed to the low level of preparedness of the faculty. This concurs with a research by Dean and Chasi 05, who observed that introduction of e-learning initiatives had failed because institutions were not prepared for the experience. KNET, web conferencing, and Google Meet were the commonly used and preferred platforms by the respondents, both students and faculty, while WhatsApp was mostly used in delivery of links and other communication concerning online learning. Majority of the learners would prefer face-to-face learning, that is 76.8%, followed by blended learning at 20.3%. And this is contrary to a research by Averson et al. In 2012 that revealed that teachers and learners prefer blended learning approach, which mixes the traditional face-to-face with online collaboration. Most of the students and faculty felt it is not possible to hold practical session online and have adequate learner-teacher interaction. This finding is contrary to a research, a study by Kim in 2020, which revealed that students who observed practicum videos encouraged more interaction when it came to their teaching experiences as opposed to face-to-face practicum session. Inability to access online class due to lack of bundles, poor internet connectivity, inability to navigate through the online platforms, being in remote areas, lack of appropriate gadgets, late sharing of links, and competing responsibilities at home were cited as the main challenges by the learners. This concurs with a study by Gunawardena in 05, who said that for e-learning to succeed in developing countries, the existence of infrastructure along with internet connectivity was a crucial pillar. In conclusion, the level of implementation of e-learning among faculty and students during COVID-19 pandemic was satisfactory. However, it was more of institutional driven due to prevailing COVID-19 pandemic rather than individual students and faculty members. The types of e-learning platforms utilized by faculty and students during COVID-19 pandemic were Google Meet and KNET for online teaching, and the preferred mode of sharing links for e-learning was WhatsApp. The college was ill-prepared in the implementation of e-learning during the COVID-19 pandemic in various fronts, notably lack of infrastructure like internet and gadgets, and capacity in terms of knowledge and skills to navigate the platforms, and this could be attributed to lack of policy on learning. In recommendation, the institution needs to provide facilities and accessibilities to students and faculty in terms of resources such as high-speed internet, electronic books, e-library, gadgets like laptops, smart screens, and smartphones. Two, there's need to develop and sensitize faculty and students on operational e-learning policy. Three, continuous capacity building of the faculty on e-learning. Four, introduction of e-learning module to all the programs. Five, leveraging on KMTC students portal as a teaching and learning management system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James Musovia. Let us give a clap to James Musovia for that presentation. Kindly note any concerns, any comments or questions as we move to the last paper, that is the factors influencing the utilization of nursing process as perceived by third-year nursing students. That is by Kurui K. D. et al. Let's listen to the presentation.
Okay. I'm Grace Amenya, Principal Lecturer, KMTC Medical Training College, Kaptumo, presenting on behalf of Mr. Kurui Daniel, Senior Lecturer, Kenya Medical Training College, TESO, and Mr. Barasa, a nurse practitioner who has since been now in USA. Our research is on factors influencing nursing process as perceived by the third-year nursing students. Globally, the nursing process application has proven to be valuable, and it continues to revolutionize nursing practice as well as patient outcomes by promoting critical thinking and communication among nurses. So our main objective was to determine the factors that influence the utilization of nursing among third-year KRCHN students in KMTC. And specifically, we wanted to assess the knowledge, examine the attitudes, establish the practice and the institutional factors that influence its application. The methodology used was descriptive cross-sectional study, and the response rate was 93%, where we got 372 students that was systematically sampled across 8 campuses, and quantitative data was collected using self-administered questionnaires, and qualitative from 10 key informants that were clinical mentors stroke lecturers used to complement the quantitative data. Purposively selected 8 campuses were Garissa, where we got 50, Mombasa 43, Nairobi 41, Machakos 50, Nakuru 43, Kisumu 49, Eldoret 46, and Kakamega 50. Results. On knowledge, source of knowledge, lectures dominated by 85%, and CME is 22.3. The others, like journals, YouTube, social media, mobile apps, were also used. Ability to indicate correctly the parts of an actual nursing diagnosis had 97.6%, 363 students. Ability to outline correct order nursing process phases, 88.2%, with 328 students. Most key informants, 90%, agreed that the students had knowledge of the nursing process. On attitude, respondents feeling that the nursing process should be applied to all patients were 77.4%, and feeling that the nursing process always contributes to the wellness of the patient were 81.9%, among others. However, 142, that is 38.3%, felt that application of the nursing process is cumbersome. And indeed, key informants indicated students often pushed or followed to implement nursing process. The table is about knowledge versus attitude, because we wanted to see the significance, and it can be seen on behavioral attitude, which proved to be significant. And the odds ratio indicated that the odds of an increase in perceived knowledge of respondents increases their behavior attitudes. Practices, most 328, 88.2% of the respondents indicated they used nursing process. And most 157, about 48% of the respondents having formulated 3 or more of the nursing care plans in one shift, while 67 and 101 about 1 or twice. All key informants opined that students use the nursing process when closely supervised or during clinical assessments. Results, again, on institutional factors. Adequacy of allocated resources was also sought for, and 198 agreed it was adequate, 174 said it was not adequate. And whether the patient-nurse ratio was optimal for implementation of nursing process, 159, that is 42.7, indicated it was, while 213, that is 57.3, was not. The resource available for implementation of nursing process in facilities, stationary took 184, which was 49.5, mentors 30.1, CME 16.9, standard operating procedures 3.5. All key informants agreed that there are adequate resources to support the nursing process, except the human resource. In the discussion, majority 88.7% of student nurses were knowledgeable on nursing process, comparable to a study in Nyamira Hospital among the qualified nurses that confirmed that most nurses had knowledge on the importance of nursing process and nursing care. But due to other factors, patients' needs are not met. Attitude in some attributes, 77.4% of student nurses in this study had a favorable attitude. It contradicts a study in Thika, level 5, hospital among qualified nurses, where 81.2% of the respondents felt nursing process is time consuming, whereas 40% of the respondents in this study felt the same. On practice, 88.2% of the respondents indicated they use the nursing process in patient care. Findings are higher than a study in Madare, which found that only 60 utilized nursing process at the facility. The study established most 337, that is 90.6% of the respondents indicated that the hospitals was supporting the nursing process. This is higher than a study where 69.9% of their institutions of deployment resource utilization of nursing process by Mbithi. Conclusion, the majority of student nurses had good knowledge, positive and practiced the nursing process as per their perception. The patient-nurse ratio was low, affecting the implementation of the nursing process. Health institutions need to provide SOPCs in clinical settings as a reminder on nursing process. Complementary findings on practice revealed the need for improvement of behavioral attitude towards nursing process. Regular CME for nursing students on nursing process need to be enhanced. And that is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Among students at KMTC. And I'm sure you noted some of the questions that you had. And maybe I'll start with that one. But maybe before then, who are the representatives of those who are presented so that they can come in front to be able to respond? Alternatively, if the presenters are following online, then they could respond. So you are representing Mr. Tibi and team. Yes, please come forward. The second paper is the level of utilization of e-learning. James is here with us. He's the one who has presented. And the last paper is the factors influencing utilization of the nursing process. And I can see Mr. Kurui coming forward. So we'll start with the first paper. Or no, let me open up so that you just say you are posing your question to who, and each one of them will note, and then, but we'll try to make it very brief. We can put some on the chat and they can be responded to later. I'll start the first paper on the challenges of blended learning. I noted you had 3 objectives, but when the results came, maybe one thing of interest, in the results is that there was no association between the Wi-Fi or the presence of Wi-Fi and the use of the e-learning, which I think has been almost a contradiction in the paper that followed. I would really be interested. And the other one is you found association between the students' department or the department from which they came, as well as the campus versus their attendance. Maybe it's also something of interest. Which are these departments that showed maybe a correlation or an association with the attendance and also the campuses? So that is to the first presenter or that paper. For the second paper, the level of utilization of e-learning, maybe my interest was since the level of utilization of the e-learning was the dependent variable, how exactly did you measure that? How was it measured? I tried to get that. It had maybe some challenge in understanding. And lastly, the last paper, the factors that were influencing utilization of the nursing process. You had, this was a CAP study, knowledge, attitude, and practice, but somewhere in your findings or in your results, I saw something on the institutional factors and especially the resources, the availability of resources coming in, as well as the patient to nurse ratio. It was also reported in the results, and I was wondering which objective they were linked to. So quickly, we can pick questions, not in any order, just say which paper you are addressing, and then the presenters will capture, and we can respond to them within the shortest time possible.
Yes, this is Gumba online.
Yes, we have a question, Mr. Wafula,
Yes,
and then
Gumba
Dr.
online.
Mutie. Then we'll have our DDA. And then we shall have somebody at the back. I can't
Then
see
Gumba
clearly.
online.
Then we'll have Dr. Chalo. We can start with those 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that good presentation. All of the groups, I have 3 questions to the 3 groups, but very short ones. I was wondering which statistical tool did you use in the first one of the challenges in blended learning? The statistical tool you used to get the association, And then the second one, you initially told us that you had a simple random sampling. And then later on, you showed us the sampling frame, which looked like it was not actually a simple random sampling. It was rather either systematic or something like that, because you showed us it came from the other groups, several groups. So I want you to clarify, probably. And then also the last one, factors influencing nursing process. I'm still on the statistical tool. I really didn't understand the statistical tool you are using to get, like, for example, the knowledge and attitude, how they had influenced the nursing process. Thank you.
Thank you very much for. Okay, thank you very much to the presenters for taking us through the session. So I have a question for on the challenges of blended learning. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't quite get the blended bit. I think the results were more online, practically. So maybe you could clarify how you actually handled both, because those the blended implies physical classes as well. Then in the results, you mentioned proficiency in using the devices, yet I'm not so sure how you measured that and didn't quite come out in your results. It was more of possession rather than proficiency. Maybe you can explain that in addition to what has been asked before. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done on those studies and on the very good presentations. The studies are very relevant, very, very useful. I'd like to talk about the interpretation of the results, perhaps to see, in the light of your findings, let's say, for example, the use of e-learning or blended learning, the key, because it's the key recommendations that an organization should take. Because when we say institution to support, you see that could mean very, very many things. For the purpose of it being practical, it's good to see what exactly, what is it that a key thing, a key aspect, maybe to go out 1, 2, 3, 4 aspects that institutional support means. Does it mean providing, let's say, devices? Because in one study we have seen, you could have devices and not use them. Does it mean supporting internet? Because again, we have seen it's possible to have internet. Doesn't necessarily mean that you'll use it, isn't it? Because like we have seen, there was no correlation between availability of internet and uptake of or utilization of e-learning. We know other studies have found a correlation, but the key thing that is we need to ask, what is on the pathway between availability and utilization? Because that is a thing then we need to target, since we are saying it is necessary but not sufficient just to have the internet and the devices. So maybe from your studies, what is on that pathway that now then the institution should support along that way? And the same happens in nursing process. Yes, there is a knowledge, and we have seen they have knowledge. Yes, there's an attitude. But what is that factor in the pathway that we need to take up so that the nursing process is used by our students? Easy, because it's a statement like when they are under supervision or during assessment, it is when they use the nursing process. What is it that can make them use? So I would like to see very specific recommendations on that aspect, that thing that we can do after knowing this is it, so that we now can translate this into policy, because we'd like these papers to then be translated into a policy brief to inform the practice of e-learning and education at the college. So I would like, as you respond, what do you think is that thing, that specific thing? Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the presenters. It was a good work done. But my question goes to the first presenter on challenges of blended learning among KMTC students. Now, considering that our college has different departments and faculties, how was sampling done to ensure that it is representative of the whole population of the students? And number 2, what was the eligibility criteria for the students that were selected? And also, what were the data collection tools, because it didn't come out very well in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, presenters. I would say all those 3 studies, cutting from blended learning to nursing process, they are very pertinent in terms of they might look so narrow based on the study designs that were used, but they're very pertinent, especially for pickup when maybe a program wants to implement the outcomes from the same. In this case, I'll not put a question, I'll just put an observation, which I believe can build, especially on the study design. For all the presenters, when you're presenting a statistical report, you don't just talk of methodology, like one presenter talked of purposefully, data was purposefully. There should be a justification why you used that data collection procedure or mapping out your study participants. So the point here is on the size of the sample and the sampling procedure. Most programs, when they want to implement some research output, they will not even more go to your recommendations, because they can pick from the scientific etiquette so that they can inform their own policies. So what I'll talk of is, let's look on what we call the the internal validity or reliability of the population that you're using. Sometimes you are putting a lot of study participants to an extent that the information that you are reporting is becoming redundant or it is repeating itself. It's like maybe a waste of resources. And then those who want to implement your work or your report, they would look like this researcher was only working on a data which was based on what they had preempted. So go look at what we call chronic batch statistics, just chronic batch. It gives you to what extent would you accept whether the results that your data is giving are actually reliable. That's the only comment I can give, because to me, all those studies can make a very good research output if coined in that aspect of panel beating the research method. Otherwise, it was good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think in addition, we have one online participant who wants to raise a question. Are they on?
Yes. Yes.
Serve and ask your question.
Yes, yes. I'm on. Hello, this is Ngumbao. Can I proceed?
Yes, go on, we can hear you.
Can I? Yes, now.
You could be having a challenge of connectivity. On your side, I think your internet is low, that's what it's showing. Maybe you can type on the chat. Just type on the chat and we'll read out your question. Yes, so at this juncture, as the participant is asking that question, I want to take it back to the
It has been interrupted. I don't
presenters in the order they presented so that you can respond to the issues that have been raised.
Good evening. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Winston Churchill Okumu. I'm a lecturer from KMTC Sigoet. And actually we did a research in a teamwork, including both the teaching staff and the non-teaching staff. And our PI was our principal, Mr. TB. But I'll be presenting, I was the presenter and I'll handle the questions. So we did a research on the challenges of blended learning. As you are all aware, with COVID-19 in place, then we resorted to both blended learning, especially when we resumed the operations around September 2020. So there was both the physical class and the blended learning, the online learning actually. And therefore, from our studies, then we had 3 objectives. But interestingly, because of the attitude, most people, including the students, viewed online learning or virtual classes as very expensive. And therefore, the extent that the availability of the Wi-Fi would not encourage them to participate in some of the virtual classes, because you have also noted from my presentation that those who attended those who participated up to 70% of their time. So you'd find it's a matter of it's more so attributed to attitude, and that is why you'd find there was Wi-Fi, but there was no association between the presence of Wi-Fi and the attendance of the virtual classes. In terms of departments, then again, we find out that it is the departments and the teaching staff who would drive this online learning vis-a-vis the blended, the face-to-face learning, so that if the driver is very follows so much on the students, then the attendance becomes better. And that is why you find that most students from nursing and clinical medicine, compared to other departments, they were able to attend more than the other departments. And then this we attributed could be because the lecturers were seriously following the students to ensure that they join the classes and attend the virtual classes. Then for the statistical tool that we used, the analysis was done using SPSS, and the tool for finding the association, we did a correlation test or analysis, and that is what brought the association. For proficiency on device and possession, again, we realized that people, maybe let me jump to that question first, go to the third one, that the recommendation or in that value chain, then in our wording, then we use that the KMTC should strengthen the academic departments, and maybe the wording that would have come out clearly is capacity building of the departments, because we have found out that if the driver ensures that they follow, then the students will join. So that if the academic department, actually the lecturers and the teaching fraternity is is capacity built well enough, then the students will follow suit, and therefore both the face-to-face learning and e-learning will take place very well. In terms of sampling, then we used multi-stage sampling. You all know that in KMTC, then we have always used regions, and we have 8 regions in the country. And therefore, we wanted to ensure that we get a feel from all the campuses within the country. Therefore, we classified some the campuses in terms of regions. And again, in terms of regions, there are more established campuses and lesser established campuses in terms of student population. And therefore, with that kind of arrangement, then we were able to randomly pick a bigger, a larger campus and a smaller campus per region. That is why we have drawn all that. Then if a region we picked a larger campus, then we would not pick a smaller campus in that given region. So that is how we came up with the campus mentioned. And therefore, then within the campuses, again, in terms of their population, then and the departments, then we again apportioned proportionately, depending on the departments. Then we were able to get the proportionate for each and every department in that campus. We used a questionnaire in getting as a tool for data collection. And lastly, I will be able to appreciate the comment from Dr. Chalo on reliability of the sample and using Crotchbar, and we'll be able to read more on the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to the second presenter, James Sovia. You can react.
Thank you for this chance. So my name's again James Musovia from KMTC Makindo, and I was presenting on behalf of a larger team, as I had said. I have the benefit of one of the team members in the room. So in the event that the response I'm going to give for the questions asked probably feels it's something else, kindly allow him to say something. So there was a question on a sampling frame when we talked of symbol random. I think that's what the question went. And if you look at the population we studied, it included campuses from 2 regions, which we have explained how we arrived at the 2 regions. There was some sampling. Then 2, we also included campuses in those regions, which we also sampled. Then the sampling frame comes in when we went to identify or sample individual students or learners in those campuses
by way of the strength of the population in the campus. That's where the sampling frame came in, because we wanted to know if, for example, Nairobi campus has got a population of 5,000 versus another campus like Kwale, who had like 200 students, then definitely we needed to apportion the numbers of students to be sampled from that frame. Number two, there was a question on the level of satisfaction in terms of how we determined, what was the point at which we said we were satisfied with the level of implementation of e-learning. From our statistics and findings presented here, all the lecturers that we sampled for interviews, all of them implemented e-learning at various capacities. In fact, we also went further to look at the roles for each of the staff, be it a lecturer, be it an administrator, be it a principal, be it an ICTO officer. And in all the campuses, 6 campuses in the 2 regions, we did not come across an incident where a lecturer or a staff or an administrator did not partake or did not support the e-learning. Then when it comes to the students, majority of the students, to the tune of 89%, as you've seen from your presentation, also participated in e-learning, though at different, levels because of the challenges we've been able to point out. So in our own, as a conclusion, we concluded at those levels of participation where all the staff participated and students to the level of more than 8%, we determined the level was satisfactory. But then we went further and noticed, because we also had so many other challenges which were pointed out by the participants, we realized the level of participation would have been driven more by the institution given the pandemic. And that's where we were still able to point out at other issues we feel the college should be able to implement, so that in future, when we are not talking of a pandemic, when there's no compelling environment for e-learning to take place, the learners, the staff can participate in e-learning. Thank you, Dr. Nyawira, for the observation in terms of the recommendation we are coming up with, because we also believe they should be actionable. There's one we've come up with, which we strongly feel it should be looked at. And we are feeling that unlike during that time when all of us were caught unawares, where the students and learners were at home, lecturers were not within the campuses, we could now come up with a specific module to induce, to induct our students on e-learning way before the serious teaching and learning takes place at the campus. Just like the way we usually do our attitude training and our orientation program, so that we can prepare this learner for the e-learning, for the online mode of content delivery, so that we can also ensure that our students, our learners, and our teachers are equipped with knowledge and skills in terms of how to go about this e-learning. Because what is happening currently, these students are just learning what is happening from other students who have been there before. Some of our lecturers have just learned from their friends. Even to date, we have got lecturers who cannot organize for an online class, who would request another colleague who is well versed with how these things go to organize for the class, and now probably to invite the lecturer as a participant and teach the students. So there's need to really come up with a module so that we can teach our students how to go about this one. Then we are also feeling that because our learners are at the campus, by the virtue that they were able to log into their students' portal, online portal, to get where they got their admission letters, if we can leverage on this very initial account for the student to be able to communicate key academic schedules, including lectures, communications, and even those links, then we are hoping that our students would be better placed to take part in this online teaching. Thank you, Dr. Chalo, once again for your input. It is going to, or I hope it was received by each of these members in this room, because they are quite informative. Maybe if my colleague has got something to add because he's here, kindly allow him to say something because he was part of the research team. Thank you.
Thank you, James, for sparing a minute for me. I'll add a comment regarding this presentation. I've taken note of what most of you have commented. I also want to reiterate that our outcome variable was attendance. Now, we may have to give you the background to this study. This study was conducted immediately after we resumed classes following the COVID. Since then, things have happened that may have changed the dynamics. For example, when we resumed, the CEO sent a circular saying that we now need to roll about 25 to 30% of our classes online. And from that time, I think most of the campuses rolled out the issues of internet and other things. So my suggestion moving forward is that we may have to do a follow-up study to try to see to what extent has this improved online? Because when we did the study, we wanted to find out how many students were able to attend online classes from wherever they were, because most of them were at home then, and we noted that about 8-9% were able to, and the rest were not. But then again, when we followed it up later to find out what challenges they were facing, most of them said even if the 89% of them may have logged to 1 or 2 or subsequent lessons, they did not attend most of the lessons. They could come in and then appear scantily and then disappear. And the number of reasons they were giving is that they did not have the gadgets, the internet, and a number of other things. Now that the colleges opened, the internet was okay. I believe the internet was available to most of the campuses following the COC directive. We want to do a follow-up study, and because we still have room to do that, to try and see, because it's continuous improvement. How has this impacted the perception and moving forward? There is something else I want to comment, because Dr. Nyawira has raised a question. What specifics do we give recommendations on moving forward to address? One of the things from our report, if we have an opportunity to share the entire report, is that most of the students felt that the teachers, let me use a crude word, were more confused than them when it comes to logging online, because the teachers were more frustrated than even the students in terms of accessing the system. And that's why my colleague said that most of the teachers were seeking assistance. The classic, Nina Sikika, are you able to hear me? Are you seeing the projection? All along the way, the students felt frustrated. And in fact, one of the questions which my colleague has presented here was, what are the things that were linked to student being motivated to attend? One of the things we noted, when a student feels that Dr. Nyawira is the one going to teach today and she is proficient and she knows how to use the portal, they'll attend. But when they know it's Mombasa who usually says, are you able to hear me, cannot access the platform, they rarely attended. If you check on that platform, because he projected a chi-square analysis of the link between the variables and attendance, in areas where the students felt that the teachers was not proficient, in areas where they felt even if they logged on, they were not well supported to be able to complete the class, they decided not to attend at all. And then lastly, Dr. Nyawira, and I know I've had an opportunity to interact with Francis, we have a very good platform in the name of Kenneth, and it came up in our report that Kenneth was the most preferred because it rarely logs you out, it rarely creates challenges. But then again, at our personal level, we have challenges. Once you load videos and everything else, you have nobody has access. And I also want to believe even in the headquarters, you have no access to those videos, you cannot do anything with them. Then it defeats the logic of us having a very useful platform that we cannot access at some point to use moving forward, even to access the videos and use them, clip the few ones we need to share with our students. With those very many remarks, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. I want to welcome Mr. Kurui, and maybe at the end of this, maybe I'll give just a minute to Dr. Gishero, especially to comment on that part of after uploading the videos. Maybe you have something to share on that. Karibu.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment on the concerns which was raised concerning our topic, factors influencing the utilization of nursing process as perceived by that year nursing students in KMTC. This is nursing process is a very important component or tool which is used in caring of patients, and also it's very important for our students to be able to utilize that tool correctly. And findings is that in the clinical area, there is challenges in the utilization of that tool, and it also, of course, there's published data, and so we with my colleagues, I'm Daniel Kurui, and I'm presenting on behalf of my team, Madam Amenya, who had presented on the same, and Mr. Parasa. Together, we wanted to see whether, because there is already documented evidence among the nurses in the clinical area. So we wanted to see whether these challenges could be emanating from the training perspective. And so that is why we sought to find from our students what is their perception. And so to answer on the concerns, our study was, how we are taking it is not really on a CAP study, but on the factors. So in these factors, we wanted the knowledge, we wanted to see the knowledge, what is their attitude, and what do they practice in the clinical area, and also on top of what is the support or what is the contribution of the hospitals. So, that is why some component of the institutional factors on the same. And so that answers, that is on first concern, that whether it was why the institutional factors. Then the second concern was about what we used, or what we used to analyze. And we use our first, mainly we were getting descriptive statistics for first, third, and fourth objective. But on the issue of the attitude, we use Rickert scale to be able to rate. And then with that Rickert scale, we got mainly ordinal data, which we use ordinal regressional analysis, which we were able then to be able to see in this ordinal regressional analysis, did we find which was significant. And that is what we found, the behavioral component, which I believe we use that to be able to give our recommendation, which we thought, and specifically on the component which our DDA was asking, which was this applicability. And because we were seeing that if we are able to, we mentioned about the CMEs among the students, because really the issue about CME could change the behavior. And that is why we thought if we can really emphasize that, or it be emphasized that CMEs be part of, which we know in certain hospitals, it is been done, but if it can be improved, then it could probably be able to improve the practice, which is a real challenge in the clinical area. So thank you. Those are my comments. There is area of improvement from Dr. Kialo. Well appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe a few comments from the online. Somebody, Jackie Musioka, says that my observation is that if the three presenters are going to publish their work, they need to recheck on sampling technique so as to ensure representativeness. Otherwise, good work for all. The same person, Jackie, had said that Mr. James comment on those teachers who are not computer literate. Then on your results, how can you comment on bivariate analysis? And he had also asked why choose campuses which are found in cities. I think in your playing. Maybe in the interest of time, I think we can engage later, but those are the comments, we can think about them. And I now wish to call Dr. Gicheru to comment on that aspect briefly on the videos once they are uploaded and the issue of Kenneth, are they accessible after that? And our students, I hope you can relate with what has been found. I hope some of you are subjects, so you responded to some of those studies. Welcome, Dr. Gicheru.
All right, thank you. And thanks all for your patience. I'm very happy to see very many an interest in e-learning. I think I'll make two comments. One is that there's a difference between e-learning, e-teaching, and e-learning technologies. I found that a lot of you were just looking at the technologies. When you're asking, are you using KNet? That's technologies. E-learning is something else. It is the acquisition of skills, knowledge and skills through the use of technology. And then e-teaching is the aspect where the teacher uses those technologies to enhance or to transfer that knowledge or skills. So I think there is a need sometimes to have operational definitions that then can be utilized. The other thing is that we do have an e-learning policy. That was it's May 2019. We're going to review it. So I think that needs to be, I would say that as a conclusion would not be correct, because we do have a policy that was pre-COVID actually. When we're using technologies, I think it's good to understand them. And I agree with Kenneth that you can record and you can get the recording. It's just that you cannot download it. So the recording the link can be shared. If you go back to your account where you set up the meeting, you will get actually the link for your recording. Now that's what you share. And KNet, I think for now, they are still keeping those recordings. I don't know how long we'll keep them, but they keep them for you. And then we can have conversations about other technologies that you could use that you can then access for yourself for purposes of your students. But I think one thing I can say is by us recording our presentations, we just simply continue with doing that. Just record and share. Then you will have the recording yourselves. So those are my few words. Thank you. But good presentations. Thank you.
Let us appreciate them once again as they take their seats. Thank you for the responses. I think at this juncture, I want to request the registrar, if she has a comment she can make and as a concluding remark, and then she can invite the DDA to say something to conclude this session. Welcome, registrar.
Thank you. Mine is just to appreciate the team. We have had whatever they were asked, the studies were really very, very relevant to our campus and to our students and to our lecturers. So we are really looking forward to having similar studies. And for these ones, your recommendations or whatever you said, another study can be done to carry on or to find out some of those things. I would encourage you to be the team to do that with others. So thank you so much. As management, we will make sure that we also take what has been given to us, the recommendations that have been brought forward. We will look into them and we'll make sure that we really embrace technology, just like the scientific conference is all about technology. So thank you. I encourage those people who have not written anything, next time, we want to see more people presenting in the symposium and also in other scientific conference. and I was requesting the DDA. We are talking of it being biannual. With this kind of trend, we might go to have it annually because we have so many people who are interested. There's so many relevant topics that can be studied that we need to publish more, especially now that we are recognized for research. Thank you so much and God bless you. So at this juncture, I take the opportunity to call upon the Deputy Director Academic, Dr. Nyawira, to take us through to the next session. Welcome, Dr. Nyawira.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am very happy that you have listened keenly to the presentations. I want to applaud the presenters first for conducting the research, because if they didn't conduct it, they can't present it, isn't it? Number two, I want to say this is an important activity. Remember, our mandate is threefold. It's training, research, and consultancy, and we all need to participate in that. As students, as staff, all of us, research is really important. So as we are doing our training, I hope in listening to this, you're seeing some research questions. In reading the abstracts, you're seeing some areas that we can all explore. So it's important to get involved in research. For the students, I know you have to do research as part of your training. I hope that you're benefiting from this exposition, but also know that even beyond the training, research is really important. As educators, again, we need to know it is not like we have seen the research that has been presented here about e-learning, about the nursing process, and about the licensure examination. So you can see it doesn't have to be research about diseases. It doesn't have to be clinical epidemiological research. There is so much you can do research. Even on what we have done today, I could conduct a research about the scientific conference. I could conduct about the presenters. There's so much that we can do because we want to understand the things we are doing. So don't look for a far off question. Look for what you are doing every day. Good question. So you must define yourself as a researcher. Whether you are a nurse, whether you are a doctor, whether you are a laboratory technician, you must define yourself as a researcher. It's really important. We saw today the pathway from data up technology. And we saw along that way, I remember we were taught very well, research first, then innovation. Research first, innovation first, then technology. So to go along that pathway, we need to be researchers. Now, how do you become a researcher? So, okay, 4 things that we need to do a research. Number one, you must have a question. Which is this question you want to answer in your research? So, and that was what I'm saying. There are questions, even in our sitting here, there are questions we can ask. And number 2, then it is, you think about the methods and you develop your proposal. So the methods are really important. So you will notice there are questions about the scientific rigor, which is really important. So how the methods you have used, what could go wrong with those methods? What tools did you use? How did you get your participants? What is the likelihood of bias? Did you leave out some people systematically? What could be a confounding factor? So scientific rigor is important, and therefore the things that have been asked here, you use them. What is the meaning of this and where can it be applied? So the methods, really important. If somebody is looking at your paper, maybe as you're presented to this conference or any other, personally, the first thing I look at, because I am a peer reviewer, I'm also a journal editor, the first thing I look at is the methods. Are they scientifically sound? The other things we can always change. We can say, rewrite the introduction. But methods, if it's not sound, it will be a complete waste of time. So the methods really important. It's really important to pay notice on that. After that is when you have done it, because like you could have risk to bias, the most important thing is how did you try to address that? Were you aware of it? There's no research that is completely devoid of bias, but how did you try to address that is important. So methods. in your protocol how you did it. Thirdly is ethics approval. Ethics approval. I know I've seen some of the studies mentioning they got ethics approval in there, but I want to say, please, in all studies that we are doing, let us have ethics approval, written ethics approval of the study. And it's not really difficult. I think there's some research teams here. Members can give evidence. They have been able to get written ethics, rigorous ethics approval, and therefore it's going on. So please, going forward, make sure you have ethics approval before you proceed on any research. So that was the third thing that you must have to do a research. Okay, of course, the fourth thing, you must think about what you will need, what campuses, how will you get them, how many students, how many staff, how many key informants, calculate that, see how you will reach them. Okay, now that we have done the research here, what we have had today, the important thing is after doing it, what next? If research just ends as conducting it and putting it in a report, then it is wasted research. It needs to go ahead, next step. So we are here to listen to it, but it's still not the end even here. This population and those who are online, still, it is not all that need to hear about it. So your research, please write it up. So publishing. It is actually considered unethical nowadays to conduct research and not publish. Why? Because there are many people who they'll just Google and find your research and it informs their writing. So I need you to know, presenting here is not the end. Writing your report is not the end. You need to publish your research. I would like to hear, I would like somebody to do a research on the researches presented in this conference. How many were published? And you just use a conference booklet. You go and type those very titles and try to hear, or those names, and try to see how many have been published. So do publish. So your work does not end here because you have presented. Publishing is important. A second thing I would like you to do to strengthen your research is to participate in peer review. All these conferences, I'm sure how many are members of a professional association? A professional association, you're a member of your professional. Yes, okay, very well. So in that association, I'm sure they have research, they have scientific conferences, isn't it? There are very, very many conferences. None of us can even attend all the ones available. So those people, they need peer review. Peer review is not something you get paid for. It is something you offer out of your time and you do it. It is part of your personal contribution, social responsibility. You do it to strengthen the academic community. So I'd like you to become a peer reviewer, offer your service, participate in a conference or in a journal. We also have very many journals, including the KMTC journal. I'm sure, Egla, you'll be looking for reviewers. I'm sure you want papers. We have a journal that we want to publish. And you can also publish your research here, but it must be written well. So we'll have good reviewers. They will comment, they will give you comments. Don't be discouraged when you get comments, therefore improving your work. Yeah? So take them, improve your work. Let's have a very, very good journal. So I'd like you to participate as a peer reviewer in a journal besides in a conference. That way you become a stronger researcher. You fight time for it. I do that for several journals and I find it very, very useful. And I would like you to really participate. So going forward from here, I would like the next time that you come, since we have that booklet, now next time we will ask what has happened to all those researchers, what happened to all those researchers, and so on. I'm also interested in that we do further research as teams. Teamwork is important. I'm quite happy to see most of our abstracts here. I'm seeing their teams. Absolutely good. So teamwork in research, really important. Engaging teams, not because it's a friend. Please don't pick just your friend. Pick somebody with another skill or another perspective that you do not have. So if I'm doing a skill on e-learning, I have my skills, but I have other people who have different perspectives, different expertise. I bring them on board and we are there. Each bringing some different level of expertise, both people in the college and outside the college. You're free to bring them on. So that we are saying affiliation, I want to see training institutions, hospitals, bring them on. I want to see teaching and non-teaching people involved. We are all one, isn't it? So let's do it as a team. Teamwork, really important. I'm happy with the progress that we are making. As I said, I'm looking forward that next year we will have a student symposium where students will also present their work. You don't even have to wait for the results. To present in our research, you can even present the methods, because sometimes the methods are very new and we learn from the methods or the how to. So sometimes you haven't finished your research, but we get the methods. So I'd like us to have a student symposium. I'd also like us to have workshops. You know, some of the things we are seeing are challenges here. Now, in the next conference, let's have a workshop where we are being taught those areas where we are seeing there's a problem. If we are seeing there's a problem about, you know, some skills that are necessary for e-learning, capacity building, we need capacity building. So possibly in the next one, we'll have this called the plenary. Then we have these side rooms where somebody is training a group that has registered for that. They're being trained, given capacity on e-learning. If it's about nursing process, another group is being trained on it. We can even go to the hospital as an activity, part of the conference, and learn. So workshops, really important. Public lectures, really important. I hope you have enjoyed the sessions today, including the talks that have been given. They were wonderful talks, isn't it? Yes, so I think it's a day well spent. I know our program was reading 8:30 to 1 p.m., isn't it? We haven't managed to keep that, mainly because, as you see, our chief guest, you know, today, I think there is interns at Apia House who are creating some havoc. So our chief guest, who was supposed to be the Director General, his representative, has not been able to come because of that. And we kept on waiting, but we hope he'll be able to come either tomorrow or the following day. That will still be fine. So I want to wish you well in all that you do. Thank you very much. Asanteni Research Office, EGLA, you people have done an awesome job. Thank you very much. Asanteni, and have a nice evening. But we need closing remarks, please, or closing prayer and what.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, our DDA. We have also learned a lot, that there's so much that we can still do, not just wait for the conference and present papers. What do we do with them after that? I think it's a day well spent. I just want to echo that. At this juncture, I want to call Madam Egla so that she can give us the way forward, especially from tomorrow and even right after this, if there is lunch and where and how, and then about tomorrow. And then after that, I think she'll be able to invite the Reverend Pastor Waweru so that he could close for us. Otherwise, thank you very much for the session that we have just had. Thank you very much, Madam Lucy, for taking us through this afternoon. It's been a long day. It's been a long afternoon. We appreciate you. And I think we need to clap for her a little bit better because she's taken us through. Asante sana. So in the interest of time, I will not take a long while here. I just want to make a few announcements on our way forward. Before that, I just want to thank all of you. Thank you for being very patient. As Madam Didier said, we did not anticipate to be here up to this time, but looking at the crowd here, it's really encouraging, and I'm happy that you were able to sit and to learn. Thank you. Technical team, our program was ending at 1, but you have patiently assisted us to do this up to this time. I really appreciate you too. So tomorrow we are going to do this virtually. We will not be able to meet here, but we are going to meet virtually. Those who have not registered, we encourage you to do so that you can receive our Zoom link so that you can join us tomorrow starting 8 o'clock. We'll end at about 1 o'clock, just like today. I know tomorrow our program will not be very tight, so we're going to finish this program, tomorrow's program on time. For those who will not be able to register, please follow us on YouTube. We'll be live from that time in the morning. So I would encourage all of us and even others who are not here, please tell them that tomorrow we are still on, as well as a Wednesday morning. So having said that, I think I will just announce a few things about our housekeeping. Yes, we have lunch, very late lunch, early dinner for some of us. Although we did not plan for all of us, but I'm sure there's a way we can share what we have. So I will request that after this, we had only planned for the technical team as well as the officials, but let us meet at the tents out there. The students, you remain behind a little bit. We will see how to go about that so that all of us have something to share. So I'll meet you at the foyer. I will also wish to meet the presenters. Because of our arrangements tomorrow, we are not going to meet here. I'll also want to meet you very briefly at the foyer so that we can discuss on our way forward tomorrow. Otherwise, thank you very much. I appreciate all the teams that have been represented in the presentations, those who have helped to organize the work for today, the teams that I led and Dr. Swani and the DDA led. We are going to do this again tomorrow and close on Wednesday. Asanteni sana. I will wish to now invite the Reverend, our Reverend. Thank you too for being here with us the whole day today. And please kindly pray for us as we close. Karibu, Reverend.
Thank you so much, Madam Egara. Thank you so much, management. I request that you all stand up for prayers. Let us believe and pray. Our Father and our God, you have been with us since morning. We dedicate our lives upon your holy hands, and we pray for blessings upon each and every one of us, upon our presenters, mighty God, upon our management, and upon our members of staff, and upon our students. And now may the Lord God bless you and keep you. May the Lord God let his face to shine upon you and scatter the darkness before your path. And the blessings of God Almighty, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, be among you and remain with you always. Amen. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. May God bless Kenya. God